Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bang. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the bang. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Back Show me what you got.
Hi guys, and welcome back to day 4 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, where in just a few more days we'll know which team is going to represent APAC in Brazil for the Global Game Changers Championships. I am your host, Jenny Reirachu, and with me on the desk for today is one of my favorite panelists, Raph. Raph, where are we at today?
Stop lying. I know that's not true. I'm kidding, but you know, it's always a pleasure to have you on the desk and just kind of talk about everything. And you're absolutely right. You know, the days of choosing who or teams fighting for the Brazil slot is still as messy as my hair for some reason. I can never get it right on the first try, especially on our first opening. But yes, thanks for the lovely intro as I get a little sidetracked apparently.
Your hair is always great. Don't worry about it.
Don't That's lie number 2 of the opening panel.
Hey, I never lie to you.
Sure.
Anyway, your lighting looks great. You know, we heard you had to change your light bulb just now for some reason.
Don't leak backstage information. You know, that's the secret stuff. Don't. But you know, here we are. I hope the lighting is better. This light bulb's infinitely brighter than the ones I've had in the past, but this is already such an interesting opening, Reirachu, and I like the whole, you know, the merch getup still.
Yep. We're still rocking the merch. I mean, this isn't like Valorant, but it counts because, you know, it's League of Legends. It's still going on now. It's still the World Series, you know. So yeah, but talking about the games, the series that we have today, I could not be more excited for today's games because, you know, this is day number 4. We've kind of like, there are 8 teams, right, in Elite. So on day 4, it's kind of when we're seeing like more of the closer matchups. I think we're going to expect more of the series to go that full distance. So today we're going to start off with NYX Kyosei going up against MLT in a matchup that, you know, we've seen a couple of times, especially over in LCQ last month, so that's definitely going to be interesting.
I think it was a few days ago where I said that it's a little unlucky that the LCQ teams fell into the lower bracket, but again, just a quick refresher for everybody. This has been such a long and potentially arduous journey for all of our teams.
Yep, and talking about that LCQ, right, that was played just last month, but earlier on in the year, we had Stage 1 open. We had a total of 3 opens from March all the way till July to place the top 6 teams that made it through to Elite. And as we said, MLT versus NYX Kyosei, both these teams, they're the 7th and 8th slots coming into Elite. Both of them made it up through the last chance qualifiers that were last month. So definitely very interesting exciting. As you can see on the screens right now, we are into Stage 3 Elite. We are playing for this entire week on broadcast, and today, day number 4, it's elimination on the line. It's going to be the very first day where we have to say goodbye to 2 teams, and who's that going to be at the end of today?
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. You know, every time we talk about lower bracket days like this, I can't help but feel a little sad for, again, any of the teams that might exit. But again, that's just the nature of the beast. And to remind everybody who's still competing, well, it's right in front of your screen. With the greatest logo, of course. Look at NYX Kyosei. I love that.
I mean, they're definitely the fan favorite team, right? If not fan favorite team, then definitely the fan favorite award for best logo from any of the teams. You saw a couple of, other cute ones and last chance qualifiers, but I think definitely for Elite, hands down, they've got the best one. Kind of reminds me of Mochi, actually, one of your dogs. Am I tripping?
I mean, I think she's also part Shih Tzu, so it's fine. Like, they're both fluffy, they're both adorable. I see the resemblance. I see why it would remind you of the other, but man, again, just to remind everybody what's on the line aside from the slot in Brazil, it's this huge prize pool.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. I think the prize pool for the earlier opens earlier in the year was like $10K US per open. This time around for Elite, everything is just amped up to the max. $35,000 prize pool, and first place gonna go back with $12,000 to fly to Brazil with, and 7th to 8th place as well. As long as you make it through to Elite, you're going home with $1,000 US too. So definitely a pretty hefty, pretty sweet prize pool, and it's just indicative of the amount of support that keeps going into the Game Changer circuit, and we couldn't be happier.
That's true, and every time we get into a new stage, the teams are always getting better, the strats are always getting deeper, and we're just so happy that there's a lot of fans out there and there's a lot of love and support from everywhere. But speaking of the teams, it kind of feels like this has been a bit of a summary for the entire year, not just for SMG, but pretty much for everyone else too. Very, very similar performances across the board.
Yeah, I think it's similar in terms of the results that we've been seeing for the most part. But I think that we've also, even despite like a lot of series looking like O2, except for last night's Full Sense versus RQ, I think that a lot of the 2-0 series have actually been very close. We'll talk a bit more about this later on as we delve a bit more into the analysis. But like, just if you're looking at your screens and you're like, oh, it's just 2-0s across the board, do not be fooled. Just so many of these series have been very close. Like MLT, like their 2-0 series, yeah, they did get 2-0'd by OGX on Monday, but it was like 13-10 and then 13-9. So yeah, a lot of these games, I mean, the girls, the teams have just stepped up across the board coming into Elite.
That's true, and that's exactly what they needed to do. Everybody, as you mentioned, stepped up their game, and yeah, despite having a 2-0, most of the scores have been pretty close. Even with the non-LCQ teams, it's been pretty competitive for the most part, unless of course it's an SMG game. I don't know how SMG does it. They just make it look like they already own the place. And just for a quick recap for all the SMG fans out there, I still remember at the beginning of the year, it's like, wow, this roster is already super packed with talent and all of that, and then suddenly they add an area and it's like, I see what you're trying to do here.
Yep. I mean, we didn't see what happened at the end of last year for Elite, so we don't want to write off any of the other teams just yet. There's definitely like always that potential for the last minute upset from anyone coming into this week. But I love also that, we saw Sunset over on Monday. There might be potential to maybe see Sunset today, but I just found it so funny that in the SMG versus NYX Kyosei series over on Monday, Nix was the one that picked the Sunset, and we're like, okay, great. SMG, they pretty much have like that 100% win rate on most of the maps, and Nix are like, you know what, we're gonna pick the one map that SMG don't have that 100% win rate on. They're going to pick that Sunset, but didn't quite work out for them, but there's still hope. There's still hope for them to pull that one out today. But guys, we're gonna take a look at our snazzy new video intros for the teams. That's the roster coming up from NYX Kyosei on your screens. Delbisky, Piety, Capricious, Khan, and Kachao. I like how she's going by Capricious this time around. I think they registered her under some BD1, like somebody one, and you're like somebody who, and you're like, oh wait, this girl's Capricious. We know her, but yeah, I like that she's going back to her roots, going back to her old IGN that I think everyone watching the league absolutely recognizes. But these girls comparatively roster. I think they're probably the second most new roster into Elite. The newest, of course, is going to be MLT. They did join Elite during Open 2, so midway through the year, midway through the circuit, they've had a couple of roster changes as well. And in the intro video, there was Liz as well as Shuni, who sub in and out for the team. But next up, it's going to be MLT. And there you have it, the roster from the side of MLT Esports, GC, Luna, Iluvu, K-Fredity, who won't be playing today, pretty sure, Envious, and Samfire. I think it will be Tess, very likely, that we'll see. We did see her a couple of days ago. I think K-Fredity has taken a break for Elite.
We will have to see, but remembering, I think Tessa's opening performance for MLT, I think she had some shining moments already. Mm-hmm. So, it's always good to have a player like that just right off the bat. There's already immediate compatibility, especially with, again, if I'm not mistaken, a more controller-oriented role. She does flex just a little bit, but mostly on that controller. But, talking about this head-to-head between MLT and Capricious Squad, you were right. You were right on the money there. These are relatively new teams, but MLT, I still think they're also, well, in that developing stage. They have, once again, you have like these signs of good play that they're still developing a protocol, still developing a real game plan in some of these cases. But hopefully this isn't the last time we're going to see them, at least for the year, because once again, just to remind everybody, the weight of the day, it's an elimination day.
Yep, absolutely. We do play in a double elimination bracket. We've played double elim the entire year. So, both of these teams already lost their first series over on Monday. We do have second chances, but no third chances, unfortunately. Yeah. So it's all down to the wire this time around. As you were saying, I think Tess as well as Ayu were brought in this time around for Elite. For MLT, I think Luna is probably one of the players that we really want to watch out for. I think coming into Elite and then watching her series on Monday as well, she's definitely going to be one of the key players if MLT are going to want to try and find success today. But talking about them finding success, we have seen this matchup already before. We did see this in the upper semifinals for LCQ from last month, where MLT did beat Nix 2-1 in their previous best of 3 series. I think the big question is going to be, will today go any different from the last time that these two teams met? And it looks like right off the bat already, it's going to be Lotus for map 1, Breeze for map 2, and if we do get to that map 3 decider for elimination, it will go to Sunset. Raph, what are your immediate thoughts?
I'm thinking of how Nix Kyosei is going to approach this, or rather how MLT Esports is going to be approaching Nix Kyosei, because I feel like this is quite a different Nix Kyosei in comparison to that LCQ iteration, right? Because it looks like
Absolutely.
we're gonna have Kachao on the starting lineup. So I think I'm going to maybe bank on the fact that Nix Kyosei is going to be leaning a little bit towards that firepower, because if we just kind of look at how they used to play, at least in LCQ, they were a lot more methodical. It took quite a slow pace, and they did emphasize safety. But with the change of having Kachao, they obviously already have Dobisky, they obviously already have Capricious plus Kachao. So it might just kind of push that balance between, you know, are we gonna explode a lot? Are we gonna go take a lot of gunfights that way? And again, MLT, hopefully they're not gonna have difficulty into dealing with that, because again, as History mentioned and as you've mentioned, they did have trouble in LCQ dealing with this squad.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, NYX Kyosei, they're a squad that seems to have so much firepower for their side. Or you've got the Delbisky as well as the Piety duo. They're both like the hardcore correct aimers on their squad. I mean, Delbisky on Monday, one of their maps, they lost 4-13 versus SMG. She was still like 14-16 on Jet. Piety as well, I remember over on map 1, she was playing Cypher. It was like 13-5 on Sunset, but she ended that game 18-14 also. So it's like, despite the round scoreline, I think absolutely, you know, NYX Kyosei have members of the squad that can show up. Today is when we need them to show up. Historically also, Khan has been bagging like all the MVPs, like LCQ as well. Like, she just picks up pretty much most of the MVPs for her squad as Sova on the Sova also. So it's going to be exciting to see. I think Lotus, to start things off, is always going to be a great map. There's just so much potential, so many ways that you can try to not play meta and like cook up new things. So I'm pretty excited to see. What do you think we're going to get from the agent composition?
Well, I do agree with the fact that Lotus is quite flexible in terms of agent composition, as you mentioned, but I think we might see a double controller versus double ini again, which is super common for game changers. And I feel like it's going to be MLT leaning into perhaps a double controller just because they want, at least, right, like on paper, they don't want to take too many unnecessary fights against NYX Kyosei, so they might just kind of want to divvy up the map here. So it wouldn't surprise me if we're gonna have an Astra on the field, an Omen on the field, maybe even an Astra Omen or an Astra Viper, you know, things of that nature.
Yeah, and just taking a look at, you know, the compositions that these teams do like to tend to run on Lotus. I think like NYX, for example, we've got about like 8 times that they played this in competitive from them. They played about like 3 different compositions. Sometimes they play the Fade, sometimes they play the Breach, you know. I think they've run like a total of 3 different compositions on this map. So, you know, on the side for MLT also, they kind of like go back and forth between the Jet, the Raze. Sometimes they have the Fade in there. So, you know, it's pretty much a toss-up, I think, what we're going to see for today. But guys, I think we got word from production that one of the players is experiencing a bit of a delay on the side of one of the teams. So unfortunately, I think we will be going for a very short break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back very shortly.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back up. back, back, goddamn, 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 back, back, ain't no reason to back down, so step it up, goddamn, back, back, 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 goddamn, back, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break.
me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. 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 Back down, back up, back down, ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Well, that was a break, guys, but we are back. Hopefully, about ready to hop into game for Map 1, Series 1 between NYX Kyosei and MLT. Just to remind y'all of where we're at in this map number 1. We've got the map picks out, we've got Lotus ready on hand, but we're just waiting just that little bit more to hop into that agent select. And I think before the break, we were having a little chat about what possible agent compositions we were going to see. I think that we managed to pull up some interesting stats during that break as well. Zahk, our caster for later, spoiler alert, kindly, dropped us the stats earlier on, gave us that little cheat sheet. And Nix versus MLT, we have seen them. We've seen this matchup in LCQ before. We also saw them play Lotus last month during the Swiss stage of LCQ, and that went the way play of Nix Kyosei, who does have a 100% win rate over here on Lotus. But it was a pretty close game. It was 13-10. So, you know, who knows how this one's going to go. What do you think?
That's the crazy thing I feel like about NYX Kyosei, especially with how things were for LCQ. It would look like they'd be down and out for the map, but they'd managed to kind of claw themselves back into the competition. But I think we're going to be jumping right into the agent select, so speculation is potentially over as soon as we jump right into it, and we're actually going to go Fade. I feel like Fade's been definitely underrated in the last few patches. You know, people have been saying she's quote-unquote weaker now. I still think she's had her application.
Really interesting for me because pretty much for both of these teams, generally when they do play Lotus, they stick to the same core and then they should do a little switcheroo sometimes. For NYX Kyosei, they almost always play with the Killjoy Omen Rays on Lotus, and then the last time that they played versus MLT, they did pick up the Fade as well as Sky as well because they won. It kind of, you know, makes sense that they're going to pick this exact composition again. For MLT, the last time that they faced Nix on Lotus, they also did play Fade, so it also makes sense for them to be like, you know what, we're not going to run the same composition that we lost to Nix on the last time. We're going to switch things up a bit. They do go with the Jet Sky along with the KJ, Omen, and Viper. It's a comp they've played together before, but just not against Nix yet. So really quickly before we toss over to our casters, Raph, what are your predictions?
I think Nix is going to take this. You know, historically speaking, they've been very good, and it looks like they really want to play their cards aggro here. So yeah, Nix 2-0.
Nix 2-0, all right. I'm gonna go with the 2-1. I feel like if Nix don't take map 1, then it's gonna be maybe an MLT 2-0. Otherwise, 2-1, anyone's game on Sunset. But guys, we're about ready to finally hop into that map number 1. Here, casting the games for y'all today, it's gonna be Tayrawr and Zahk. Zahk, take us in.
Yo, I like that. I'm gonna trademark that as our casting duo name. But yes, it is Tayrawr and Zahk bringing you the action for the elimination day of Game Changers Elite. Unfortunately, after the series, we're gonna have to say goodbye to one of those teams. Hi there, Fifi!
Oh no, we have to say goodbye to one of them. Why can't we just keep them all, man? But anyway, we are finally here after so long. We basically told each other our life story at this point, but nevertheless, I know you guys have been waiting for this matchup, especially this is very important for all the teams that we have for today, since this is already the elimination match basically for Elite. The chance, the last step to go to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the championship. So this is very essential for all the teams right now. Game number 1 it is, and we're finally starting here, Zahk. They had their predictions. Do you have yours?
I mean, look, both of these teams, they have gotten a win against each other that we've seen in the LCQ.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to who wins this third engagement. It's all the money's on this particular one. But talking about Lotus in particular, I think that Nix's track record is just a little bit better. Sure, they haven't played any of the heavyweight teams like SMG or Sapphire on this map. But aside from that, they still have that 100% win rate. So it's going to be a little bit of confidence coming in. But that said, Nix, they're going to have to start with a pretty strong attacking map here. This map does tend to be a little bit attacker-sided the way it goes. And you can already see them not only getting that orb control on B, but also just taking this B side very quickly. Now pushing that second lane towards CT, possibility of a kill here in the corner, but they don't check it. Luna able to find 2, looking for a little bit more. He even gets the headshot before Confucius takes her down. And just like that, Envious sneaks in. At MLT, they get the pistol.
Such a fast round. Not checking Luna there was very deadly for the side of Nix. Was able to even get a dink on the third one before going down as well. MLT securing this first point out. And like you mentioned a while ago, Zahk, statistics don't lie. And Nix was able to win one game away from, or rather one Lotus map away from MLT before. So this might be that redemption match that MLT is looking forward to and can come back to, because they already have that reference from the previous matchup as well. But nonetheless, they do have this this double initiator lineup for the side of Nix, which can be really, really aggressive for the time being. And we all know this is also a map which is heavily favoring towards that attack side. But let's see, let's figure out what they're gonna do for this second round, as as they are just holding on to their pistols as well. The Bisky really good on the sheriff shots from the previous matches that we watched her as well. So let's see if she can hit those shots.
Yeah, not much to work with here, unfortunately, for the Nix side. However, that's going to be a headshot coming in right off the bat. Kachao takes a decent chunk of damage too, but that's going to be Envious tagged up heavily. Now reinforcement coming in toward the site, looking for a bit of a heal as well. And off the back of that, Envious able to find the kill onto Kachao, completing the job. You can still see that the side of Nix, they're holding on here, hoping for a bit more of aggression to come out of the Nix side, but they're just in their holding patterns, maintaining the stack they have here. The push from Luna comes out, but Pairi and Delbiske, between them, are able to find 2 huge kills. Ilubu rotates over, only a Marshall in hand, has to watch the loss here. With the Spectre, it's going to be Pairi to come out on top, and now it's a 2v2.
It's a 2v2 for the time being for Nix's side. Especially they were just on pistols here. This is already a well-executed round for them. But yet again, the tank, or rather, the reinforcements coming in from MLT's side is definitely here. Aphrodite is holding on to a ghost as well, throwing in the snake bites to try and flush out the enemy side. But this is a post plan being held onto by Nix's, and they already have the guns as well. The tap on the spike, this might be the execute that they're waiting on. This is a default setup for the side, or for the side of Nix, and that's gonna be the cleanup crew from Paiti as well. A really good round coming in from Nix, to say the least.
Yeah, their patience was really rewarded towards the end. In particular, I think that Ilubu being stuck on site alone and her going down, as well as the upgraded weaponry that the Nix squad were able to pick up with their fight towards Mound, I think that it was really a huge difference maker there. And that was a round that MLT kind of made a lot of mistakes on, and Nix were quick to find the punish on them. Economy going to be reverted now in Nix's favor. They are charging up these ultimates as well. Pairi are more than halfway there to that lockdown for the Killjoy, but on the opposite side, it's been Luna who's been hitting some nutty shots so far. Talking about nutty shots, though, it's going to be an MLT stack towards his B side, and Ilubu to find an opener with that Sheriff. Capricious with the reswing, at least finds a trade, but that's a 1-for-1 so far.
Good trade so far from the side of Capricious as well. Now the turns have tabled, or the tables have turned for the time being, as MLT is the one on the pistols that they have right now. We've seen the Thrifty coming in from Nix. It's not impossible for MLT's side to make the same thing as well. Capricious just waiting patiently on the smoke. If someone disrespects it as well, they're ready to take on the action. And aside from that, again, you still have that double innie that could really clear up spaces here. Really important on checking on the corners as well. So with the regards to Nix's composition, it's really deadly for the side of MLT, and they really have to be careful, especially on the defense itself.
Yeah, they've been playing much more passively in this round, like you mentioned, as a result of that economic deficit, as well as just lessons learned from that previous round here.
30
Envious
seconds
that
left.
first point of contact on the C side with the clock ticking as far as it has to be C where this execute eventually comes in. Utility coming down will give Envious the Q. She finds the first kill with the Sheriff, will be hit by that beautiful Paranoia, which will force it off the angle, but MLT, they still have the numbers in their favor here. Another couple of kills, and that might be what they need to make this work. Safe plan coming through on the site itself, still a 3v4 scenario, and you can see MLT still holding all of these crucial angles. Sheriff's in hand, all it takes is a couple of headshots, and they managed to find the first 2 already to start things off. They look to push in through CT. Alarm bot gonna give away that information. Trent as well, doing a little bit more damage in the on the side along with Kachao, finds the damage and the kills to give Nix their second round.
They knew exactly where they're supposed to be in that post-plant positions as well. Might as well be on the side or hold that cross for the time for them to take on the site. And other than that, you know that a Sheriff shot can go a long way, especially in long angles. And we've seen that from Envious. I do like the waiting here, or waiting for the retake here for the side of MLT coming in from Envious as well. But to say the least, the deficit on the guns itself was already huge for Nix, and they were able to clean up and take that round away. This is a 2-1 right now, officially a bye round for the side of MLT. Aggression towards A Rubble here, and so far it's just waiting for the time being. It's a 1-to-1 trade, but Alu taking on 2, even 3 for the time, or for the team of MLT.
Got that additional backup from Luna as well. And it's surprising that Alubu finds so much there, especially with her being caught out by the Haunt. Additional mid pressure being applied by NYX as they find a kill onto this B side. Still, though, it's a 2v3 situation. Numbers in favor of this MLT roster. Kachao doing her best to hold on here. Maybe retrieve that spike, but it's still going to be 1-1 on site. Samfire all the way in spawn takes on Piety on the lurk, and now it's just up to Kachao to try and clutch it out. She finds that first kill, retrieves the spike. Now it's going to come down to her versus Samfire, and she knows that Samfire is playing around spawn, so it's just going to be a rotate over to that C site.
Yep, they do had that kill for the lurk here for MLT's side. They know exactly where Samfire is located, but yet again, Kachao's utility usage here really helped her in this really difficult situation on A while ago, and she's still full on HP as well. So this is really huge for the time and for Nix as well. This is the Seekers being pulled out. They know exactly, or Kachao knows exactly where Samfire is going to be, but this time around, she's just walking through, trying to play for that contact, and Kachao might be able to spot her out. That's going to be the kill for Kachao. A triple for this round. Nix to secure another round.
Really, really nice clutch to come out of Kachao towards the end. A little bit of mistakes made in that spacing from MLT's side. They take such an early advantage here with the kills from Alubu and Luna. They have control of the spike as well, but just awkward positioning. It kind of enables Kachao to find the 1v2 successfully. Like you can see, Luna still playing up close and personal. No potential of a trade as Samfire was so far away. And Kachao takes full advantage of that to be able to power through and really extend the lead for Nix. Now, Nix, so many ultimates that are pretty close to coming to fruition. In particular, that lockdown from Heidi is what I have my eyes on, and unfortunately for the side of MLT, once again it's going to be a bit of an economic deficit. Hero Guardian on Alubu, apart from that, Sheriffs across the board, so they're going to have to be very careful as to how they want to approach these fights.
Like you said, especially on those buy rounds as well, Zach, the initial aggression that MLT is showing here towards Nix, it just doesn't seem to work out. It feels like Nix knows exactly what the plan is going to be from the side of MLT, and they fight back with this aggression. Again, you do have that double innie. You have that flashes to play around with. If there's certain aggressions, you can definitely take info. Not only that, but able to execute for a quick trade-off.
So far, though, not too much aggression coming out of the Nix squad. They felt the bite of these sheriffs that MLT bring to the battle, so just try to find safety in numbers here. You can see a 4v1 split coming through. Again, though, just the utility to come out of Tayrawr here with Viper finds a kill. Still, though, trade gonna be there thanks to the mollies that will let Delbisky find a bit more space. And just like that, the seaside, it's been completely taken. Nix, they take full control and get that spike down. No angle for Luna to really work with. The turret will spot her out to boot, but still, it's a 4v4. Oh, the lurk from Con. So much damage.
Really huge when you take up space like that, especially even on a post-land situation. Luna was able to secure still a kill here. There's the flash settling in, no one to find, and this is gonna be Piety with a double already on towards Waterfall. Luna, the only woman remaining here for the team of MLT. Only a sheriff on hand with 27 HP as well. She has to look and was going to be able to pick up a gun here, to say the least, but she still has to find and figure out where the rest of the members of Nexus are. But the thing is, they're just playing around time. Piety to secure the kill, and 4 kills for this round for Piety. She dies off, but nevertheless, they still have money to buy for the next round.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're gonna be worrying about money for the next few rounds there. They have quite a bit of a bank. I saw 6K on at least 3 players there before we switch back to the replay here. But like you mentioned, really great round to come out of Piety there. 4 kills for her, has a lockdown ready to go. And overall, I think she was just really instrumental in finding those crucial trades for Nix, because MLT, they were doing the damage. Pod only got 1 on the lurk, so that was a rifle that they were able to pick up as well. But the timing on Piety's swing there really let her capitalize and find those 2 kills, which brought the numbers back in Nix's favor. Finally, though, we're going to be getting a fair buy round for both of these sides once again. No ultimates, unfortunately, available for the MLT squad, really. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Blade Storm used. Nightfall, though, took him out of the Nix squad, is able to take space and a beautiful combo to catch Kira Aphrodite off guard.
They do always catch Aphrodite in this positioning as well. Nix securing a plant onto a site. It's a full-fledged A site since the start of the round itself. Now, MLT has to play for that retake scenario. They do have the dog to clear out the angles here, but this is only drop being cleared out. They get sucked in by the Fade Util as well. It's still a 5v4, but make it different right now. It's a 5v2. This post-plant situation from the side of Nix is just perfect for them. Really flawless round coming in from Nix.
I love the cleanness of these executes to come out of Nix in a lot of these rounds. Like, they had a battle plan and they stuck to it. Nightfall to take up space along with Delbisky's utility. Put the lockdown for an extra 10 seconds, well, 8 seconds once that spike goes through. And after that, they just play the post plan, the double peaks, the discipline. It was all there. And now Nix, they have 5 rounds in a row on Lotus. We talked about it before. This is one of their best maps, 100% win rate. We heard it from the panel, and they are on track to just cycling these ultimates perfectly. They used 2 in the previous round, but they still have the showstopper. They can go. Not anymore, though. A little bit of the Blade Storm takes her down. Still,
No
though, it's going to
showstopper.
be a 2 for 2. Yeah.
No showstopper no more. An immediate shutdown, to say the least. 3v3 situation. The hop out on that snake bite and that smoke. I would rather not, but it's over and done with. Damage has been done. 2v2 situation. Nix still has that space to plant the spike here. MLT, they tried to repossession, tried to wrap around the entirety of the map as well. But again, for the side of Nix, this post-plant situation has been working out great for them so far.
Yeah, they've taken space towards CT as well, so that's one area of the map that they don't have to worry about. Caprish is gonna be that first point of contact, spots out that first player. Kachao will be taking another angle as well. So if she can find his kill, it's gonna be one enemy. The enemy has to come out on top. However, Caprish just brings it down to a 1v1. Just playing for time here. Another dark cover available to try and play around. TPs, or tries to pick me into the smoke. Doesn't try to do that, but Kira Aphrodite, more than aware of it, will try to defuse the spike. But
is it enough?
The job has been done. There's no time. It's just Capricious being very capricious around the plays and doing the job in a kind of funny way. I'm sorry, that was just,
like, I don't mind dying as long as we take the round. That's what's important anyway for the entire team. It seemed like during that take on the B side, it seemed like it was falling apart for Nix, but then you have that space, you have that control on B, you were able to take on the plant, you're already on that post plant, and MLT was just really just trying to wrap around the sides and really repositioning themselves to make that retake happen. But again, for Capricious, it was just a time or a game about time. It was just playing around those post plant situation. Even a TP wouldn't hurt for her, and it was successful.
It was hilarious. That's what it was. Like, Capricious, you know, we're used to seeing her before she joined Nix. We were more used to seeing her in that duelist capacity. I think it was on Orangutan. But on the controller role, it seems like she can really let her inner child shine in these kind of plays. But like you mentioned, the point was to buy enough time for the spike to explode, and she does that to perfection. Timeout, though, out of MLT, they're going to be doing a little bit of discussion. I think so far they've been really, even though they've been successful in these early engagements to be able to win out the fights and keep numbers even, I think that they've been struggling when it comes down to the retake kind of setup. So maybe that timeout has helped them figure things out. Illubu also going to be able to invest in that operator for the first time in this game so far. So I think that that weapon, if it can cut some kind of havoc through the Nix ranks, it might be what they need, but it's going to be positioned towards the A site, while the rest of the squad, they look to push on C itself. It's once again that 4-1 split that we've been seeing so often to come out of this team, and they have so much space up for free.
Especially, there's no one on A. The rotation already coming in from MLT, actually. This is still barely a 4-stack, but it's definitely there. The showstopper out, and that's going to be the first kill. Initial pickoff, definitely there. Envious to get on the trade as well. 4v4 situation. And so far, though, Nix still taking up space here, and they can open up this side for the plant. And now that they know that, the rotations might come in through, and it's already for that operator. The chance to get that initial pickoff was definitely there, but now it's gone.
Such nice positioning out of Heidi. Now, crunch onto Envious's position. Kachao to take her out. 2 players left for this MLT squad. And it might just be a better call to save, but they're still trying here. Luna has at least 5 kills for herself. But that will be that. Again, Kachao and Pidy, they come out on top, and NYX, they extend their lead to 7 on this particular map pick. Just so much control throughout in their post plan. They're succeeding in finding not just these opening kills, but also so good at map control. Like, look at Pidy's position in that round.
Exactly, map control is definitely the key, especially here on Lotus. And you can definitely see that, especially when teams get stuck, for example, and if it so happens that NYX wasn't able to take on C, they could still have that control on B that Piety gives off for the rest of the team. But nevertheless, so far, all the takes of NYX is working out in their favor. And the operator that they lost here was really a big investment coming in from MLT. Just unfortunately didn't work out in their favor. And just good timings here coming in from NYX so far. Kachao using up the dog as well to clear out any info or any intel coming in from MLT's side. But again, rotations. This might be a fake being sold out, and you can see the hyper rotation as well from MLT to go on C.
It's gonna be a little bit too late though. Still envious towards CT, holding down. Maybe watch out for a bit of excessive aggression if it does decide to come out. Instead, it's gonna be Whiskey though, taking the charge here, trying to take the fights early on. Her and Piety find 1 kill, but it's gonna be Piety with the trades, 2 for the price of 1. Now only 2 players left for this MLT squad from CT, looking to do as much damage as possible, but NYX, they're just denying them anything at all here. The wraparound comes to fruition, and Piety once again with the 3K to close the round out for NYX. 8-1 right now, and it just seems like they can do no wrong at all throughout this game. That's 8 rounds in a row for them, by the way.
I mean, attackers sided, right, as they would say, but so far, we talked about it a while ago from the previous round that we just watched, and it's just that map control that they do have. Like, despite taking on a site here, even if MLT can answer back, can punch back, they just couldn't expect Piety to come over and get the trade, or rather go around and wrap around on CT. It's just too fast for them to actually react to.
Spike down A.
Fastest, right? That's gonna be a quick attempt on a push to safe side, but for once MLT, they come out on top in engagements, and they have the wisdom to fall back as well now that they have the numbers advantage here. The lurk once again kicks in, but this time around Luna, with the awareness, able to find Piety and take her out of the equation. Now suddenly it's a 2v4 scenario. Only Delbisky and Calm left. They still have some utility to work with. A boombot to maybe find some information, take a little bit more space. Con 1 off the Nightfall as well, so if she can find a kill, this round still might be pretty doable. That said though, MLT, they're playing this so passive here, just trying to work with the advantage that they already have. But a couple of these players, they're still pretty isolated. Aluvu in particular does have some backup coming in now from Luna. You can see them trying to stack up once again together to ensure that they can get those trades. And NYX themselves, they look to go towards B.
Con, they're really just trying to play for the contact here. A double trouble setup for the 2 players. The trade, is it gonna come down this location as well? Reinforcements coming around and wrapping around and helping her out. A round for MLT's side, and so far, the best round that they've got for this map.
First buy win as well, but it was a nice bit of initiation coming out of them. I think that so far they've realized that they've just let NYX kind of run away with map control for free. And that early aggression to come out of MLT, it was really well rewarded. Now they have a couple of ults to work with, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to playing for that retake, especially with Samfire having that lockdown. But NYX, it's pretty close to a snowball for them as well. They're one off their own Seekers, one off their own lockdown, and they have the Nightfall ready to go, so it might just be a quick hit on this ace side. Really nice utility there out of the fade to catch both the players who were getting aggressive once again. This time around though, it's gonna be NYX to win out the confrontation. 3 kills already for them.
That's Piety yet again taking control over B side, and this is leaving Luna again alone on the A side itself. The rotation from K for Daidi comes in, but it's already too late to get on any trades at all. A very clean round coming in from NYX. The thing is here, Zach, they do try to make an aggressive approach on A main, but the thing is they have always done it the same way, to a point where Capricious can actually already assume where the enemy would be. The flash will settle in, and again, you have that double initiator setup that could clear out any angles that you would like to. And from the round that we saw a while ago, they might have won that round on the aggression and they pulled back. But this time around, when you get that initial pick-off or give that initial pick-off to Nix's side, it's just difficult for the time being, especially when Piety also secures B.
There.
Yeah, Pity's lurk round after round has been
You
just
should
applying
run.
so much pressure towards this mid area of the map. This time around, Alubu tries to go
Spike down,
aggressive
attack
early
the
on,
spawn.
able to find out the pressure, so that's going to be no more smokes. However, Khan still on the lurk, finds a trade there. Now Lockdown invested towards the C side. They're going to be able to take up the space, but there's still a counter available. Never mind, there's not Samper taken out, so there's no more Lockdown available for the counter. Now it's gonna beat the Nightfall as well to take a little bit more space invested by this next squad. Seekers come out to do that. They're just hunting down the remainder of the MLT, not giving them any space to work with. Piety already to find an opener on Tabuna there. 3v4.
That's the bait and switch on its work, using its magic, doing its magic as well. 4v3 situation, and Delvisky already with an ult yet again. That's gonna be the showstopper, connecting completely. Aphrodite with 13 HP remaining, and Kachao to finish everything basically. 10-2, and a really difficult fight so far for MLT, but can they come back? Let's hear it from our panelists.
I'm back. Is it?
Yes, you are.
Great. 2-10-1/2. Nix only let MLT get the first pistol, and one more absolutely in control of the tempo. Piety showing up big as well. Ref, what do we got?
You know, I'm glad that you brought up map control, because I feel like with the double controller comp on the side of MLT, it still kind of feels like they're having a little bit of issues with this comp specifically, because we're not seeing any use of the wall or any of the smokes really to kind of bait out the utility that we have on NYX Kyosei, because all these early fights are just a struggle for MLT. I mean, we have the Trailblazer, we have the two Prowlers plus the Paranoia to just kind of throw a wrench in their plans. And when we do kind of see MLT go against the grain and maybe just go against the playbook when they do try to take that first fight, NYX Kyosei just kind of eats them up. When they do play a little passive too, that's when the utility runs wild, and I feel like they're in a position where, do we save the utility for, again, more aggressive map control or more denying map control, or do we save it for the post plant? And so far, the post plant has been another problem for MLT.
Absolutely. I mean, Tayrawr said it too. Lotus attacker sided, but not this attacker sided. 2 and 10 is going to be a huge order for MLT to try and bring this one back, but we're going to see.
Well, we're gonna see indeed attacker-sided map, but how far does that buff go when you're down 2-10? It's gonna be imperative for MLT to take this pistol and the anti-eco as well, because I think that after that first and second round that we saw, it's pretty important to mention that you want to take both of those rounds in a row. But, you know, Tayrawr, what are your thoughts about MLT's hopes in this game?
I would say one step at a time. You know, they really need to win this pistol round. It's a must at this point if they don't want to give away that buffer for the side of Nix. And like you mentioned, if all goes well for the side of MLT, might as well copy Nix, right? Taking on 8 rounds in a row or 6 to more rounds in a row if they can do that. And we've seen them hit their shots. It's just about that execution if they can make it actually work out. This turret is already broken down to B-side, quite open for them to take, and you can see that Nix is just holding down the fort here. They want to make a retake play happen. Inside the smoke, that's going to be some players from MLT side. Piety, they're not going to take control over that because Heaven above, that's going to be Khan securing the 4 kill with the Sheriff as well. Samfire left alone for this post plan, and this is already go for the ace. Go for the ace, get the ace, get the ace, get the ace. No! It's gonna be Samfire taking the kill, but Capricious to finish it off.
Look, I swear, if Khan hadn't swapped out her sheriff for the ghost there, she would have gotten the ace. I'm willing to bet for that. But yeah, really nice paranoia and push to come out of Khan off the back of it. 4 clean shots to come in. And while the ace itself does not come through, I think NYX have pretty much locked this map in the bag. It's going to take absolute heroics for MLT to try and bring it back here. They didn't get the spike plant down, so they're going to have that little bit of extra money to work with, buying and investing in those specters. And NYX themselves, it's a very interesting buy that we see coming out of them here.
Interesting buy indeed. They do have to do and make this happen though, because there's no other choice. But this initial pickoff from Piety is already huge for NYX's side. They do get the heal from Kachao as well. So everything is well. All is good, as the Killjoy would say. Delbisky, on the other hand, secures the kill onto Luna. It's now a 3v5.
They were not expecting Delbisky to be waiting right outside the door there like something out of a horror movie, but like you mentioned, 2 players now out of the equation for MLT. And remember, this is a round that they have invested in. They put in whatever money they had, so they're looking at a possible eco on top of a match point if they do lose this. And it seems like NYX, they can do no wrong here. They try to work together, push in here, but still, the 2 players stack is just too much for them to deal with. Just Samfire now in a 1v5, finds the first, might be able to do a little bit of damage here. She hits her shots correctly, gets a second as well, and pushes on forward, but Kachao with the movement stays alive and takes her down. Match point on NYX on map, for NYX on map number 1 here. And remember, this is MLT's pick. It's not NYX's pick, it's MLT's pick.
Yeah, they do want that redemption match, but it seemed like for the break time that MLT, or rather NYX, had, it seemed like they just polished more when it comes to Lotus here against MLT. A little bit cold, especially from the start until here. Actually, in the end, they were just able to pick up the first pistol that we had from this game. And other than that, it's just difficult for them to react with how fast the aggression is. And you can definitely see that NYX is very comfortable in pushing out these players from MLT's side as well.
I think that NYX, like you mentioned, they're really good at figuring out which fights they wanted to take, especially depending on the weaponry they have. Like some rounds, you can see that if they have only sheriffs, they just hold these off angles. If they have like the full rifling, they like to go as a team to find those early picks. So I think that NYX's coordination has just been so much cleaner on this map compared to what MLT has been doing, and it's very surprising, like we talked about, that this was the map that MLT chose mainly because of the fact that NYX has that 100% win rate, and they seem like they want to keep it up so far. Final round coming in, really nice flash into the smoke here, but it's not going to really catch out these players. The Sheriff, though, it's not going to do much, and MLT finally, they find opening picks to take the side and get that spike down.
Timing's just perfect, especially when it comes to those flashes that Kachao was able to throw out. A 5v3 situation, like you said, Zach. A post-plan situation that MLT desperately needs to hold on to. Delbisky, she still has that Spectre, can still be deadly. A lot of util still in play here for the side of NYX for the retake. Eluwu just pre-firing the A-main control here if ever they actually manage to pull off a kill. But so far, that shot will definitely hurt the facials to actually finish off some players as well. A 3v2, make it now a 2v1, and it's already over. This post-plan situation goes in favor of MLT, but a lot of damage done to the players as well.
It was a bit of an awkward buy for them in the first place, so the fact that they're able to walk away with 2 of these rifles is not entirely horrible, but like you mentioned, their economy not in the greatest spot. Finally going to be able to scrape together another buy off the back of that win, but that was NYX's bonus round, so while they did invest, I think, 1 rifle into it, they're still going to have more than enough to put together an almost full buy. Only Kachao really playing with that Bulldog here. No ultimates available for either side, I think, for this particular round, but my eyes are on the Odin because we know how nasty this can be. While the sense is that Odin favorite map, I think this one has a couple of wall-bangable spots as well, so
Lotus
it's
is
going to be
made
interesting
of
to see where
paper,
Piety
Zach.
uses them.
Lotus is made of paper, as we say, but Eluwu with a double kill, maybe even a triple. That's gonna be the kills coming in from Eluwu's side, opening up the side, but they can they go against this Odin? They do quite well as well. Now Eluwu, she's already telling her teammates, give me days, give me days, give me days, give me days.
seen that many aces today, but
No.
not again. No, Luna, why? Just give it to her, man. She deserves it.
They do need this round though, so they really want to make sure that every kill counts, and a really exceptional entry here or aggression from Eluwu's side. The help of the teammates was definitely there, the flashes settling in, etc, but at the end of the day, if Eluwu can't hit those shots, then nothing's gonna happen, right?
For sure, that's a crucial route because not only does it keep MLT in this, it also breaks the economy for NYX Kyosei. They do have the Nightfall available, but we're probably not going to be seeing that used right now. It's just going to be them with a little bit more of a passive hold in comparison towards the BNC side into how far back they're playing. They go for the peak, however, once again, Luna and Eluwu just decimating the opposition here. Only Khan left on site now, all alone here. Sheriff in hand, Paranoia gonna impact her, and now she's just gonna be surrounded on all sides, looking for at least a little bit of damage, but the Molly Eluwu combo is just too much. 3 kills once again for MLT side, and while they've started late, it seems like they
Spike
finally woken
planted.
up.
They've been doing this since a while ago as well, even on the defense. And so far for the attack side, it's been working out greatly for them. That's a double kill that they're looking for to finish off the round. A flawless even. So really for MLT side, if this just goes on, snowballs on the next following rounds as well, this can actually still be a comeback, even or despite not having that buffer no more since it's a match point. But you can definitely see the boost of confidence that it also gives the teammates here of Eluwu. And so far, it's just been working out greatly for them. When it comes to utilities, Zahk, Con has that Nightfall ready up. And so far, this just goes to show what the resiliency can actually give you.
Yeah, MLT definitely showing off here as to how strong they can be when their gears actually get into go mode. That said though, it's going to take 7 more rounds in a row that MLT have to put together to push this to overtime and have a shot at stealing this map away. A barrage of utility now coming in out of the NYX squad. They take up so much space, but again, it's going to be the Lord from here for 90 to take out Khan. A second kill from Eluwu as well, and once again, it's huge openers across the board for the MLT squad. Once again, in a 5v2 scenario within the first 30 seconds of the round, and they have the A site.
It's like watching Nix on attack yet again. It's very similar playstyles that we are looking at, and aggression towards A.
Spike planted.
MLT secures the kills basically that they need to just open up the site. Now with a post plant, it's up to the 2 remaining players of Nix, Piety and Capricious. They need to find the pick-off, but it seems like they're already planning to make a save happen here, Zahk.
I mean, it's a good call. Their economy, it's in a bit of a rough spot, and they're once again caught in that vicious cycle of save, buy, lose, save, buy, lose. So maybe having these fewer rifles in the next round might be the difference maker. But back to the way MLT is playing, right? We talked about it before. Finally woken up here. They're very careful about their attack, and they're also taking a lot of these double peaks when it comes down to the fight. So definitely being able to find those openers across the board and also keep the numbers in their favor has been incredible for them. They really have a huge economic buffer right now, and off the back of that, they're looking to do a bit of damage here, possibly. Not gonna find anything though, and suddenly the gap looks a little bit narrower. It was 2-12, and now it's 6-12, so only 6 more rounds.
6 rounds away for making that tie happen, and we might see an overtime. You just never know. This momentum shift towards the side of MLT is quite huge as well. And as we can look, or as we can see on your screens, we are looking at the Seekers being popped soon. If they get an orb here or a kill for Luna's side, would help them a lot. Aggression from Nix's is definitely there. Dilbisky throws in the Roomba. They know there's going to be someone on A lobby, but it's just a waiting game for MLT. They're going to wait out on this push. They take on a little bit of info, and this is already a hard rotate towards C. Eluwu yet again leading the charge for the time being.
Just Eluwu once again to try and find those openers. Now crunching onto the side here. Capricious though takes her down. Finally, Nix, they're able to hold strong and keep up the numbers, even though MLT, they're able to bounce back and find a little bit of value of their own. 2v3 situation now.
Last
Economy
player
still
standing.
in favor, but the fight comes in and Kachao with
Three.
the shirt. If she puts them down, she's gonna find both of the headshots, and that will be finally the victory coming in for NYX Kyosei. It got a little bit dicey in the middle. MLT, they put up a bit of a fight, but in the end, it is gonna be a 13-6 off the back of a 13 for NYX to steal away their opponent's map pick. Incredible play coming out of both of the teams, but I think that attacking half that we saw from NYX's side, it was just, as we like to say it, a masterclass.
Well, Kachao just living up to her name, just with the quick or speedy recovery here for the side of NYX. And so far, I hope you're liking my Raph cosplay.
10 out of 10. I gotta
10 out of
rate it.
10. My Raph cosplay is definitely there. But this first game that we were looking at, they were looking for that redemption match coming in from MLT. Momentum shifted, but nonetheless, the buffer yet again was definitely not there for the side of MLT. But, ladies and gents, I think the panelist also has something to say. So I'll pass it on to my twin and Reirachu to cover on what happened with this map.
Thank you, Taylor. I'm here with your twin on my right, Kachao with the old Kaching. Much better half from MLT after that switch, but just not enough. Just kind of too little too late. What do we make of that? I think, we're seeing a lot of good things that they could bring into map number 2.
That's true. And, I really appreciate the patience of MLT, especially on that second half. I think that's when they really started to come alive, and we saw the mastery of the comp to kind of make NYX Kyosei impatient. I feel like that's also something that NYX have to pay attention to when we go into Breeze, because MLT was very comfortable sitting in their safe side of the map, letting NYX throw all their utility before any fight could happen. But as Taylor and Zach said, there just wasn't enough of a buffer for MLT to really get their gears going despite an impressive streak. NYX, I feel like, just has been on a tear in terms of mechanics. Strategically, there were a few lapses here and there, but a lot of superstar play already on the first map of the series.
Absolutely. Talking about superstar play, we're saying, Piety absolutely had to show up today in this series, and show up she did. 21-9 on that Killjoy, just start to finish. And some rounds it just looked as if MLT were like, okay, we've taken down Piety, and then they have a chance later on in the round. But pretty much, Piety survived to the end. It was not the best look for MLT, especially in the first half. And taking a look at some of the stats, a 10 out of 10 post plan for NYX Kyosei, just bonkers right there. 4 out of 5 post plans for MLT is a very respectable also, and 11 for skills actually going the way of MLT, just kind of showing that, as Black and Blue talked about previously also, that, a lot of the times some teams, they get that initial advantage, but then they can't convert that into something more in the round.
Is that foreshadowing, because it was MLT to take the first round of this of this map actually, and then the snowball kind of happened, and it was in a huge part to Piety, who was insane on the lurks. And once again, that attacking side on the side of NYX Kyosei to just kind of bulldoze their way when they wanted to hold that W key was very, very impressive. But at the same time, I feel like MLT, they've found a behavior pattern for NYX Kyosei as a whole. They really don't want to guess as a team. That's why they throw a lot of their utility early on in that second half. But once again, maybe that's also the confidence in their ability to take fights and to take all these aim duels and come out on top. But maybe I'm just getting too excited, you know what I mean?
I mean, this is the point in time where we get excited, right? It's elimination, it's tournament life on the line. I also want to go back really quick to one of the points you made earlier on. I think it was halftime or before map 1, also about how you were saying that, MLT with that double controller just seem to not be able to fully play out their composition that well. When we looked at the post plan, are you making fun of me, Raph? Just look here. Anyway, just yeah, the 10 out of 10 post ban statistic just shows that, like, I feel like with a double controller composition, you shouldn't be losing the post plans to 10 out of 10. So hopefully, you know, we see a little bit of a switch up. Hopefully in the couple of minutes that they got before that map number 2, we can try to switch things up, guys. We've got at least one more map before either of these teams goes home. We're gonna find out if MLT can mount a convincing comeback right after this break.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank.
Spike. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you then I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
guys, and welcome back to map number 2 in our first best of 3 series of the day, of day 4 here at Game Changers APAC Elite. It's gonna be Breeze, and this one is just such an interesting one for us. I think, you know, it's Nix's map pick. However, neither of these teams have stats really on Breeze. There's pretty much at least 4 or 5 other maps that both of these teams would rather play than Breeze. So the fact that NYX Kyosei is like whipping this one out during Elite is just so exciting to us.
That's so true. And like, I kind of wish we still had Pearl and Fracture in the pool. You know, maybe get a
That's
set
one
out
of
the way.
us.
What? But anyway, anywho, you are correct. You know, Breeze is a bit of a mystery for everybody, so it's a true toss-up of a map. But just kind of, you know, referencing the results from the last map and how the teams have been playing, it does seem like NYX Kyosei is a little more inclined to taking those fights, whereas MLT likes to play that much more as a group. I think Zahk had a great point when we were talking during the break that this might be a little more competitive because Aluo is finally online, as we saw her just kind of tear it up in those last few rounds of the of the previous map. But Breeze, I feel like Breeze has been, I don't know how to say it. I think I don't like the map now. You know, I think it was fine the way it was, but open up bridge, guys. We need more ways to attack A, not just one way. We need at least 2.
Yeah, I get where they were going with that, but the fact that they changed both like shop over at A, and then they also changed the mid part and bridge. I'm not sure if like maybe they could have just opted to change just one, but you know, I think that absolutely, even with the changes to New Breeze, I feel like map number 2 might just come down to who on either of these teams is feeling themselves more and who's going to be winning those aim duels. And I think that, you know, after that map number 1, I'm not sure if MLT have enough gas left in the tank to be able to make that happen.
Oh man, I feel like that could potentially be true as well. Again, especially with the emphasis of how aim heavy taking mid can be for Breeze, and how I guess just relatively speaking, there's just been more fragging on the side of NYX Kyosei in comparison to MLT. But if the rest of the team can step it up or find a way to get around that problem of just trying to be, or rather trying to strong arm mid away from NYX Kyosei, then maybe MLT has a big chance here. But that is a very interesting set of agents. We have Reina on one side and Yoru on the other.
Yeah, and the Neon as well. So Neon, I think NYX Kyosei, they're just they're going all in on the W gaming for this map number 2. I think they sense that, you know, map 1, they had a great thing going, and they're gonna try to keep up that momentum, try to keep up that energy, starting off on the attacking side on Breeze, whereas MLT, you know, again, I mean, they're running the double duelist with the Reina as well as the Jet. They are starting on the defense though, so maybe a bit iffier for them for the first half, but I like what they're doing. We're saying, like, you know, map 1, they didn't look too hot, they didn't look all that confident, but I don't know what they did in the break, but they're coming back and they're like, no, we're still gonna go with this, we're gonna pick the double duelist, and we're not giving up. I love this.
That's true. And I actually don't mind the Yoru pick so much, especially there's still a lot of open space and a lot of angles that might go unchecked for the potential teleport play. But again, we'll just have to see, as our map is going to be going in a short moment, I think.
Yep, we will have to see, and there's no better duo to bring us the action than once again Tayrawr and Zahk. Zahk, bring us back in.
For bringing you the action once again on map number 2 of the day. And honestly, looking at these Asian comps, Tayrawr, I gotta say, it takes me back all the way last year to Copenhagen when we saw Paper Rex bring out the Yoru on this very map. So back to our roots here. NYX, they're already 1 map ahead. This is their map pick, and they have certainly been cooking looking at this Asian comp.
Man, sorry, I just have to always see Fifi here, and I'm just excited as we are looking into Agent Comp as well for the side of NYX Kyosei. Like the panel also said, this might work out greatly if ever, especially if ever, MLT doesn't have that good reads when it comes to those Yoru TPs. But if ever they do have good reads, it might be an immediate shutdown. You just never know. But let's see if they can take that momentum they got from that second half for MLT side, or Nix would just bamboozle the site all throughout the entirety of this map.
Yeah, I think the Fifi buff, as we like to call it here, has been great for them on that map number 1. But on map number 2, it's still a question of whether it will be continuing. Now, once again, Nix, they are going to be starting off on the attacking side. However, when it comes to space creation, they don't have the jet or sometimes the raise that you see to Satchelin. So a lot of that pressure, it's going to fall onto Capricious and Delbisky's shoulders. But that said, I think that they can definitely use the Uru a little bit more as that initiator tool as they look to contest into this A site early on. The Cypher utility being broken thanks to the drone, but still, Aphrodite and Envious on side playing spoiled sport here, taking down both of those Zulus, and it's just the crossfires that are immaculate so far. Only 2 players left. Finally, Nix finding
enemy
some
remaining.
kind of kill, some kind of damage, but it's just them surrounded on all sides, and Envious to start things off with the 4K in the pistol.
She's awake. I think that first game that they had, it was just more of having to get back to the game and really having that fire back or a spark towards those controls. And I think that confidence is definitely using here on this second map that we were looking at. They were expecting those Yoru TPs, and I was already expecting that, obviously with the fake out of Capricious, they can definitely destroy the traps that has been set by MLT, but it seems like they're more than prepared to take on the action here and not really what do we call this? Not really surprised with the picks that they have right now. But let's see on the second round as they have the Spectres in play in action as well. That's an immediate triple shutdown for the side of MLT.
One enemy
They're
remaining.
really doing its damage here. On the opposite side, Piety trying to find something on the lurk, does find another kill. Con at least will deny the flawless, but it will only be 1 kill for the next side as MLT, they extend their lead in this anti-eco. Bit of a change of things from last time around. I think on Lotus, they also the round that they lost horrifyingly. This time they've learned their lesson, safety in numbers, and they pushed their advantage overwhelmingly. So almost a flawless, only 1 kill to come through here for Con, and nothing much more that she could really do. That said though, Nix, they're finally going to be having their full buy kicking in here. Rifles across the board. And I'm interested to see how they're going to be playing it out, because so far they've been going for these kind of 5-person plays or 4-person pushes, and they haven't been taking too much control across the map like we saw them do on Lotus.
Like you said, strength in numbers, and I think that's what they're playing around with. That's a quick fadeaway coming in from Elu after that initial pickoff. That's Piety already shut down. It's still a 5v4. And you see the change of pacing from when we saw them on defense in Lotus a while ago. It seems like they're more aggressive when it comes to taking on those initial pickoffs, but this time successfully. So that's a very different change from when we saw them a while ago. Capricious already detected here. They know there's going to be mid control happening for the side of NYX Kyosei, but can they stop it? That's going to be the question. Samphire detected by the drone. They know there's a TP on the back ends of the side. They're really careful here in making sure that there's not going to be any pick off that NYX can give off. That's the initial kill from Eluwu. That's a shutdown again. And this is a buy round for NYX.
A buy round that found absolutely nothing there, as an overwhelming combination of Eluwu and the utility just take them down. That was such a nice snake fight as they looked to cross into that B site, but more than that, I think that positioning wise, MLT, they just look so much more confident in this particular round. That's a flawless bonus that they converted, so upgrades across the board here for the MLT players, and suddenly NYX, once again, they're on the back foot economically. I think like you mentioned there, that was a great point that you talked about for aggression being made by MLT, and you saw a couple of plays like that to try to come out on Lotus on that A side as well, but the Fade kind of denied any kind of value for the MLT roster. Now though, with the Reina, they just look so much more confident to be able to take these duels and come out and keep their numbers alive. And now, once again, that change of pace, they know that the economy for NYX is broken, so they're just playing passive here, trying to hold down these off angles.
It's definitely a big difference, especially having Arena here, because we saw them a while ago get those pick off first, but then again, they try to push in for more info, for more space, and that's when Nix actually catches them off guard. But this time, you get a kill and you just mamba out basically, and that's what Elu is doing right now. She gets another kill onto Piety and moves away, reposition themselves into making sure that they truly have that control on the side. Aphrodite just setting up B here, and she already knows that it might be a B hit for the side of NYX Kyosei.
Has the utility to work with to boot. So once again, the snake bite gonna cut off this choke point early on here. 40 seconds left. It seems like Nix, they still want to commit towards the side, but the crossfire this time, Envious and Kara Friday, they're just shredding these players apart.
30 seconds
On now in 1v5, has a muscle in hand, tagged up insanely low, and Samfire will finish the job here. 4-0 for MLT, and as much of a strong start as we saw out of Nix on Lotus, these guys, they look just as convincing on this particular map. We're gonna be seeing another buy versus buy round though, and hopefully with the help of some ultimates, Nix, they can kind of reconsider here, because MLT, they just have so much momentum.
It's surprising that obviously we are looking at the map pick from the first game from the side of MLT, and then you have Breeze, which is a map pick by Nix as well. So it's interesting that they're having that swap of momentum. And for this time around, it's going to be a timeout, a much needed timeout, I would say, for Nix Kyosei, since this is going to be a buy round yet again for them. At least make a little bit of a plan ahead, especially that they're having more of a read on how MLT plays as well. And the pickoffs here from Eluwu, just phenomenal so far. They don't overextend, they don't overheat anymore. And securing those initial pickoffs is really huge. You remove the traps that being set up by Piety here. You open up the site, or you open up the entire map for flanks, and they're making use of that.
I think they're also just really aware, like you mentioned, map control, of course, playing a huge role in the fight between these two teams. And MLT, so far at least, they look way more convincing on the kind of lanes that they're pushing. I think one thing that we haven't seen come out of both of these teams so far as much has been that mid-control play. And it seems like Nix are now going to be pushing the issue this time around, going for a relatively straightforward attempt at this B site. I think this combination of duelists, the Yoru as well as the Neon, it's been something that they've been struggling with a little bit. Talking about struggles though, that's Kira Aphrodite finding a kill through the smoke, just a headshot to take down Delvisky off the bat like that. Again though, the awareness out of this MLT side, they still know that mid is open, and Paide's lurk, it's been expected. You can see Envy is just watching for it and gets the kill to boot. 2 kills already for MLT.
It's gonna be Piety shut down yet again, and we can definitely see for all the rounds that we were looking at, seemed like the Bisky is still having a rough time, a rough patch here, and trying to take up space. We see all those TPs being set up, yeah, but then again, a little bit of a mishap there for the side of Eluwu, looking at the TPs as well. It's a fake. They know that 3v3 situation, and Nix finally opens a site to make a plant happen, and a post plant even.
Like you mentioned, they're just playing on site here, trying to maintain whatever control they have, and no flanks really incoming for this MLT roster. They're all gonna have to manually clear out on site here, trying to take these fights up close again through the smoke. Sapphire this time to find a kill. Luna for the second, and Kira Aphrodite will take down that final player. For a second, it seemed like Nix, they could have made that round work with Kachow's 2K, but their post plan just was so disjointed there that MLT, they once again just sweep through them to get their lead 5-0 now.
You can also definitely see that MLT is really having a good read here for the side of Nix Kyosei. They were able to read up the lurks coming in from Piety. Not only that, those 2 pre-fires through the smoke just managed to pick off 2 players, very important players as well for Nix's side. That post-plant scenario, Delbisky not even being able to pass through the smoke to make an entry happen. You lose those control, you lose those kind of setups. It just makes it more difficult for the rest of the team. But I see a change of pace here. They seem to be holding on to mid, not only that, but able to try and lurk around B side as well and make a play happen. But you can definitely see MLT is waiting and expecting for this to happen as well.
They have the information. I think that Luna did spot out at least one player towards this B main area. You can also see that there's still Cypher utility on the side, which is going to make it much more difficult to push in. I think that the gate crash of the Yoru was broken as well, so there's no real easy way for Capricious to teleport onto site there. Now, again, just such slow plays to come out of NYX. They still have a buy. They have but for MLT's side, they have the operator online for Luva, and she's holding such an aggressive position towards this A main side. So it's gonna have to be NYX to find some other lane to take. It looks to go towards mid instead, but Sapphire still finds out the kill. Huge opener there. Trade finally coming through from Khan with the Hunter Sphere. He gets a second tag as well.
Okay, provided goes for the spray, but wasn't able to get on the double kill. Instead, catches one 2v1 situation. It's still in play. Con, she needs to pick up the spike as well. An operator setup, even a drone being set up here to take on info. It's a patience game, 12 seconds remaining.
10 seconds
and
left.
being tagged up by a drone isn't helpful at all. She has to fight this. A double kill maybe. It's not gonna happen. It's already set up for MLT to win.
The nice thing I can say for NYX is that these rounds are getting closer and closer. I think that this time around there were only 2 players left alive, and if they had possibly tried to commit towards this B instead, they might have had a little bit more success instead of that operator that was still online on A for NVS. But now it's a timeout from MLT. Maybe they want to be sure that they don't really lose any more rounds going forward. It is 6-0 in their favor so far, and looking at the ultimates here, they certainly have a lot to work with, both the Neural Theft as well as the Viper Spin available for them. That said though, NYX, despite this being an eco, they have the overdrive, and we've seen the kind of damage that a Neon can do with that particular ult.
You could also see how MLT sets up a site here. You see a double tripwire being placed. They know that a fake out, for example, can destroy the first initial tripwire that has been set. But then again, you have that double tripwires that could catch the next possible teammate here for NYX's side. Whoever wants to entry, might be Delbisky, might be Capricious. And for the time being, obviously, you don't see any skies here. There's no other agents that could destroy that tripwire other than that fake out as well. So this is what MLT is just trying to do. They're just taking it a step at a time. They're making sure the traps has been set. They have invested in the operator. Really huge pickup here, especially on a map like Breeze, where you have that long angles that you have to take on. And obviously, if you get that initial pickoff, and again, how MLT plays here now in this map, Zach, they try to make a pickoff happen. They don't overheat no more.
They've been really good at that push and pull that see from a team on defense here, being proactive enough to find that crucial information, maybe get that early pick. I think both, as well as Envious in that last round, have been doing a really good job of that. But Ilubu in particular, she's just using the arena to full potential, especially like we saw in those first 3 rounds. Been a little bit of a slowdown from her. It's less of Ilubu slowing down and more of the team doing their job. I think that for NYX, they've been really struggling in regard to finding those crucial entries, because like we talked about, the Neon and the Yoru, while they're great, they tend to fit more into that duelist initiator kind of mixed agent than as a pure duelist, because they don't really have the tools with which to create space effectively. So I think they also have a lot of difficulty when it comes down to spacing. I think that NYX, they've looked a bit lackluster when beating each other out, or just, being able to win out their 1v1s. They're going to have to kind of take this pause. I know it's technical pause, but they can also use it to regroup a little bit. And hopefully, if they can come back to the same kind of coordination that we saw out of them on Lotus, it might be what they need to make a comeback on this map. Because so far, MLT, they have been making very few mistakes and a lot of excellent plays.
Very few mistakes indeed. Maybe none at all so far. It's a clean 6-0 that we're looking at. And I don't think we've ever come to a point into a 1v1 situation as well. And you saw how MLT basically disintegrated that post-plant scenario coming in from NYX from a while ago. That first plant, the only plant that they were able to do so far. in this 6 rounds that we were looking at. But anyway, while we were on a technical pause podcast, I want to know,
No.
chat, who are we gunning for here? For the people who are watching right now, are you a supporter of MLT or Fifi, which is Nix Kyosei, by the way? Who are you supporting? Who are you gunning for this matchup that we have here? Very essential matchup indeed, because it's basically elimination at this point. Whoever loses this series will already say goodbye this time around for the last event of Asia Pacific.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. Like you mentioned, it's elimination, so it's go big or go home for both of these teams. But also, just a reminder as to what exactly awaits the winner. It's not just the prize money, which is very nice, I must admit. There's also
There's
the
prize
possibility.
money?
Of course. Yeah, we need to like make a caster game changer squad and run it clean the next time around.
I know,
I feel
right?
like I call dibs on Victoria. Like I'm just saying that right now.
I guess I'll
if-
take Dash. She's watching right now. I think she does watch parties as well. I take Dash.
Shout out.
Unfortunately, Raph couldn't join, but he could also pass as me, maybe. I'm not sure.
You guys can swap out for each other.
Yeah, we can swap out for each other, Sobin. And then who else can we take? Mika Fabs. I'll take dibs on Mika Fabs on my team.
Ah, damn it! I gotta go. I gotta host. You gotta host. Okay. I pick. Actually, don't know. I pick Reirachu. She's
Okay.
right here.
So we're now a 3-man squad. Who else?
Yeah.
Who else do we have on the talent
We have so
lineup?
many. We have so many. Okay. I want to. I call B&B.
You go B&B? Can he
Yeah.
even join? I don't think he can join Game Changers.
Okay. Never mind. You're right. I thought we were
hello,
going
guys.
for just like a talent pool, but
Welcome
never
to
mind.
our podcast here. And of course, so far, it's a 6-0. You definitely saw it on your screens as well. But I think right now, while we're waiting for that pause to happen, we're just going to go in a very short break. And of course, we're still going to be here to watch the matches, cast it for you as well, to every viewer that we have. I know that you guys are typing who you want to win, but let's see later on. Right now, we're just going to go in a very short break. Don't go away because Valorant Game Changers APAC Elite will be right back.
Surprise! You thought it was actually
It's a
going to
prank.
be 10 minutes fully, but it is just 4 minutes that I think we were waiting, and we're back in game.
It's definitely a prank for the viewers, but at least it's in a good way, right? In a good way, because we're
Yeah.
finally back here on the match. But here we go. For everyone who just tuned in, this is already the second game of this best of 3 series. MLT against NYX Kyosei, and so far NYX Kyosei already got one map away here. They're only one map away from actually winning this series, but look at MLT, a 6-0 so far, Zach.
Yeah, it's been pretty dominant coming out of them on Breeze. They came out strong right out of the gate here to be able to pick up that bonus, with Aluwu finding a lot of crucial kills. And now that they have the operator online for NBS, they've been even more excellent in just being proactive on that ace side. They get so much information for free with her pushing out, and that kind of frees up the rest of the team to push out on these other lanes. I think that for Nyx's side, it's been a little bit hit or miss when it comes down to the duels they're taking. Their duelists have just not been able to find that crucial space that they really need on site, and they always seem to end up in a numerical disadvantage after the first 30 seconds. So hopefully that break will see them kind of adjust a little bit and fix a lot of those mistakes. But at least for now, MLT, they have a possibility to extend their lead even further to 7, because NYX, they're going to be on an eco round here.
It is going to be indeed an eco round, but we are also looking at an overdrive available here in the hands of Delbisky. So let's see what that can do. It can open up. We're still yet to see how Delbisky can entry a site here. So far, MLT has been unstoppable when it comes to really getting into positions here on the defense itself. But with certain adjustments so far, Zach, when it comes to, we already saw how MLT basically put up the traps, set up the traps, and how they take control over Nyx. What can Nyx actually do?
I think that so far Nyx, they've, like we talked about, really been struggling when it comes to finding those opening picks. Now they look to go directly for this B site execute here. Early on, it's going to be the TP from Capricious. Again, though, MLT, they hold strong. Just a predictive plays too much for the squad to deal with. Finally caught. Able to at least find one kill with the Sheriff, but that's going to be that. Again, it's just a crunch. The net closing around the Nyx squad as MLT, they do their best to choke life out of them. Just an almost flawless once again. Samfar's positioning as well as Luna's utility throughout that round was just gorgeous work.
That was a very well executed round yet again from MLT. You can definitely see they really have 100% a read on Capricious here. And I fairly think that if you're playing against a Yoru, this is the usual positioning anyway for those TPs. So when it comes to them, you see the flash settled in. It was a flash coming in from Capricious, if I'm not mistaken. Now making it faster this time around, they do have that ult from the Yoru. They're telling them exactly where the rest of the team of MLT is going to be. The flash settling in. It doesn't help out, but Con was able to finally secure that first pick-off. But Luna on the side itself was able to pick up on 3v1 situation now. It's all up to Piety. Spike has been dropped right in front of MLT's faces.
Yeah, that was such a nice play to come out of Samfire there to find those 2 kills despite the distraction of the Yoru ult. Now just all in Paide's hands, no control of Spike, no real information as to where exactly these players on MLT are playing. However, Lubu gives away a freebie here and Paide quick to capitalize. Now a 1v2 opts to go in for the reposition, a re-aggression from main instead. Also will be able to clear out this area of the map and might be able to smoke out the position of the remaining players. Poison Orb though, it's going to come through to make this battle look even more tough with that snake bite coming in. 30 seconds left. Paide has to be able to break this crossfire somehow. 1v2 gets the first, and now it's just a 1v1, but Kira Freddy ready for the trade will bring MLT to 8.
Successful on isolating the fights here. Nonetheless though, think about it, the Viper Orb has been set up already as well. So it was very difficult position. It was already across, like you said, Zach, and a clean round yet again from MLT's side. They do really have good reads though, you have to say that. And when it comes to setting up the traps from the Cypher, not only that, but also the Viper Orb, it's all there. It's like B is not punishable for the time being right now.
Yeah, I think the Cypher Sova combination, or the Cypher Viper, as we're seeing this round, is just so much utility that's available for MLT to really push forward. Now we're seeing a little bit of a split play coming in. Overdrive right off the bat to find an opener onto Aphrodite. Now just Sapphire alone on side, trying to play around the positions. It's only going to be able to find one kill this time though, and finally Nix, they have the numbers advantage. Hunter's Fury to come out early on, but Elubu and Envious towards mid, they just clear it out. 2v3 situation. Spike still hasn't gone down here. Nix trying to smoke out, maybe find another kill before it really happens, and it's gonna be Luna trying to just buy time for the rotation to come in. The flake is here. The timing also there for Luna, and now it's just a 1v3. Envious takes her down, and another round for MLT, 9-0.
The lurk from the double duelist that MLT has from A side. They do take mid control for Nix. Yes, but only for a few moments here. Heidi, she was just waiting patiently for the next players to come in. But other than that, you could already see that Envious was able to wrap around on the location of the enemies as well. MLT so far so good, 9-0. And it feels like a deja vu from what we were seeing from game number 1, but a different team, right?
Yeah, it's just, what was it, 10-2 half in the first one, now 9-0 for MLT, who have bounced back on their opponents. They go in favor of MLT. However, Nix able to find some damage of their own, and they still want to try and make this round work out. Viper's Pit invested now by the side of Nix to try and get that plan down. Khan looking to smoke out the positions here, finds the first 2v2 situation now. Hunter's Fury still on the table here, but hasn't really been used by Khan. They're just trying to play it out in this Viper's Pit.
One enemy
Sapphire
remaining.
in the corner might be able to do something. Kira ready to find a kill, and still Chow looking for the time and the space, brings it down to a 1v1. Doesn't know the position of Sapphire though, who's already just lurking around in that Viper's Pit. Has made the wrap around here, and this might be it. All it comes down to Kachao. She's gonna have to go huge in the 1v1. It's just a game of cat and mouse. Whoever sees the other, it's gonna come down to that. Sapphire with the angle, has to look at the right place at the right time, and does flick in time. Another round for MLT, 10-0. They look unstoppable.
Even a little nod of confirmation there at the end as well. I do think that this Viper's Pit was already set up for them, and Kachao trying to plant the spike. I know they are going or trying out to fake players from MLT side to try and push in this Viper's Pit, but actually they already have control and they could have planted a spike there, but nonetheless they were the one who were playing anyway, and at that point they just needed to find that pick off, but instead it's them who got picked off. Anyway, a brand new round here for Nix. Little bit of a mishap there, but it's still doable. We saw 10-2 make it to a 12-6, 12-7 a while ago, and maybe they can make it happen again if they have good reads. Kon was able to secure that first initial pick-off towards Envious. Kachao as well onto Aphrodite, removing that orb, or removing the smokes here coming in from the Viper. The TP from Capricious, it seems like she just couldn't take any
One enemy
space.
remaining.
Bit of a weird experience, but overall, Nix, they look much more successful in this round here to be able to find that opening pick, break
Last
apart the
round
Viper's
before
Pit,
the
and finally
switch.
this lurk from Heidi to be able to take out Sapphire will finally put an end to SMG's, for a second it seemed like SMG because they're the only other team I know who has not made a 10-0 this year so far, but yeah, a little bit of a more dominant showing coming out of Nix there against MLT. That said, though, MLT, they still have so many ults here. The Neural Theft to Blade Storm. Also, Elubu still with the possession of that Empress. It's going to still make it a little bit challenging here for Nix.
Kon really stepping up to the table here, really pressing on the gas pedal as well. And so far, she's been getting all those frags in for the rest of the team. And we all know how difficult it is also for Capricious to take on kills here, especially when you TP and don't have any intel where the enemy might be. Good trade-off. That's going to be the first kill
Spike
for
down mid.
Capricious this time around. 4v3 situation. And actually, Nix here getting back on the groove as well.
Give me those back.
Oh, but Envy is still with the Blade Storm, looking to play Spoil Sport here. Takes out Kachao, and that's going to mean no more smokes for the duration of the round here. 3v2 situation, just Piety and Capricious left right now, trying to isolate the fights. It's still
One
going to
enemy
be Envious
remaining.
on site. A clean headshot, the third kill for her on this round, and suddenly things once again looking very dire here for the NYX squad. All just Piety left right now, does have the Neural Theft to work with, finds the first kill. 75 HP, looking for a little bit more, but Alubu denies it. 11 to 1 half for MLT, and they looked so
Switching sides.
strong. But before we switch sides and actually see how NYX is going to be doing on their own defense, I think that our panel has something to say.
Thanks, Zach. For MLT came roaring out of the gates. Envious is her getting the 4K on the pistol, the round number 1, just absolutely pedal to the metal. I think MLT outpacing and outreading NYX in that first half.
That's definitely true. I mean, especially pacing issues. I feel like in terms of composition, while they can burst with, you know, the flashes with Yoru plus Neon, the whole comp strength is built on careful information gathering and also denying. You know, when you have the Viper and when you have the Cypher, you can both lurk and anti-lurk really, really well. But it just seems like there were so many moments where NYX kept taking these raw duels that couldn't maximize the kit. And again, it just seemed suboptimal. Again, it's really not to knock on the Yoru pick. I feel like they had an idea going on here, but MLT was really onto something, getting that jet pick on the board. You know, I feel like they're doing the same thing. They're still being as careful with information as possible. But when they do need to burst, the dash is that much more reliable, at least in terms of this application. Either way, MLT is doing such a great job of denying any pivot point whatsoever for NYX. Like, NYX just cannot get a conditioning game onto MLT, and MLT's just been online, you know. The scoreboard's really been telling, 11-1.
With these compositions from both these squads, how do we think it's going to be after the switch, though?
Oh man, I would love to see NYX to fight back and get their gears going, but maybe it's the same issue from the last map. There's just not enough allowance, not enough of a buffer for them to mount something.
Absolutely. Well, 11-1 would be a miracle if NYX are able to come back, but we will see if this is going to go to map 3 or not. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Reirachu, for that analysis as well. See, I can also do it.
I like that.
We are on to 11-1. They were talking about a buffer, Zach here, and so far it's like we said a while ago, it's a deja vu from map number 1, and this is probably the most important pistol round for NYX so far right now in this game. They have to make this pistol round to be able to eliminate that match point. Deny.
Yeah, for sure. The pressure's on for them to win it if they want to keep this map alive here, because like you mentioned, otherwise it's just a free match point to come in for MLT. Now MLT, they're going to be the ones on attack here. They're going for a bit more of a mid play than we saw to come out of the NYX side for most of the duration. There is still Dobisky though, who's taking up so much space towards mid. Between her and Piety, they might be able to crunch the remainder of this squad. Capricious and Dobisky on the flank as well to just chow through whatever resistance MLT offers towards the doors, and now it's just Samfire in a 1v5. Spike drops, has to take these duels somehow. So many players on NYX just waiting for that peak. It looks so horrific.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3. Nope, it's not gonna happen. Capricious to finally get the last kill here and securing the pistol round, a much needed for NYX's side as well. I do like the crunch play here on mid. They were able to really utilize the stuns coming in from the Neon or coming in from Delbisky, and with that was able to secure basically all those 4 kills just on mid control.
Yeah, I think it was really nice, the kind of crunch coming in, especially that early mid take that came out of NYX's side. You saw how far Delbisky was in that first 15 seconds or so, and I think that revamp mid, it's kind of been what makes this breeze a little bit less annoying than the previous iteration. This time around, again, aggression to come out from Capricious towards the elbow to find an opener for the NYX side. Still though, it's going to be the tripwire setup that's intact on E, as it seems like MLT, they want to push forward, but again, it's just the Cypher utility being so pesky here.
still a play for info, and so far they've already destroyed one trap here. This pulls out, or this managed to pull out that one-way smoke from Piety. They know exactly where she's gonna be. This is gonna be that spray, and of course the stun from the Tripwire coming in for her. The double kill settles in. Sapphire to get the trade here, but Piety still very feisty. That's gonna be a 2v1 scenario. Okay, for Deity, she still has that opportunity to make this round happen, but this stun is just perfectly aligning towards her. No follow-up though from the side of Nix.
Still doable though, carefully. Sheriff in hand is aware of this possibility, but has to check the angle. Clearly not gonna happen. Kachao with the wraparound will be able to finally take her out. Nix, they extend their score to 3 here, and it's gonna be a much needed bit of breathing room. But that said, it's gonna make their bonus buy a little bit scrappy. You might see a full investment coming in. I saw some rifles being bought, and it's kind of do or die in this round because yes, Nix, they will have some upgraded firepower to work with, but they also have to win it because otherwise they're looking at match point with no money in the bank.
Definitely true. A timeout for NYX Kyosei. They know it's going to be that buy round from MLT side. I do want to say that despite having this big of a disadvantage, especially having a rough time when it comes to the time that they were on the attacker side or attack side, I feel like they are going to be able to utilize a lot of the potentials here, especially from this double duelist, Delbisky and also Capricious. You have that TP out from Capricious, obviously, that could go around the entirety of the site quite fast in just a blink of an eye, literally. And you also have Delbisky that could also be quite fast. You know, there's that unexpected pushes that can come from Delbisky. They just do have to really have that good of a read coming in from MLT side, and I think that could work.
It could indeed. I think that Nix, it's been a very slow start for them on this map, but once that side swap came in, they do look a little bit more confident. They've been making these kind of aggressive crunch plays that have worked out for them. And MLT, despite having that double duelist so far on the attacking side, they have struggled in regards of taking up space without too many losses. I think once again, just the fact that the Reina can't really keep up with the Jet once the Jet dashes in. I think that MLT, they are changing up the pace a little bit. You did see very quick aggression to come out initially from them in the previous rounds, but this time around, they're just testing the waters across the map here, possibly pivoting over towards this A site instead of where Delbisky is still playing up close and personal. Now has information that there is some presence from the MLT squad around here, and there's just a crossfire being held.
That's going to be the stun coming in, trying to delay. They know there's going to be 2 people on back ends of the site. They also know there's a Neon here. They're quite aware that there's going to be 3 people. And so far, are they aware there's going to be a lurk towards mid? That's going to be that surprise from Khan, all the way from behind the players of NYX Kyosei. Able to secure that double kill, and now it's a 5v3. Make it a 5v2.
30 seconds left.
Just such an incredible lurk to come out of Envious there to find those 2 huge openers. Now a 2v5 situation as that spike comes down. First kill at least coming through for Capricious, but immediate trade to be there from Luna. Now just Piety in a 1v4. Sheriff and Han can't find anything, and that's MLT for a match point here on their opponent's pick. 12-3 now, and staring down the barrel of the gun, there's just not much money at all for Nix to work with.
They just really had the perfect timing here. After getting reconned on the backside, they had all the info that they needed. It was gonna be a triple stack on A, and despite having a camera set up on mid, they were too busy looking at A main, trying to control, trying to delay the players from A main, and was able to take up space freely, quite freely to be honest, here on mid. Now it's a match point for the side of MLT. The Tripwires will be able to stun out Envious for quite a bit, but it's only Piety on side. She has to wait for the reinforcement. She gets Elu though, at least for a V5.
My camera is this.
Kill numbers in favor as Heidi finds another kill from that dark side. Freddy finally taking her down, although there's an
Spike
immediate
down,
refrag
B.
as Kachao swings out, now playing through her own Viper Orb to possibly take up a little bit more space. Drone invested now by the Sova to possibly find the position on a little bit more of these NYX players, but only gonna be one who is really spotted out. Kachao, again, not able to reposition, but still does have some backup in the form of teammates here. Recon Bolt to come through to buy even more time, and in this 2v5 situation, 2v4 situation rather, it's going to be very difficult for them to find some space. Sapphire though takes out Kachao. Immediate reswing from Khan to find some more damage, and NYX, they hold on. 12-4.
They have Kachao, they have Kaching. That's gonna be the peak coming in from Con. Ferrari peak, as we call it here. Especially with the timing of the recon as well. And again, this rounds that we're looking at, this is the spark that NYX Kyosei is trying to look for. But other than that, you just have to think that the buffer isn't there. MLT is just 1 point away from taking this map number 2 away from NYX Kyosei. But on the other hand, the good thing for them, they were able to secure map 1. So we really might be seeing a map 3 here anytime soon. But let's see if they can make a comeback happen. Delbisky and Piety already going in for that double kill. Now in a 5v3 situation, a little bit of aggression from Envious side. She knows there's going to be one in backside, but nonetheless, that's going to be Piety securing the kills instead. Oop.
Exactly what NYX need to jump back into this. 12-5 now on the comeback. The comeback is on the line, and that was the flawless as well, which will let them extend their economy a little bit further. Their bank looking a little bit healthier here after that round. That said, though, it wasn't equal for MLT, and they're finally going to be having their full buy kicking in. No ultimates available for either side aside from the Neural Theft for NYX, as well as the Empress for Eluvu, neither of which are very huge game-changing ults, unless of course they're in the right situation. I think that Eluvu in particular, she might be looking forward to really pump up that Reyna action, especially with this B site gonna be that point of contention. A bit of a split through elbow as well, and Envious and Eluvu, they're leading the charge.
Leading the charge indeed. Already through mid. They're not aware. They're looking at the Cypher cam, but a double kill from Con saves the day. Instead, 3v3 situation. They're still fighting for their lives. Aphrodite securing one, but that reload. Capricious to take on the action. Now it's all up to Samphire. The Cypher so far goes for a peek. They know exactly where she's gonna be. The fake out is there. It's still not yet over. She can still isolate the fights here, but it's gonna be difficult. She doesn't have any intel where the other player might be.
Yeah, I like how NYX are playing this as well. They're just trying to take the 2v1. You can see that Kachao has made her way over close enough to the side to possibly find the trade. In fact, she's going to be holding the angle, and Samphire just was not expecting it. 12-6 right now. A bit of a resurgence to come out of NYX, and this is exactly what we saw on that first map as well. Literally mirror scores here.
It's like I'm dreaming. But you could definitely see how Con really stepped up to the plate here, especially from map or for this map entirely. From the start till the end, she was able to pick up on very important kills and pickoffs here alongside with the rest of her teammates, and you could see that she's the one carrying this operator. An investment, finally a big investment coming in from NYX as well. Let's see if they can find the pickoff that they need. Envious with a Blade Storm, this can be deadly.
Just spot out Delbisky here, gets that first kill. Blade singing through here, and takes up a little bit more space. The operator not working out, but still the shots from the Blades, they go wide, and finally Con with the Sheriff.
I'm done with the op.
Out Envious. Yeah, Con doesn't need an op, Con just needs a Sheriff. However, there's gonna be Capricious, who finds an additional kill to Samphire here. Not really expecting the players on site. MLT only have 2 alive now. Eluvu and Tayrawr struggling to really find that damage here. It's gonna be Con with the operator once again to do damage. That's coming in to smoke out Eluvu's position, and Heidi will find that final kill. NYX find themselves at 7, 5 rounds away from pushing us to a possible overtime.
Beautiful flashes coming in from Capricious as well. The side of MLT, the last 2 remaining players there, weren't really able to see half of the time that they were trying to fight for their lives in that scenario. And at that point, you see that 4 players are already waiting for them to come out. Any plant or any sound cue that they can do here could give away the position. Not only that, but one initiating a plant makes it a 1v4 situation at that point. MLT, they go for a timeout, a much needed one right now. They don't want to give away that match security, that map point that they have currently. Not only that, but momentum wise, Nix is definitely getting into that gears already. They're definitely, the cogs are working right now in a machine.
For sure. I think that if both Capricious and Delbisky continue to kind of have the rounds that they're having, it's going to be what they need to really bounce back here. I think that for the rest of NYX, they're support players. I say this in quotes because, you know, everybody apart from Adulis is usually often considered just support, you know. I think that all 3 of them have been doing a fantastic job. Khan, of course, first, just being able to use utility to find those kills and get those multi-frags in line. Now with the operator on hand has been incredible throughout this game, but also Paidi and Kachao, they've had a little bit of a wake up themselves in the second half. So I think that NYX, they're finally starting to fire on all of these cylinders here. All they gotta do is really keep it up. Now though, MLT is their buy again, ready Lulu to find the opener onto Capricious, and a little bit of a distraction, space taken towards his A site as well. In fact, the spike itself, it's gonna be rotating over here, and MLT, they've already taken so much space on the side. Operator still in hands for Khan, but it hasn't found anything at all.
Could still work though, but so far they've been really careful. They know there's an operator, but this Lear wouldn't connect to that operator as well. Khan able to pull out the Hunter's Fury. Will it connect? It connects, but not enough to get that kill. Kachao to take on the action with that follow-up stun actually aligns perfectly here. The shock dart as well. Is it gonna kill someone? But Tripwire is there to take them out. 2v2 situation. A make or break for the side of NYX. It's either they win this or we go to map number 3.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
Possible though, it's gonna be Khan to find that first kill with the operator. Now just Samfire, but Khan, nothing can stand up to her. It seems that another triple for the Sova to keep NYX alive. Remember, the half started 1-11, and now it's 8-12. NYX only 4 rounds away from getting it even further here. And for MLT's side, it's definitely been a huge change of momentum here from winning 11 rounds to just not being able to close this map out, and suddenly there's the potential of that 2-0 on the table once again. Economy broken for MLT. They have 4 ultimates to work with, but without that Blade Storm, it's just gonna be such a difficult eco round to get through.
Well, let's see what they're gonna do, what their plan is right now. It was a spark of hope for the side of MLT to finish this off, especially Capricious was immediately shut down from that initial pickoff from Elu a while ago. But it turned out to be a different story. It seems like NYX, they're making a fairy tale happen here. Cinderella story, perhaps. Again, like you said, Zach, they do have lots of utilities to play around with here. Lots of ults to stop MLT to their toes. But also alongside that, they also do have that Viper Spit for MLT side. If they get a post plant here, this is doable for MLT to close off despite having this eco disadvantage. But that's gonna be Kachao securing the first kill, the second one even, but not gonna be that third. Khan to go for that follow-up 4v2 situation here, Zach.
Oh, Samfire though, able to take out Paidi. That will let the neural depth come through, and suddenly this round, it seems like MLT, they still want to try and contest this here. 3v2 situation, Spike in control of the NYX squadron, and MLT, they're gonna have to not just retrieve the Spike in the next 30 seconds, but also either kill everybody else or get that plant down. Luna with the Sheriff doing quite a bit of damage on site, but still, it's gonna be her waiting for Samfire to come back. Already though, you can see Khan just watching the angle, waiting for the push to possibly come out of Samfire. Refund Bolt does spot out a couple of people. Whiskey's still finding the kill, and now it's all down to Samfire. The Sheriff is enough for Khan. She doesn't even need the operator for that final kill. And NYX, they get to 9. It's just such a nice comeback to come out of VP and Code.
They're really having a hard time dealing with Khan here, especially with this operator. in her hands. It seems like no one can escape the crosshairs that she has. If the operator doesn't hit, no worries. The sheriff will definitely hit the player that she's going up against. And from 11, what was the score a while ago, the first half? 11-1?
11.
Yep. 11-1. Now we are on a 12-9. It's just a matter of taking one step at a time. And are we looking at a comeback here? Or is it fake? That's the question.
I certainly hope it's a comeback because I really like these kind of Cinderella stories where a team just comes back from what seemed absolutely impossible. We've seen it with Orangutan before. I think that was also 11-1 half. So definitely we've seen game changer teams pull through it before. Khan still playing spoil sport with the operator. Hasn't quite spotted out the barrels. This timing might be incredibly important. NBS tries to come through and does in fact succeed. A huge opener there for Khan finally taken out of that equation. Eluvu also advancing off the back of that first game. Just fighting on site, almost gets the lineup, but still, it's gonna be Capricious fighting all alone, surrounded by the MLT players, completely taken out, but Kachao, she denies that Viper spin. It's gonna be a 1v2 once again, as NYX, they take back the numbers in their favor, and it's all down to Luna, has the Hunter's Fury to work with, but once again, you have the wraparound coming in from Kachao. She might find the timing, she might be enough to close this one out properly here. No information for Luna, and it will be NYX to find 10. Only 2 rounds away from overtime. That is incredible in this half from them.
That kill towards Khan, I immediately saw the jet, the flashing of the eyes, like the operator is dead. It's time to make that action happen. It's time to push in on the site itself. Even Capricious whiffing a little bit to get this kill towards Envious. But the stop from Kachao, especially on that Viper spit from MLT side, was definitely a very pivotal point in this round. 12-10, Zach, 12-10.
12-10. I knew before the series even started and we were all talking with the analysts, I am pretty sure that we said that today was going to be a long day. And it's not just because of the difficulty, it's because of even how in the LCQ these two teams were so closely matched. Now Viper Spit coming through early on from the NYX side. Kachao though still at least able to find the kill before MLT take it down here. That said though, so the Viper Spit, depending on it, that was how this team of NYX were playing on the site. 1-for-1 trade towards mid. 3v3 situation overall as the spike itself will finally get planted for MLT and they have a chance to set up in a post plant.
Post plant scenario, make or break this time around. They do have a Hunter's Fury ready. Delbisky still has that overdrive. Smokes coming in, especially with Kphrodite still alive. But they can play around this. That's the question. Is this gonna be the overdrive? No! The overdrive doesn't get the kill expected by the side of MLT. And finally, the round that they were looking for to close things off was there. It was long overdue, Zach. It was a lot of rounds that we saw, but in the end, we're going to map 3.
We are indeed going to Sunset here, but talking about that map, absolute phenomenal show to come out of both the teams, especially from NYX's side. I know they lost, but hear me out. Having the mental to come back from 1-10 and finally lose 13-10, I think that it's really, really impressive for the NYX side. That said though, MLT, they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief. It got a little bit dicey there towards that second half, and it seemed for a second we were going all the way to overtime and there was the possible of that NYX 2-0. Unfortunately, at least for MLT, for NYX's side, it's not going to be happening, and we do have that map 3 coming in. But before we head to Sunset, let's see what our wonderful panel has to say.
I mean, 11-1 to 12-10 to that 13-10. I was on the edge of my seat. Oh my god, for a second there, NYX looked like they were going to take this one home 2-0. I got a bone to pick with Khan because my girl, it took her team being down 1-11 before she decided to wake up. But man, what a close game from both these squads.
Right, and you know, like we were talking about it earlier in the day, where NYX is really a team that it's so hard. They're so hard to count out because they'll do exactly this. They'll come alive in the second half, especially if they're on the back foot, and they'll just start doing crazy things. But again, just trying to break down the game for everybody here. I feel like MLT in the second half, while they did win the map, there was also some routing issues. Like, they had the right idea on taking the site, but once they started taking those site fights, it's when Nix really came alive. You know, Con had a lot of isolated 1v1s, and she played with her utility really, really well, despite having moments where, true to the Sova graphic, actually started playing with the operator, which, again, to the uninitiated, is quite uncommon in our pro scene. But, you know, that last round where Nix was just feeling really, really good, they thought that they had the momentum in hand, just kind of resulted in a bit of an overextension. But, like you mentioned, still a really, really long series. We still have Sunset ahead of us.
Absolutely, and you were talking about the operator, right? It was the sheriff and operator combo that she was rocking as well. It's not the usual gun duo that you tend to see whenever one of the players whips out that operator. But looking at the stats, right, we've got 15 first kills for the side of MLT and very low post plant numbers. 0 out of 1 for Nix, 2 out of 3 for MLT. I think that just really shows in the momentum, the play style that we ended up seeing in the last 23 rounds. But talking about this long series that we've got ahead of us, both these teams will be going to that all-important map number 3 decider over on Sunset. There's MVS with the MVP on the Jet. Not a big surprise at 23% headshot percentage. She was like 25, I think 25-14 or so, 25-16 maybe, but just absolutely crazy.
That's true. And again, this is just a testament on how literally anybody from any team can go absolutely nuclear and carry the map and carry the series for their respective teams. But once again, I feel like that Jet pick is, you know, still very reliable despite all the nerfs that have come her way, and especially with the changes to having one less cloud burst and the primer for the dash being a little less active than it used to be. And to kind of jump to my next point, I feel like that Yoru pick, while it is creative, while we see the idea, it still needs a little bit more time to kind of cook.
Exactly, and I mean, MLT almost felt like they needed that map number 1 to start to warm up. We saw them just come roaring through the gates in map number 2. But talking about map 3, I mean, we have no way to know how this one is gonna go, right? Tournament life is on the line, to get to Sao Paulo is on the line, and what will definitely also be the very last competitive game of this year for 5 of these girls. Which way is that pendulum gonna swing? We're gonna find out right after this break.
Got the money in the bank.
One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back.
Hi guys, and welcome back to map number 3. What will be the very final map in today's first series of the day 4 here at Game Changers APAC Elite. And it's been a hell of a ride from that map 1, especially that map number 2, and it's been so hard to call which way the series is gonna go, but we're finally going to get our answers by the end of Sunset. And I just can't believe that our decider is going to be on Sunset. I'm so hyped. This is the second Sunset of this tournament, and the first time, that we saw Sunset was played by NYX Kyosei versus Team SMG on Monday, and here today in their tournament elimination decider, we're here again.
Come on, Fifi, you can do it. I'm biased, but
Justice for Fifi. She's gotta make it through.
But here's the thing, right? Like, aside from my natural, I guess, bias towards the logo, because it's the greatest thing known to man. I feel like MLT...
For the uninitiated, I'm pretty sure, there's people in chat, they're like, oh, what is this Fifi they keep talking about? So NYX Kyosei's logo. Yeah, it's their logo. It's Liz Chen. Liz isn't playing today, but, she's also on the team, and it's Liz's dog that they just used as their logo. So, justice for Fifi. Hopefully they make it through. We don't want to be biased. We're not biased. We're rooting for both teams.
Exactly. And to the point that I was about to make, despite getting sidetracked by Fifi, is that, MLT have been doing such a great job of avoiding the conditions of NYX, which is to kind of avoid playing into them, because NYX is so hard to kind of, stonewall, right? Because of just their raw dueling power. If it's not Piety, it's Con. If it's not that, Delbisky, so on and so forth. So what they've been doing is that they've been just kind of letting NYX Kyosei be a little more impatient than they usually are, and so there's a lot of these smaller skirmishes which force them out of their comp, which is so smart on the side of MLT. At the same time, NYX have to identify this problem so they can play as a group, play as a core, and so they can close out the series. You mentioned this exact comp actually behind the scenes, and it looks like they're gonna be doing that I'm not sure how to feel about the Harbor. Harbor is very high responsibility and high execution. As long as Nix keep it in the box and keep it compact, they have a very good chance of taking the series away. But MLT, they've been very, very impressive of throwing a wrench in the plans of NYX Kyosei and gang.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, right? So NYX Kyosei, they played this exact competition, they side for Harbor Omen, Sky, as well as Raze on Monday, where they got 5-13 against SMG. We were kind of wondering if they're going to stick with the exact same composition or maybe, cook up something a bit different. But you also had a lot of criticisms, right, in that map number 2 about how compositions sometimes don't suit the team. What are your quick thoughts about that before we get into game?
I feel like there's always the argument, meta versus comfort. And if you have not practiced the quote-unquote meta comps, then I feel like it's better to just go with your comfort picks because you understand how to use that and how to maximize every part, every agent of the macro. But again, Sunset is one of those maps where I don't think there's a completely established meta just yet. So everybody has the room to be a little more flexible and maybe impose their will just a little bit more.
Real quick before we toss, it's gonna be 2-1. Who's gonna come out on top?
As I've said, I'm a firm believer of NYX Kyosei. They've really shown that they have the grit to come back no matter what the scoreline is, and they kind of play the same even if they're down maybe 10 rounds or 1 round. They always have that grit and that aggression in their back pocket. I just really hope that once again they stay within the confines of their composition and maximize every little tool they have.
All right, well, we going to see, who wins this one, who goes home. Tayrawr and Zahk, back over to you.
Or is it because the logo is a dog? That's the question, Raf. But anyway, welcome back here to game number 3, the decider map that we have right now. PP versus the rest of the world versus MLT Esports so far. And they've talked about it in the panel already here, Zach, the comfortability of the players. And I feel like watching this same composition against SMG the last time they played it, which is last Monday, by the way, I feel like there's a little bit more of a polish that they need. But then again, SMG is just such a powerful team, a powerhouse in top of this league so far.
Yeah, I think when it comes to SMG, they're kind of like the final boss that you have to really grind to beat. So that said, it was pretty impressive that NYX were able to put up such a good show on the attacking half. Sure, it got a little bit scrappy when they switched sides and SMG just didn't lose a round after that. But I think that definitely them being able to put up that kind of show against SMG and the fact that they have practiced this map a little bit more is definitely gonna be in their favor, especially with the double controller comp that they're running here. In fact, almost a mirror comp, like our analyst did point out. It's just that there's additional Sentinel on the side of NYX might make a little bit of a difference. Right now, though, it's gonna be a pretty straightforward hit here. 1-for-1 trade so far. Both of the raises being taken out of the equation, but MLT, they're quick to advance and find a little bit more value. Again, though, immediate refract to come out of Zobiski. Beautiful paint shells to smoke Ilubu out of the corner, and that will be the space that NYX need to take the side.
Flashed out in the corner. Envious now throwing in the waves, as we say in Pacific. 3v2 situation, and of course the setup, the circumference of this entirety of a side covered with the smoke. Envious to hop out, isolating the fights left, and that's gonna be the double kill that they're looking for. Now in 2v1 situation, Piety knows the defuse is coming in. She pre-fires through the smoke and tries to kill the diffuser of the spike, but in the end, that smoke coverage coming in from the harbors here was definitely huge in trying to maintain or contain the site itself.
Yeah, I think the harbor wall was definitely spoilsport here, but of course, just the positioning to come out of MLT on the retake, the way Envious was able to isolate this fight and got 2 free 1v1s and was able to win out both of them. Huge there for the MLT side. Really good start for them on this Sunset map. Now going to be able to buy up in the anti-eco. Carefully going to be sticking with only the Sheriff, but the rest of the team, they're going to have guns across the board. It seems like they're not going to be getting super aggressive though, despite that heavier purchase, just opting to play these angles up close and personal since those factors do melt in that close range.
There's that alert from Piety. We know that she definitely is strong on that one as well. she always takes a little bit of map control away from MLT here. Not only that, but it seems like Piety, this lurks that she's giving off for the rest of the teammates that she has been working out greatly on her favor. And not only that, for the rest of the team as well in these matches.
Now, though, she's going to be pushing up just a little bit too far. Immediately going to be taken out there by Samfire, who has switched over from the Cypher on those previous couple of maps to Sky. Now a push from Envious. Again, though, just a 1-for-1 trade, and that's a Spectre that will be retrieved by the NYX Squadron. Now, Capricious looking super low here. However, with only 3 players left, MLT, they're going to look a little bit awkward when it comes to defending on this map. There is a little bit of healing that comes through, but Capricious not going to be able to take it out fully. Instead, Elulu pushing forward will be able to take Delbisky off guard here, and that will bring NYX down to just 2 remaining members, Kachao and Capricious, looking to make something happen here as they rotate her over to the B side. It's completely empty. They should be able to get a plant.
Capricious already on her way here. Of course, the heal that Kachao has been trying to give since a while ago finally reached her. The 3v2 scenario, and like we saw a while ago, MLT gave up a lot of space here. They know that NYX already has the Spectres as well. They picked up some guns here, the hands of Kachao. Post plant definitely set up already, and the time ticking away gives a little bit of a pressure to make something happen. No one really to get that, or no one really to be reckoned here or recon. But on the other hand, the flash settling in from Kachao. Capricious not hitting the shot. She still has the paranoia though. This can still make it happen. And again, time's dwindling away. They have to defuse the spike. No more choice. Kachao for the double, maybe for a triple, no. But that's gonna be not enough time to defuse a spike here. A thrifty round for NYX.
Really nice play to come out of Kachao, just playing ring around the rosy around the box towards B main to buy enough time and denying that final defuse from coming in. Nice attempt at a retake from MLT, but they took way too much time, and you could see that until the end nobody really got onto the spike. I like how it was the last bullet for Kachao to find that kill onto the diffuser here, and overall just a really nice round from NYX. The Fifi buff kicking in strong, and off the back of that they're going to be having a lot of money to work with as well, so definite buy round to be coming in. No ultimates on quite yet, although Kachao still a couple of kills, but oh my god, Luna! That's just a free opener with the paint shells with the C's.
They do get that first kill towards Delbisky, removing her away from the rest of the team. And again, that's the only duelist that they have. Now they have to look for another pick off here in the hands of NYX, but this coverage for the side and giving away that sound cue as well, they still know there's gonna be someone in B main, but for how long? That's the question. They do throw also the recon coming in from that fade, and I think they know that it's gonna be a re-hit towards B, but Piety yet again. This lurks just gives them that initial pick-off that they truly need. Cove being set up. Con, on the other hand, checks the corner. They try to pinch in onto the side. They try to take coverage here. A 1-to-1 trade, though. A 3v3 scenario so far.
Spike planted.
Yeah, these pistols from MLT's side really doing a decent amount of damage. Now that the spike, it's gone down, and the remaining players, they set up for a crossfire towards main. Immediate dart cover to possibly try to force them out of that game. The spike gonna be tapped as well, so it's just the sprays coming in across the board. Not gonna be able to find a kill quite yet. Paranoia to boot here on to the players towards mid. Once again, a tap on the spike. Another dart cover to come through, and this time around, NYX with the weaponry, they're able to peek out and swing and find the kills as the dark cover goes down. Really nice round to come out of NYX, but that said, decent damage from MLT as well. They were able to find a couple with just the classics on the board, and I genuinely feel like if Heidi hadn't gotten this kill, if Samfire in fact had won out the engagement, remember, Heidi only had 20 HP left, I think that round could have easily been flipped on its head.
I do like her decision though to come around and wrap around with the rest of the team and help out on that post plant instead of dying off from a trade somewhere around the map. But to say the least, that was a difficult, or B main is a difficult post plant position if everyone is just staying there and no control over site, especially the fear of the unknown when you have a smoke up in your face on B main. Fortunately enough for them, it was an eco disadvantage for MLT's side, and they were still able to secure that. It's a little scary though, but this time around, We still have that 2-1 and a 5v5 scenario. No movements. Trying to get intel, trying to get info from both sides of the teams.
Door gonna be closed now by MLT, making it a little bit more difficult for Bitey to really watch that particular angle, but will free her up to possibly take a little bit more of an aggressive control towards that mid lurk that we've seen from her so many times. The rest of the squad, they look to put pressure on this A side here with the spike. They've taken a lot of space, and now they might be able to even get it down. They're creating enough noise for the rotations to come in, and it's just Bitey watching the cross. I wonder how many she will be able to find. There's a lot of sound cues that come in, but Envious pre-fires the angle, and that will give her a reckoning to boot here. Gonna be coming in off the bat, able to find a second kill as well. Although Delvis finally strikes back. The spike itself, it's gonna be dropped on the side. With that reckoning coming into play, it's just so difficult for Capricious. Able to at least find that first TPs and will be able to reposition. But with 20 seconds left, she's gonna have to be really
One
careful
bite is all
about
it
how
takes.
she wants to play this. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be the dog fight, but
man.
instead it's just gonna be the save.
10 seconds
This
left.
is gonna be just them giving trouble towards Capricious' side, not letting her pick up the spike in any way, shape, or form. She might hop out on this angle though, and Samfire is just waiting for her to actually peek. This is already the end of the round. The round goes to MLT's side. The position here of Bitey was huge if you think about it. Unfortunately, MLT knew better. They know that Bitey likes to lurk a lot. Not only that,
Enemy remaining.
but this giveaway intel already for Bitey if you think about it. She knows there's gonna be 3 people trying to rotate, 2 people trying to rotate. She could hear it clearly as well. But instead, she really wanted to go for that initial pickoffs and try to stop that rotation coming in. But didn't work out for her that time. Reckoning immediately used here onto A. It's going to be an A hit, a big push from Nix's side. And let's see how this will happen as the Seekers is already trying to push them away.
Yeah, they've taken up space on side off the back of the 2 ultimates that they've expended so far. And MLT, they're happy to just hold on to CT control here, knowing that Nix, they're gonna have to push somewhere in the post plants or risk just being run down as we saw in the previous rounds. Full 5 versus 5 situation. And Nix, they look to get a little bit more aggressive towards the spawn side. If this wall goes down, it's gonna be huge here. Luke will already be able to find the first 1-for-1 trade. Con holding strong though, takes down 2 before Tayrawr shuts her down, bringing things back down to a 3v3. Now Boombot for Luna available. Tayrawr wrapping around as well to bring it down to just 2 players left. Taps the spike, tries to smoke out the position, but Capricious once again playing spoil sport, taking out the huge player, and now it's just down to Bitey in the corner. She finds both remaining players, and Nix, they take the lead once again.
Really good take onto A. Really bamboozled towards the side. They have that reckoning set up. Not only that, they could time the smokes coming in from not only the Omen, but also the Harbor to make this post plant happen. And playing around those smokes is essentially huge for Capricious, even TPing out, just to make sure that they have that control and Bitey can actually secure that double kill to end the round at least. 3-2. And this is going to be an eco disadvantage for MLT side, but they do have that Nightfall to get a recovery.
God.
But look at this! The shots connecting through the smoke as well.
What a haunt to come out of the Fade. It just revealed
Both
their
of the smoke
positions.
too, Zach.
Yeah, no, the smoke really worked in their favor because the side of Nix, they couldn't see the players pushing in on mid, but they could see them perfectly fine through the haunt. So it was just such a nice one-way, quick play from Nix though to go towards the B side instead to get a little bit more control. Now they look to take the fights up close and personal. Showstopper to boot, but it's not gonna find any kills as already Luna gets shut down by Kachao there. Nightfall to come out of the MLT squad now. 3v2 situation. They know exactly where the 2 players from Nix are positioned here. Dark cover to come out, but it's a one-way that Delvisky can use to play around. Flash to come through. Carefully trying to stick the spike desperately. More than halfway there. They don't hear it. They're not checking. And that's a pros on fake moment. MLT, they take the round. What?
Fake don't pros indeed. It was already too late. And again, you have a hunt that detected one person from Nix's side. It was very difficult for them to swing out in that positioning, and I feel like with all of the utilities being thrown off, with all that is happening on the site itself, they didn't get to hear the sound cue of the spike being tapped, or they thought it was a fake, but it It wasn't. Like you said, pros don't fake at this time around. I think this is going to be a timeout for NYX Kyosei. And as we say that, this is anyway a buy round for them. So they really have to map this out, plan this up ahead. Because like we mentioned a while ago, that deadly double kill towards mid, both of the smokers, Con and Capricious, were the one who got hit. And because of that, they don't have any utility to play around with, a smoke to play around with, especially in that post-plant situation. That's very difficult.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know if it was just MLT picking their shots or just the way things played out in mid, but overall, I just think Nix were not ready for that kind of play to come out. And of course, MLT in the retake situation as well, they did burn through a couple of those ultimates, in particular that Nightfall from Eluvu, to be able to detect exactly where Nix were playing all three players back towards spawn, and they're able to just like keep the numbers in. Even though the numbers were in Nix's favor, they're still able to keep the defuse on their side and just stick it through. Insane work to come out of them. Now, though, buys coming through for both of these teams. And for Nix, they only really have the neural theft to work with on Piety. Also, a quick rotation available from Capricious if she needs it from the shadows. But aside from that, ultimate economy, it's firmly in favor of MLT here. Both the Showstopper as well as the Seekers available for damage and information alike. Haunt to come out early on from Eluvu, detecting that presence towards a side, and it's just such a slow change of pace out of Nix to come out. They've been going for those fast and heavy hits in those previous rounds, and now instead, it's been a little bit more of a slower job, and again, just this mid lurk detected early on.
They pushed and they pulled. This is going to be Piety securing one. There's one on default, and Delbisky to take on the lead here, take on the charge. A 4v2 scenario for MLT side. They have a Seekers available to use, but is it worth it? That's gonna be the question. First, they have to find the pickoffs here, make it a little bit less stress for them, but the pain chills connecting a little bit for Envious side. And this is already the first kill that they're looking for. The second even, it might be the Seekers hopping out. That's gonna be that Seekers. They find another Cove being set up. They have to destroy this. Capricious either needs to disrespect this smoke, but already the Samphire from behind. That's gonna be Capricious with a kill, and that's the double. The Spike diffuser killed, and the clutch coming in from Capricious.
Well, Nix, they learned their lessons from the last Pro Zone fake round. Capricious, she made it a little bit close, a little bit scary. I think that there was less than half a second left on that defuse. But hey, the clutch still comes out from Capricious. And you can see in this Cove, she was really careful about her target isolation. She managed to take on Samphire first.
She knows her priorities here, Zach.
I like that to come out of her. So desperate round that Nix needed. Once again, gonna put MLT in a bit of a stall when it comes to economy, but they still have those huge ults, the Reckoning as well as the Showstopper for themselves.
What a round. And it was obvious from the last two games that we actually watched. Capricious was definitely having a hard time finding those frags, those frag moments, but this time, a little bit of a spark, a little bit of a confidence on those kills, on those reads for MLT side, and they make it happen. Anyway, a brand new round here, deficit when it comes to the guns for the side of MLT. Piety from the lurk, already waiting for that push coming in from MLT. And now Luna from mid, give me the ace. No, it's not gonna happen. Envious to stop her on her toes.
I think that's like the 4th or 5th 4K that we're seeing today without the ace really coming through. But yeah, in the trends of continuing it, it's just Envious now in a 1v4 clock already, having ticked quite a way through here. So it's just going to be how much more damage she can really find on the next squadron. First fight coming in, finds the headshot, and that's going to be another kill that MLT Envious is able to take for her side. That said, though, it's a question of how much more that she can really do. You can already see Nix happy to back off here, keep the remaining guns and concede the victory to themselves. As MLT, there's just no time for them to really get the defuse. Envious on the hunt, looking for a little bit more, but it's just gonna be her going down to the spike as Nix gets to 5 here. Another great attacking round to come out of them. And I think that even though they're not having the best success when it comes to these mid lurks in a lot of their buy rounds, that spray down from Piety was just absolutely insane.
The coverage, the positioning, just perfect. Just a chef's kiss for Piety here. We haven't seen an ace yet in this series, right? It's always that 4K It just never happens. But
Nope.
oh well, this is MLT. Really going for that timeout, much needed time to reset, as we call it. And I do like that our decider is Sunset as well. I actually love seeing Sunset, especially here in Game Changers, because obviously another professional scene, it's not shown much yet. But here in Game Changers, they're happy to take on picking Sunset.
I do believe that the sunset that we saw on day one of Elite was the first ever sunset to be played in an official VCT tournament. I think so. I'm not sure about the Chinese ones because they might have picked it, and I haven't been really watching all the games, but I am reasonably sure that the one that we saw coming out of SMG versus NYX was the first one, at least in NA, EU, and APAC. So yeah, just putting that disclaimer out there. That said, though, NYX, they did pick that map against SMG, and they look really convincing. They look pretty good now to boot. MLT, though, after the timeout, they're gonna be having the economy to work with. Showstopper still online for Luna, and the Reckoning from NBS. You can see them scaling and taking up a little bit of more control, despite this harbor utility to come out of NYX's side. And NYX themselves, they're just waiting for possible pushes to come out of MLT, because it has happened so many times in the past before, but this time around it's just both teams holding their patterns.
They do pick up that orb as well. They do have that Seekers available for Kachao. A lot of util to be played around here. They have to be really careful. I think they're hyper aware that a Reckoning is also available in the hands of MLT here for that retake. Other than that, they do have a showstopper from Luna's side, and so far it's a play for that pickoff, but this is already a showstopper being pulled out right into the face. It didn't kill! It's gonna be Piety surviving! How did that happen?
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's just one of those Raze ult kept moments that you really don't like to see. If you're a Raze player, that's not though Envious and Alubu between them, able to find 2 huge kills to make this retake suddenly look a little bit more doable. Reckoning still online, gotta be put into use here. Counter Reckoning to come out of the opponent's team as well. It's a confident play, pushes through her own goal, finds 2 kills already, and now it's just 1 player left alive here. Envious versus the world, finds the first, looks to isolate a little bit more, but Kachao puts her out of her misery, and NYX, they get to 6. It was such an insane round going back and forth between both of these teams, but in the end, NYX is just better positioning to come out of Con there.
I love the use of the Cove here, especially from Con. Like an architect, she made something new out of this map. Used that to her advantage to make a safe peek happen. Not only that, to really not allow MLT to make a retake happen here. They've used up all the utilities that they had there. The ultimates from Luna's showstopper not connecting at all. From that Reckoning being used up as well. And NYX still surviving all throughout. What a round indeed. 6-3 Zahk. And so far, this is the most hype I was in casting Sunset. It's a good matchup.
It really is. It's so neck and neck here, because despite the scoreline being 6-3, right? So many of these rounds, it comes down to one huge play. And the one in that previous round, like you broke down to it so nicely, it was Con with the Cove to be able to use it to just isolate those fights. NYX, again, with the change of pace, they've been so good at just creating all of these fake impressions. Now, with all that noise being made towards B, they have drawn a little bit of rotation over. They look to aggress on A instead, where it's only Ferretti playing, and while she hears the sound cue, it's just her with the Sheriff on side. How much can she really find? The Lulu with an opener onto Kachao, but still immediate trade to be found by Piety, and that will open up the site itself for the plan to come in.
Cannot discredit the Sheriff shots that they give here in Elite, and so far it's been working great. They get 1 pick off, like you said. We do have that deficit, but you just never know what happens here. We've seen it time and time again. They still have smokes to play around with. Elubu, I think, would hop out with a dog as well. They hop out on this go on, playing around it yet again. She can hide through it, but then again, they find it from behind, left, right, center, in front. There's gonna be NYX trying to pin down MLT.
They succeed as well. Like you mentioned, Colin just playing that distraction. Everyone drawing all the MLT eyes to try and finally take her out. And while Illumu takes her down, it's still gonna come at a pretty heavy cost. The rest of the Nix squadron quick to find the refrags on the MLT players on site. And if you look at the scoreboard here, it's basically coming down to the Piety versus Envious show. Really, both players stepping up huge. And for MLT, in this half at least, if they want to put up a little bit of a stronger defense, they have to be a bit more proactive when it comes to their reads, because the retake simulator, it hasn't been working out for them really well so far. Early showstopper as well by Delvisky all the way through the defender's spot, in fact, to try and find a kill. Again, not gonna connect with the dog wheel.
I don't know what's better. The showstopper not connecting, she survives, but the dog kills her, or the showstopper just killing her off. But anyway, 5 or a 4v3 scenario here for the time. And NYX, they tried to take on, they planted a spike already. Reckoning being used up by Con as well. The battle harbor of the team! But that's gonna be a Luwu right around the corner. We'll take on the kill. 2v3, still a doable scenario. Nightfall being used. Perfect timing actually for that flash as well. Delvisky to save the day for the side of NYX. 8-3 scoreline.
Last
Yeah,
round
for a second
in the
I
half.
thought I saw Capricious's life just flashing in front of my eyes, the way the Nightfall and the flash came through there. But Delvisky behind the box, not going to be affected by either ult too much, does find the perfect timing on the swing to get those 2 kills. Another round for NYX, 8-3 right now, really running away with the half here. But again, today so far, right? Map number 1, it was a 10-2 half for NYX. It ended 13-7 or something. Map number 2, it was a 1-11 half for MLT, but it ended 13-10. So I feel like you can really not be sure as to which team is dominating until the game itself is over, because of how close these games have been going today.
It's too close. Too close for comfort, I would say. Any comeback can happen. We saw that from an 11-1 scoreline to a 12, what, 8-9? I forgot already. So many rounds that we're looking at here for these 2 teams. Remember, you still have 1 more series to go after this one. So, for the time right now, you guys can get dinner already, settle up, chill out, and of course, watch the games with us. But this is the first pick-off that we're looking at from Illumu. Very low on HP, but they do have the Sky. They can rotate to get that heal as well. But really big as Kachao is already down. They don't have that initiator. They don't have those flashes that they want to use.
Yeah, really nice opening to come out of MLT's side, and like you mentioned, the healing coming through as well. However, on the opposite side, it's going to be Piety once again on that lurk to take out Envious, who got just a little bit too far out of position, isolated on site. Now, a full 4 versus 4 retake. No ultimates available for MLT to try and work with. It's all going to come down to the gunfights. Early tripwire as well for information to possibly swing off of here. However, Luna, she's going to have to break it and go forward. Piety in the corner will be taken down by Aphrodite, but Delvisky inside the site, still playing spoil sport. Once again, it's Con with the goal to find another double, and just like that, NYX, they're gonna close things out at a pretty dominant 9-3 half here. Will this be enough to carry them through to the other side and keep themselves in elite? Before we head into the second half, though, let's see what our panelists say.
Whew. 3 and 4 at one point to 3-9 at the half. And once again, Ref, it just seems like the post plants are a problem for MLT.
Yep, that is definitely something that's been a plague that they haven't really seemed to find any way around. And I feel like it's because, especially with a comp that's almost mirrored, we see the philosophy of NYX being more centric around timing and MLT being closer to textbook with a lot of these trades and a lot of these, once again, set plays that they would wanna execute, especially on the post plant, but they really can't because NYX has been keeping them guessing, either from pushing their own smokes or just being a little more creative with how they position their Omen. And MLT, it's so hard to call this series because we've seen some of our teams, actually both these teams, really try and claw their way back to a deficit, or rather from a deficit, but it's always been the leading team at the half to really close it out. Not entirely sure if that's gonna remain the case, but either way, it's pretty much do or die for both MLT and NYX Kyosei.
Exactly, Sunset is the map that NYX Kyosei decided to let through. And I mean, aim duels, it doesn't look like that is the problem for MLT. I'm just not sure that in these last few rounds, if MLT can just suddenly figure out how to work out that post plan. I mean, what do we think?
Again, with the aim duels, the timings have just been so awkward for MLT because I feel like in their mind they still want to set up for a clean retake, but NYX is just so aggressive and they just keep taking those choke fights during the post plan.
Well, it's down to the wire. We're going to find out which team takes this map and takes the series.
The question remains here, Zach. How can a cove be so deadly? How? Just how?
You just need Con on your team. Just sign Con.
I know.
Give her the harbor.
When did you
What
see
you
a
gonna
Sova
do?
hold on to an operator in Breeze?
It's just the Con difference. And she's been coming up huge for NYX Kyosei. To recap a little bit of the team's history over the year, it's been up and down, but they were able to make it through that LCQ. In fact, both of these teams, it's kind of ironic that they're the ones once again in an elimination match after that LCQ. Or NYX with that early control though, Delbisky pushing all the way up through mid, able to find the pick onto Karafernaiti, and that's one of the controllers for MLT side being shut down right off the bat here. Con still playing on site, not gonna be detected by the Prowler, will be able to call for the rotate. The Haunt gets broken though, and thanks to that, Luna's at least able to find a refrag for V4.
They do really need to take up space here. Post plan position has been set already. Smoke helping them out, to say the least. For the time being, though, Samphire catches SCYTHE. She knows exactly the lurks that this player does at this point. Anyway, a 3v3 scenario. Anything can happen on a pistol. Capricious to take on the kill here. Do they still have a smoke? No smokes, but a flash settles in. No one to flash out, though. That's gonna be the smoke that they're waiting for. Capricious already on the defuse here. And now they have to fight for their lives. Kachao secures one kill, and the defuse is already set in place for Nix to take on the pistol.
Not like this. It was a Proso fake moment to come out from MLT, I believe, in that previous half. Now, next they find their sweet revenge, Fifi and Co, to get themselves to double digits, 3 rounds away from sealing the deal here in the lower bracket and moving on, and 3 rounds away from bidding MLT a nice trip home and eliminating their chances of making it to Sao Paulo, Brazil. That said, though, NYX, they have to be able to convert this anti-eco. It's been a bit hit or miss for both of these teams today when it comes down to these kind of rounds. And MLT, despite looking down that possible elimination, they're not going to be really forcing up. They get the plants, but it's just going to be pistols across the board once again.
This is gonna be a lot for Con right now. It's gonna be a lot of people to punch down on, way down on. That's gonna be the last bullet for the player that she looks alike. That's gonna be Envious going down as well. 3v5 situation. She hops out of the smoke. She's not yet done. And Karafernaiti to finally stop her.
One enemy remaining.
2 players left right now, and Heidi and Dilbisky both quick on the trigger to take them out and win the round for Nixon. Almost flawless one. Sure, Con does get taken down, but still, that's still 4 guns that you're going to be able to carry on in the next round. And Con herself getting nice charges onto the Reckoning. Now only 2 points away, I believe, on that ult. So that's going to definitely be a factor in the next round. If she can get an orb and maybe a kill or just a couple of kills, that's going to be the retake ult that Nix really need to make it work for them going forward. MLT, though, this is their last chance to stop the bleeding here. Finally gonna be having a full buy versus the eco on the side of Nix. Will it be enough?
That's the question we are bound to answer in this round as well. Kachao goes for an early flash. She knows there's someone onto a main. Not quite sure how many, though. With this dog, she can assure how many there would be. That alone destroyed the 2 traps that the Cypher has been or placed out on the site. Luna to try and flush out enemies from the corner as well. This is already setups left and right, but no take on the site, no plant yet. And they're waiting for that tap. And Luwu to get the pick off Luna for the second, and now in a 5v3.
Oh, they haven't checked. Did they check? Is there a player in the corner? Okay, they took her out. Never mind for a second. I swore I saw a ghost here. It's gonna be the fights from MLT, winning them out though with the weapon advantage. The Vandal and the Rain coming in huge, and it's gonna be a flawless round to let them get a little bit of a breather back into this map. Sure, it was Nix's bonus, but that will buy MLT a little bit of space to work with, even despite the round deficit here. So if they can use this to start their momentum going, we've seen how they were able to really power through and bring it back on that map number 1. It might keep their hopes up.
Snowball might be there. We've seen it from a while ago. Could happen again with these two teams that we have. But it seems to be a one-sided match that we're looking at. But actions left and right, it comes to a point where it's a 2v1 scenario, a 1v1 even from time to time. And you just wouldn't know unless you have that good execution plan as well. And I think MLT so far is trying to get a grip on the reads that they're doing on how Nix plays here on this map. They do try to make information gathering essential for them and make use of it as well. I do like the position of the Blisky here, though. They might not expect this at all if they decide to go onto market, but it seems like it's a stack towards B main.
Yeah, it's just Envious trying to take mid control, apply a little bit more pressure, and try to make this high-low setup not really work in their favor. It's gonna be Piety though, thanks to the haunt, despite the haunt rather, to find out a huge kill. Second to come out from the MLT squad, however, they're quick to bounce back, and once again they take side control with the numbers advantage. Capricious, the only player towards backside, gets spotted out, still finds the kill though onto Kira to bring numbers back onto even footing. Now, for the retake, they don't really have any ultimates available for either side. Con, though, only one off of the Reckoning. She might be able to hold this round entirely in her hands, especially if you look at the full spans here. Despite the flash, it's going to be Kachao to take out Samfire. Envious still quick to bounce back and find one onto Capricious. 2v2 situation. Wall comes through. The spam is there, but it's not connecting. Kachao already halfway through.
They go through the fuse! No way!
Another pro soul fake stick moment. We've been having a lot of those today, Eliza, and I don't think we're done yet because that's match
Not
series
like
point
this.
Not like
They
this.
used up the haunt here, but there was that smoke, that wall from the harbor. That was already the pivotal point. They couldn't know. They wouldn't know who's behind those smokes as well. The Cove might have been misplaced a little, trying to go in on the spike and try on defusing it, but didn't work out in their favor. And instead, they still used up that one harbor wall to help them out, for Kachao to just hold down the fort while they try and defuse the spike. 12-4 here. For the side of Nix, they only need one more point. Is make or break. Yet again, this is the last chance for the teams that we have right here to try and make it to Sao Paulo, Brazil. At least they let us breathe, right?
There.
I think everybody needs a breath after that round, especially for MLT, because that's gonna be a heartbreaker to have two players and still let the defuse be stolen away under your nose right there. Like that MLT though, they need 8 more rounds for an overtime. Reckoning to come out here as they push forward onto the side. Kachao still towards backside, doing her best to stay alive amidst this barrage of utility. The Reckoning though, it's perfect. The dash from Tiny to find at least one. However, Nix, they're quick to go back onto the side, and now it's all down to Kira for 90. A 1v3, she's not going to be able to do it. It is Nix all the way throughout. 13-4 on map number 3 to take the series 2-1 and move on in that lower bracket. Huge victory to come out of them, and they played Sunset so well. That's the PP buff we need and love.
It is indeed, and of course, congratulations for Nix for making it to the next bracket here on the lower bracket that we have for the next matches that they're gonna have as well. Good luck to that. But nevertheless, we say GG's, and for now, goodbye for the players of MLT. This Sunset map that Nix had, watching them play against SMG, like I said, it only needed a little bit of a polish. And for this map that they showed against MLT, it seems to be this is a comfortable pick that they have right now. The comfort agent selection that they also have well utilized. Nonetheless, congratulations again, guys. I know the panelists have more to say about this match that we had right here. This is only the first series. How are you feeling, Reirachu? Take it away.
Thank you, Zahk. It's almost poetic or pietic that we bid MLT goodbye on Sunset, turning down the lights on MLT's Game Changers journey this year. But Fifi, the absolute goodest of dogs, fetching Nix Kyosei that win.
Absolutely, and just to kind of address chat just a little bit, guys. If you're confused if my hair is long or short, I will introduce you to a wonderful invention called hair ties. As you can see, if you have long hair, you can tie it. You know, I don't even know why that's the question, but you know what? Absolutely, Fifi has been the goodest of all good dogs. You know, fetching that W, as you mentioned, it did look kind of shaky on Breeze, which was supposedly the map pick for Nix, but again, the playstyle that they just kind of displayed showed so much incompatibility, at least against MLT, or rather against MLT's plans, because I think it was very obvious in the last few rounds where we even talked about it during the halftime, where, you know, they're a little more timing based, meaning Nix likes to take fights before MLT can properly set up. And there was more than one moment where MLT was, you know, caught doing just that. Nix, though, a few times here and there did overextend, but with just sheer firepower, they did manage to bail themselves out of that type of situation.
Yep, just absolute willpower getting themselves out of that one. Piety 16-13 on the Cypher. Also want to call attention to Con, that's 17-14 on the Harbor. I know, like, we had a couple of doubts about the Harbor on Sunset, especially how it meshes with the rest of their agent composition, but I think we got our answers. I think NYX Kyosei have practiced this 5 composition pretty dang well.
And once again, I feel like although MLT was a little bit cleaner, or maybe just a little bit more present when it comes to utility, because we saw quite a few impressive plays come off the fade pick, but Nix again just outmaneuvering that and just really avoiding some of these conditions that MLT was showing quite a bit on Breeze. Again, post-plant, still a bit of a problem here on MLT side.
Yeah, and also, like, I'm just so disappointed from MLT. And you look at their first kill number, once again, 9 first kills. Like, their earlier games, they had, like, over 10 as well, map 1, map 2. And it just really shows that, you know, just in terms of aim, like, that is not the problem for this team. I mean, these girls, some of them have some pretty dang cracked out aim. It's just, they're just unable to convert that into the actual round wins. And I can't believe we're seeing them go home after today, but very well deserved. MVP going over to Piety on the Cypher, close to 200 damage per round, close to 20 headshot percentage as well. But I mean, on a map such as Sunset, just bringing so much utility and control of the site this time around.
That's true, and NYX Kyosei, again, frontlining really, really well with the rest of the squad. Con has been a standout performer too for the rest of this, or rather for the majority of the series. And with her being such a problem, Piety's just been, you know, wreaking havoc in the back line, just finding all these small cracks in the defense that they've really been exploiting. But my goodness, you know, it is a little bit sad for us to say goodbye to one of our LCQ teams, which is MLT. Again, they've had a very, very long and arduous journey. And, you know, it just kind of sucks when we see a team fall short.
Yeah, just, you know, battle of the last chance qualifiers, 2 teams that made it through in those last 2 spots through to Elite, right? I mean, Con, I'm gonna call her the win con for NYX Kyosei at this point. That's just gonna be, you know, our little new nickname for her. But yeah, we do have to say goodbye to MLT. It's always really sad when we do have elimination day and one team has to go home. But of course, it's gotta be someone, and this time around, that is MLT. Hopefully, we do get to see more of them next year because they are the newest roster that came into Elite. This is their first outing from them in Elite as well, the very first time that they made it into the Game Changers Elite, and this can't be the end for them. I really hope we see them come back next year.
That's true, right? As a squad, this is the first time for... Is it some of the players on the side of NYX Kyosei? Let me just double check that, because if I remember correctly, some of these...
Del Bisky, it's her first time. I think it's the first time for 2 of them, and then for one of their subs. Yeah, Paide's first time too, actually. You would not guess that watching them play. You wouldn't be like, this is the duo that's never played Elite? Like, how? Where are their nerves coming from? But yeah, it's the two of them. The cracked out emos on the squad. That's them.
And, you know, like, with just the amount of confidence with their play style, it really is such a pleasant treat. But, man, again, this is just a little unfortunate for some of our MLT fans here for the exit, but of course, Fifi still living for another day, for another run, hopefully in the latter stages of of Elite. But other than that, I feel like the series was pretty complete. You know, there was almost a comeback. It was a pretty long, I think this is the first 3 series we've had, at least on our watch, because it was a pretty clean sweep 2-0 in our previous outing. Yesterday there was a 2-1, full sentence and RQ, which is pretty much the norm these days.
Yeah, besides that series, like every other series has been 2-0 except for the one that we just had last night. But guys, we got word from production. We got a special treat for all y'all watching right now. We've got a post-match winner interview with Delbisky on the line. Delbisky, can you hear us?
Hello, yes. Hello. Hello?
Hi!
Hello, can you hear me?
My volume. Hi, Delbisky! Congrats on the win. Thank you so much for the interview.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yeah. It's a bit soft, but we can hear you. Oh no, is she fixing her sound?
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
It's okay now.
Okay, thank you so much for doing the interview with us. Firstly, I wanted to ask, because it was such a long series and then you guys dropped map 2 as well. Were y'all nervous? What happened in that map number 2? Can you tell us?
On map 2, honestly, we weren't really expecting that. I don't know, 08, 07? We didn't expect that, but yeah. On the second side, in the second half, we managed to stay calm and just do what we practice, and then it's just unlucky for us that, but it's good that we got 10 from 11-2, 11-1.
Yep, 11-1. You guys nearly made the comeback, nearly 2-0 in the best of 3. I wanted to ask, because you're the only team that is playing Sunset in this tournament. Can you tell us more about that? You guys wanted to play Sunset and prep for it. Tell us your thoughts. What were y'all cooking?
I cannot really say that right now.
Don't tell us the scraps.
Stop leaking
No.
scraps.
I was the thought process. No, not the actual scraps.
Yeah. The knowledge of it's a new map, right? So we thought that we should take advantage of it, because the teams were starting to learn from it as well at first. So we practiced Sunset and we polished everything just to be ready, especially that it is a new map.
For sure,
That's
definitely paid off
Yeah.
today. Raf, do you have a question for Delbisky?
If I'm not mistaken, this is or at least for a majority of you guys, right? This is your first appearance on Elite. So how's it feeling so far to being this close, actually, to getting that slot in Brazil?
Myself, I qualified once for Elite on Kyosei before, but honestly, at first, I'm not expecting that everything, because we're new, right? Everyone is new, so I just told myself that, and the team as well, that we should stay calm. Everything will be fine. It's just a game. Just play and do what we practice together.
I mean, it definitely seems like it's working out. You all have come such a long way. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations for today. And of course, best of luck versus RQ Kaguya tomorrow and for the rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, admins. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I like how every time there's an interview, there's always like one part of the interview where we have to actively stop Reirachu from asking teams their strats. Like, so what are we doing? You know?
Look, I wasn't asking for strats, all right? I thought I thought that she would be like, oh, we wanted to be the first team to play Sunset, or like, it was fun, like we want to see like, how far we can go. Look.
Yeah.
Jeez, whatever. I'm the host. You're overruled. And guys, that's gonna be it for our first series of the day. However, this is not yet it for tonight. We're in it for the long haul. We've still got Global Esports Phoenix going up against SCYTHE NWJ later on, right after this break.
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back up, God. 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 Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back up, God. Down, up, back up, God. Down, up, back up, God. Down, up, back up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the
Hi guys, and welcome back to our second and last series of the day between Global Esports Phoenix and SCYTHE and WJ. And after that series number 1 that we had, Raph, I don't know if anything can top that those 3 maps, but I mean, Global Esports Phoenix, SCYTHE and WJ, I think, you know, I speak for all of us when I say we're expecting another close series.
I think so too, and you know, just to kind of brush up on history from the previous interview. Pardon me, Delbisky and the crew has actually qualified from an Elite before, so I'm glad our players are still staying young and spry, unlike me, getting
Unlike us,
up there in the numbers apparently, which is a mortal reminder to enjoy every game and every series we have on for the rest of Elite, because it's as Reirachu mentioned, it's going to be very, very difficult to top off what we saw. I think in terms of unpredictability, definitely, because it was also stated in the interview, you know, they just kind of take it slow, maybe take it to sunset, but you know, on to the next series, I suppose.
Yep, on to the next series, and it's on to the G intro video. The roster for GE Phoenix on your screens: Amy, Kiri, Meow, 16K, Muffin, Loop, as well as Rose. And GE Phoenix, you know, kind of being another one of those teams coming into Elite with a little bit of roster changes here and there. We did see them, you know, kind of struggle on Tuesday on day number 2, getting 2-0'd by Full Sense Sapphire. Not really sure, you know, if it's maybe that the squad hasn't had enough time to practice with Amy on the roster. Of course, in between the last tourney and right now, Bela was let go, Amy is new. So yeah, there's a bit of a question mark, I think, for their performance for Elite this time around.
I understand where those sentiments are coming from, and especially how difficult it is to adjust to that type of environment. And you know, one roster change can butterfly into something else, or rather just a completely different chemistry, but we are still hopeful for GE Phoenix to really pop off this time around.
Yep, to rise from the proverbial ashes. This is, of course, their last chance to do so. It is elimination on the line, do or die, but we will see the intro video for SCYTHE and WJ. Crescents, Lin, Yamori, Aruphilia, and Sky Elise going to be the roster for today. The only full Indonesian squad that we have left in the competition. Been running pretty much the same roster for most of the year. I think Marsh has, you know, taken a step back this time around from Elite, but you know, SCYTHE always with that 5-6 member squad this time around. They're honing in on these 5.
That they are, and you know, with their previous performance, despite the loss against RRQ, they look very impressive. It looks like they could go toe-to-toe in terms of firepower, and everything just looks much more refined for SCYTHE here, which is really pleasant for all of us, you know, and maybe just for some of the Marche fans there, a little disappointed to not see her play, because she's been very stable for that roster for quite a good minute, but I'm sure she's happy that the team is in great and capable hands right now, which I think would make this series yet another long one, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, boy oh boy, I thought that this series was like the one that had the highest chance of going to 3 maps, but that was before we saw the earlier series in the day. Like if I were a betting woman, I would have put money down that this one for sure is gonna go the distance. But we do have the map veto on your screens. It will be map 1 bind, map number 2 on Haven, and if we do go to that decider, it will be on Split. So very run-of-the-mill. I think these are very standard picks for both of these teams. They're pretty much some of the most played maps that we have from both of these squads.
Yeah, pretty standard, you know. And you talked about betting, but to quote Black and Blue, I'm pretty poor right now, so I'm not gonna do that.
That was my favorite line from Tuesday. Like, I think Quack, right, asked Black and Blue, like, oh, okay, so, you know, how's the team, like, can you describe, like, the situation for this team right now? And then BNB was just like, me, and there was a pause, and Quack was like, what do you mean? And then BNB was like, poor. Poor. But we've got the agent composition coming right up for this map number 1. Arena for the side of Scythe and WJ, and Chamber for G Phoenix. Chamber is an agent that, like, G Phoenix is one of the teams that does tend to run Chamber on buy.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, they're one of the like last remaining teams in APAC Game Changers that does run Chamber on Bind. So I'm glad that they take it out, that they're bringing it out here, because we don't always see it, and it's on Amy too.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like Chamber is still a pretty decent pick, especially if you really want to push the tempo. I'm hoping that G Phoenix doesn't suffer the same problems they had in their previous series, and that they were quite utility shy for whatever reason. And hopefully with the Chamber, they're going to enable the rest of the squad to kind of pick it up and go online and avoid the snowball that could potentially be Sky Elise in this series.
Yeah, usually I would be like really excited for Yamori to like whip out the operator at any point in the game. You know, whenever she does do that, it's always a treat to watch. She is on raid this time around, so I'm not sure how much we'll be seeing of that. But if we did get a Yamori versus Amy, like operator, Chamber, all sort of showdown, I would be super hyped. But guys, we're about ready to go into map 1, series 2 of the day. Tayrawr and Zahk, take it away.
Thank you very much to our panelists, as they say in Indonesia. Terima kasih, dankeschön. What else? Maraming salamat. How do you say it in yours, Zach?
Oh, well, it depends on what language you're speaking, because India has like
whatever
about
language you know
of them. Well, I can say gracias in Spanish, I can say shukriya in Hindi, I can say nandri in Tamil, which is my Indian language I actually speak. But India versus Indonesia, we got a regional war on our hands here between these two teams, and I think between us we covered like 7 languages. The languages
See?
there,
Miss Worldwide. Pitbull, never mind him. It's us nowadays. Global Esports is what we have here versus SCYTHE and WJ. Indonesia's pride, as we look into it, the only remaining, like they said in the panel, as the Indonesian teams that we have right here. But again, whoever makes it out in this lower bracket still has that opportunity and still has that chance to make it to the championships, which will be in Brazil.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line here for both of these mono-regional teams. That said, though, I'm pretty surprised that G ended up picking Bind as their map, because this is one of, I gotta say, it's one of SCYTHE's more successful maps in comparison. And
Maybe they
I
prepped
think,
up. They
yeah,
did
maybe
VOD
they have.
reviews all
They've done their
night.
homework and stuff, but especially with their new player coming in, I'm hoping that they have done a lot of changes. You can already see Meow looking to get a little bit aggressive early on here. Satchel not going to be really going through it. It's Sky Elise to find the damage. Still, though, she's going to be quite tapped up here. 1 HP is all that remains on the raise. And at least Amy able to find one, take down Oriphilia. That's going to be the controller gone. Carry with the refrag, though, onto Yamori, and suddenly things swinging in favor of GEX here as they just sweep through showers. Just 2 players left for NWJ now.
Little bit of a stuck up there since she's very low on HP, like you said. Now, in a 4v2 scenario, they get the side to plant the spike. They don't know that Crescent is already creeping up through CD. I think Amy can actually see a little bit of the foreheads of the players here. But can they make a play that is 5 ahead for this round? Again, lamps secured, cleared out. They know it might be showers. Not yet quite sure when it comes to A short, but slowly and surely they're gonna find one on the corner that's gonna be in, taking on the first kill. The flash settles in. They actually cleared out showers. They go for the heal, and now it's all up to the last remaining player, Rose. She still gets 1 kill here. What? I'm dead. I cannot cast anymore. My brain is not braining.
I think that NWJ probably feels the same because that was a 2v4 they had no business winning, especially that push into showers. It was just so clean to come out of the NWJ side. It's unbelievable. Like, how do you find all of these skills? What?
One enemy remaining.
That utility usage from the sky itself gave a lot of opportunity here for SCYTHE. The flash from Crescents was able to push out the 2 players and showers that tried to help out Amy here in the position. And again, classic free gun, by the way. The right click to the faces here definitely hurt a lot. And they have to be really careful about this. Now, with a pistol round going to NWJ, EX a little bit shaken here. So let's see if they can make it back. Kyosei can just go around, but still wanted to fight. She gets a double. Now it's time to follow the lead. That's the flash settling in and Crescents to crunch in the time.
Oh my god, it's just a slaughter there toward showers. 1 player Zahk alive now 3 versus the world in the TP. Does a decent amount of damage to Lin, but not able to close out the kill. And just like that, it's the second round. A flawless to boot coming in for NWJ. That said though, this is Global Esports' chance to jump back into this. They're going to be having their full buy coming in. And I think that while individually they've been able to do a decent amount of damage as we saw from the pistol, it's just that their post plans, this is something that they've been facing throughout the year. It could do a little bit, it could use a little bit of work. And I think that looking at the way their Asian composition is configured towards this map with the Viper and the Brimstone coming into play, I think that post plant is going to be super important for that team with the utility that they have on board.
Sky flashes to get intel. They know someone is on B long. Not quite sure how many though, and you could already see Amy wraps around Kyosei. Really deadly on this initial pickoff. They find another yet again and again and again for the side of SCYTHE. They get this pickoffs quite easily. They also mamba out quite easily as well. Meow, she knows there's someone on showers, or rather lamps here. And a 2v4 scenario, they do have the spike in their hands though, but it's only Muffin Loop and Meow though. She actually settles the deal. It's now a 2v2.
Really nice frags to come out, and it seems like Muffin and Meow, they've been the duo since the beginning, all the way back in their Asteria days. They're looking for a little bit more damage. They know that there's someone inside U-Haul, and they're gonna make the call to rotate quickly over towards that B site instead. There's still gonna be Kyosei with the Vandal though to watch out for. She hasn't come through yet. The flash will reveal the position towards CT. And now it's just a full 2-on-2. That both of these teams have to play out. The overpeak though for Meow 16k. It's gonna be punished by Kyosei. The final kill to come through for Crescent. And WJ, they convert that bonus. Almost played perfectly towards the end.
These rounds that we're looking at is definitely that head-to-head aim duel stuff we are watching. Not only that, the duelists from both sides, actually, Kyosei and we have Meow, they're just going head-to-head here when it comes to getting those amazing kills for the team, amazing pickoffs as well. Like we already assumed a while ago, it seemed like GX was having a difficult time, but Meow is ready to step on the gas pedal here to make something happen for the rest of the team. Can they make it happen for the next following rounds though? It is a deficit when it comes to that economy. They do have the pistols, but we've seen what pistols can do a while ago.
I mean, when you have Kyosei taking pot shots through the smoke and getting these kills. It's incredible. TP forced out of her teammate, but Sky at least still playing spoil sport towards this B-long area. Lynn on the other side to find one of her own as well. Now just Kiri and Rose, the controllers of GEX left. 2v5
One
situation.
enemy remaining.
This is an equal round, so not much to be expected, of course, but it's another flawless to come out. A 4K for Sky Elise here on the Reyna, and this is exactly what you do want to see out of your Reyna player, right? Just fracking out, using the dismiss to reposition, and continuing to just wreak havoc on your opponent. Exactly what you want to see to be coming out of your duelist Reyna player here. That said though, GEX, they're going to be having their full buy coming in once again, and they're getting close to a lot of these snowball ults. The orbital strike as well as a showstopper, both only 2 points away, and before they really charge into this round, it's going to be a bit of a timeout, I think, to come out of the squad.
Someone had time to warm up, I guess, huh? For that first series that we had a while ago, and that's first name Sky, last name Elise. 10-1 as the KD that we're looking at here, and like you said, having that Reyna gives her that opportunity to reposition herself as well, herself rather. But if you think about it, we've seen her peak showers a while ago, and she could have dismissed, but still, she has confidence that she can get this double kills, sometimes a triple kill as well. Even on this round that we just saw, it was a 4 kills on her. So really huge, especially if Arena or one of your duelists could really step up to the table here, could really step up to the plate. Because obviously for Sky Elise, despite not having a support system from the team, she can still hop out of an engagement that she doesn't want to be a part of. But having Crescent's flash for her as well, that's a lot for GX so far to take.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this was the map where the whole chain flashing mechanic was kind of pioneered and perfected. It was way back when Breach had 3 flashes, and it was really just difficult to break through. But now it's, say, a similar kind of vein. It's the Sky as well as the Reyna flashes the GEX will have to break through. A little bit of a default coming out from them. They've been pretty aggressive so far in these first couple of rounds, and now they're looking to slow down the pace a little bit. Early queue from Muffin though, that's going to do quite a bit of damage to Crescent. However, she's not ready for the second player. Sky Elise just holding the off angle and showers a free kill that goes untraded for the side, and now once again they have the advantage despite the full buy for GES.
To be this choke point hold towards shower, especially coming in from Sky Elise, that they just couldn't break down. The wall is just too high for them to take. But it is a 1-to-1 trade. There's no more smokes for the side of NWJ for the time being. At least this gives them another opportunity, but opportunity awaits as Yamori gets the kill on the paint shells.
Yeah, just really nice.
Don't know how that happened, but it did.
It just completely cut them off, and there was nowhere that poor aiming could really go. No TP setup either, so that's gonna be a huge kill for NWJ to keep the numbers up as GE. They concede the side to GE, but it's still going to be them ready for the retake here. Rose finally looking to get that spike down. Meow 16K looking to push a little bit more aggressively into elbow. In fact, the rest of the team gotta be following in her footsteps here, so it's gonna come down to the timings on this fight. Meow finds it. That's the first opener that GE really needed in this 3v3 situation. Now the flame already on its way though towards long. Sky Elise not knowing, she takes out Rose, and now it's just 1v3, no position for Kiri to make some kind of magic happen, and NWJ they get to 4th.
It's already
Sorry,
5th
5th.
right now for NWJ. 5-0, very clean rounds that we're looking at here. And for GX, it seems like they're having a hard time finding space on the map and being more comfortable roaming around it as well. Sky Elise was able to wrap around B long here quite easily, and she's not afraid to take on the duel. She knows that she can win the engagement, and that confidence is what she's having right now. It just oozes through other teammates as well to be more confident in making those shots happen. At the end of the day, you can't win the engagement even if all the utilities connect. If you can't defuse the spike, it's not gonna be a win. But for NWJ, they get everything: the defuse, objectives, the kills.
Yeah, they're excelling across the board here. In particular, it probably helps when your Arena is having a game like the one that Sky Elise is having right now. Really nice positioning overall. Now Showstopper though from Meow 16K to find the space, gets the kill onto Yamori. A second one to come out from Muffin Loop as well. And now the Viper's Pit gonna be invested to boot by Rose to make this round a little bit more viable. Numbers in GE's favor. Muffin Loop with the push out as well finds the timing onto Oriophilia, and that's the kills that GE really need to extend their lead further on the site. 4v2 situation. They still have the orbital strike to work with as well if necessary. The flank from Lin, it might decide how this round plays out, but she just has no information to work with. Has a molly at least to try and smoke out the angles, but Kiri just won the position, and just like that, it's gonna be Lin taken down to boot. Crescent's now in a 1v4, and she might just opt to save.
Save, she has lots of money, not a problem, but the shotgun, the judge, right in your face. Rose is ready to take on the action. First point for the side of Global Esports here. And you can definitely see that alone, or when it comes to mechanical skills, GX can definitely hit their shots. It just comes to having that good of an execute to really push out enemies or really push out players from NWJ. And if SCYTHE, for example, gets on or keeps on getting that initial pickoffs and just can go away after the dismiss, that's what makes it difficult for GX. But when it comes to execution, I think they're having more of a grip on how to take these rounds that we are looking at. SCYTHE again, moving forward, goes for the spray, and this wall actually blocks her off.
Yeah, it kind of isolates the fight. I don't think she was ready for Kiri on the other angle with the off position, so that's a huge kill. However, Yamori again with the pain chills, just doing so much damage. Gets taken down though in GE. They found safety in numbers once again. Then they've learned from their mistakes in the first couple of rounds as well. You can see that their spacing has gotten much better and they're able to just play together as a squad. Now, Muffin Loop has been taken out, which means there's going to be no more heal available for Meow.
Last player
But
standing.
it's once again a 2v4. Make that a 1v4 as Kiri hits an absolutely nutty shot from across, down short. It's just down to Crescents. Last time around, it was her in a 1v4 as well. She got taken down by the judge from Rose. This time, GE, they are so spread apart and just not willing to concede any more of the weaponry that they have in their arsenal. It's just Crescent looking to find whatever damage she can. At least takes the first down onto Kiri, but the distraction is there and Rose takes her down in turn. 5-2 now, GE, they stabilized a little bit.
Slowly but surely stabilize, as we call it as well. And we all know how difficult it is to entry when it comes to binds, especially when you have a good defense team like NWJ showing right now. But if you can isolate fights here and really play out with your team into trying to maximize those utility plays that you can use, can make you more get, or rather can make you get more rounds than what you're planning to. But it seems like Yomori's paint shells have like a magnet of some sort or something like that. It just kills. This is already the second time it killed someone.
We need to keep a counter for how many paint shell kills she gets throughout today. It seems like that's gonna be our objective.
Skill counter too.
I mean, she has 2 kills and they're both paint shell kills, and it makes sense to me. Heat-seeking missiles, a little bit of a buff received by Yomori's paint shells, but that's it, right? Let's take a look at what we have from both of these teams. So far, it's been a banger of a game for SCYTHE, 13-3, by the way. I think that's more than any other 3 players on the server have together, objectively speaking. But I think that for on our team anyway, the 4GE side, they certainly look a little bit more clean. I think their executes have been a little bit hit or miss. The one that they pulled with the showstopper was fantastic when it comes to spacing, as well as just being able to control a lot of the site. But apart from these powerful ults that they've been using to really push through, their normal setups, they need a little bit of work. I think that over the last couple of rounds, they've been better at team coordination. There have been a lot of more of those trades coming in, but they got to make sure that stays the way for the rest of the game, because they can't really afford to make mistakes like that, especially when you consider that you are in that lower.
True that, and this is already the last opportunity for the teams that we have right here. And I also wanted to add, like, yeah, you're right. When it comes to Lamps a while ago, completely dismantled the defense here of NWJ, but that's with the help of a showstopper and also the Sky trying to, or Muffin Loop clearing out Lamps with helping out the players, or Meow 16K. And if they continue to do this team plays that we are looking at, then this might go further for GX side. But we also saw Sky Elise overheating at some point. The wall here is actually from a Viper or from GEX's Viper, but she still pushes through and really tries to spray control from the last position that she saw someone, but nonetheless, she's all alone. And it's not always Christmas for her, you know? It's not always there.
Exactly. I think that it's been hit or miss. The first couple of rounds was a lot of hits coming in, very, very crucial headshot hits. But I think, like you mentioned, it's been a little bit more awkward in the last few rounds that we've seen. I think that has a lot to do with how GE have been improving themselves when it comes to those trades.
want
Now
to
Tour de
play?
Force
Let's
online for
play.
Amy as well. You're going to be seeing it coming out right off the bat as they look to take the engagements down towards B long. Early flash though from Crescents will once again detect the presence of the GE players towards this B long area. The Viper's played as well by the defenders has been put down towards short, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for GE to really push onto this A site. And you can see the rotations as well, the readjustments from NWJ to put a little bit more presence towards B instead. But GE themselves, they're still looking towards the A side as their point of entry.
They're still playing for picks here. And obviously, you also have Kiri with the orbital strike ready. Really huge if they want to clear out any angle, for example, lamps. But it's a Viper's pit waiting for them. So I'm not quite sure if they're really ready to contest this. But so far, this dog at least finds one, maybe sees Amy, not quite sure with that, but you see very slow-paced movements here from GEX. They're expecting a push, maybe from Sky Elise, because she's been doing that for the past 7 rounds.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but the clock, it's run down already. 30 seconds left. G. They have to make a move, and it seems like the spike itself, it's headed towards this Viper's pit. I'm not entirely sure about the decision. Emperor's gonna be popped now in by Sky Elise in that backside. Gets the first kill for free. No trade available for the G squadron, and it's still gonna be Lin and Sky Elise. The crossfire too much for G to break through, and the
One
damage,
enemy
it's been
remaining.
done. There's just nowhere, no
Teleport's
home
ready.
to be found, no safe spot for G at all, and it's Amy in a 1v5. The clock having run through with the shorty. She might at least be able to find something, but Lin, perfect headshot to take her out, and it's a flawless round for NWJG. They just wasted so much time, and when it came down to attacking, it was the Reyna once again to stop them. 15 now for Sky Elise. That's a 5 KDA.
And
What?
you see from the rounds that we saw a while ago, Sky Elise just kept on pushing, and I feel like GX was gauging on this aggression that Sky Elise has been showing from the previous 7 rounds. But she also changed her pacing. She stayed put, she relaxed a little bit onto the side, and with that amount of time, 30 seconds remaining, just a little bit of a delay coming in from NWJ can already break the take that GX wanted to go. And like you mentioned a while ago, not quite sure why they decided on A, knowing that there was also that Viper's pit that they had to clear out. Speaking of clearing out, though, they cleared out the hookah here for this time around. Lin, she knows there might be someone else there, but this is already one pick off away.
Orbital strike still online for Kiri. One pick in favor of NWJ, like you mentioned here. G looking to push into this B side through Hookah, and it's gonna be the Molly to try and cut Lin off here. A counter to come through, and it's gonna catch all of these players. Still though, Amy and Rose, they're able to do so much damage. 2 kills of their own, bringing it down to a 3v3. Oreophilia with their own orbital strike, looking to hit the planter, take it down possibly, and Rose, she'll be able to run away, but that's gonna deny the plans, buying the space for the push off the side. Yamori now with the
player
Boobot instead of her usual Beatles to find the kill, and it's just Muffin Loop in a 1v3, gets the first one. Showstopper
30
invested though
seconds
by
left.
Yamori to deny the possible clutch here, and now it's just the 1v2. Muffin Loop, she goes for the push in through CT, but Oreophilia, whereas always, will take her down. 7-2 now for NWJ, and while they had to invest at least 2 ultimates to hold on to the round, hold on to it, they do.
Always ready with that pre-fire angle as well. They did a good job trying to take side here, but again, you have players like Sky Elise that is ready, stop you on your toes. And Yamori, she has a total of 3 kills here. 2 Pixels and 1 Boombot. So might as well, I think she doesn't need to buy any Vandals anymore.
Yeah.
And just throw it to the teammates that she has, and then just use her utilities.
I think if she can get through this game without really getting any kills with the gun, I'll be pretty
cool.
impressed. That'll be really
That's gonna
cool.
be a first for VCT, right?
Yeah, it's a record. No weapon challenge. Hashtag just raise for me. Now though, it's gonna be GU once again looking to contest on this B side of the wall, cutting off these players, and it's gonna be Skylise and Lin once again to find these crucial openers. Muffin Loop able to strike back, find a little bit of vengeance for her fallen teammates, and it's going to be a 2v4 now. Muffin still though stuck in the corner, has to be careful with the timings here. 1-for-1 trade on the A side, and now it's all down to Muffin Loop. She's able to pick up the orb, will have the Seekers in 1 kill or 1 spike plants, but in the situation, she doesn't really have any information as to where the players are still positioned. Knows that there are 2 on B, but that's more than enough time for the B position here. Skylise, she misses the timing, but here's the gunshots. Muffin looking to push the advantage here. The flash, it connects, and now she has to isolate these duels somehow. It's not gonna happen though. Once again, the debuff from the Viper wall is more than enough for Lin to get that kill, and it's 8 for NWJ.
They do have Lin for that first contact, and Sky Elise basically just needed to wait for that contact to happen before she hops out. I'm not quite sure why they dry peek the wall from the Viper. Not even a satchel in play, to say the least, for Meow 16K to try and make an entry happen here. But having or being not sure about the takes that you want to go on site, or no intel or no information at all for GX, it's not really that good of a decision to just hop out of the wall, knowing that you're gonna be disintegrated by that wall. Anyway, this is already that orbital strike being used to clear out lamps, and the satchel in play from Meow 16. She knows there's gonna be someone to shower, and NWJ is just giving that space. They want to play retake here.
I mean, Meow 16K though able to push up and find an opener here, but Oreophilia 2 of her own, looking for a little bit more, although Amy denies it. Once again, the Viper Spirit comes into play. This is what she needed to win that last round that we saw them invested in. Now though, they're going to be crunching through on all the sides. It's going to come down to timings for NWJ as they enter this Viper Spirit, and it's a perfect one here for Lin. She finds both Amy as well as Rose, and now it's just Kiri in a 1v2. The defuse comes through, the Molly doesn't connect, and NWJ, they're going to be able to find a 9th round on the board off the heroics of Lin. There's just such unfortunate timing for Global Esports, and really good awareness in that retake attempt from NWJ.
Yeah, at that point, Lin was just telling her teammates like, yeah, make something happen there, and I'll go from behind and make them just focus on you. It was successful, and she was able to take on 2 kills here, and that Molly not connecting gave that pressure to Kiri to really peek out and try to get on a kill and maybe save the round for them. But it didn't happen that way, or didn't happen the way they liked it to be. 9-2 is going to be the score line here, and for GX, still very rough time trying to make a side take happen, especially with the new Viper Spit set on B.
Yeah, I mean, the last time the Viper Spit, it was down on A short, and you saw the kind of delay it produced in the GE side. Now they look to rotate instead. They've learned their lessons, at least. They're not willing to really push into it and deal with the kind of damage that it causes. Quick rotation over towards A side. No ultimates really close except for Amy's Tour de Horse. Meow 16K could pick up the showstopper though, and that will be exactly the case. GE could use that to make that space once again into sight. They're going to be going down towards short instead, a bit of an A split that we're possibly seeing. And there's a 3-person stack from NWJ on the side. Again, they rotated another player over for this exact eventuality. Great lurk from Amy though.
Yeah, finally able to pick up a kill here and reposition herself with the rest of the team. I do like that they're trying to go all together in this, especially you have a showstopper ready for Meow, and that's gonna be popped out. This is again a deja vu from what happened a while ago. Can Amy though get the kill? Yes, she can. That's towards Sky Elise as well. 3v3 situation. This ult has been used. The orbital strike trying to delay. 9 seconds remaining to plant the spike, and this delay actually might have worked in their favor. 4 seconds. They know they've won this round already. It's just a matter of time, and Amy goes down.
That is so unfortunate. 10-2 half though to come through for NWJ. And talking about GEX in that last round, it seemed like they held the cards, but just that orbital strike it demolished them apart here. That said though, now we're going to be having the side swap. Before we jump into GE's defensive half, let's see what our panel has to say.
Thank you, ladies. Starting out 5-0 for SCYTHE, ending 10-2 in their favor, and it just seems as if GE are having trouble cracking through the SCYTHE defense.
That's exactly what's been happening, and you know, GE, despite trying to go for those heavier hits, I feel like in a perfect world, or what they were trying to execute is that Amy would get a free pick with her rendezvous, and obviously just the nature of Chamber. But what we saw was just a lot of patience from SCYTHE. You know, no matter what happened, no matter what type of set play Global would throw at them, they were very willing to let the retake happen and just kind of not give up the early numbers advantage. And, you know, having SCYTHE kind of go crazy on those first few rounds also was a bit of a confidence blow towards Global, because, again, they were really trying to find a way to condition the defense into overreacting. But even freezing them at a site was just not possible. They couldn't get anything going when it comes to just these super heavy hits, these super 5-man pushes on the sites, and it just really didn't bear fruit up until they would use 2 or 3 ults, which is obviously not very sustainable in this type of competition.
GE's going to have that Chamber on the defense side after the switch. Do we see that as helping them out to maybe go for the comeback? What do we think?
I think, yeah, Amy's definitely gonna play a pivotal role, especially when it comes to trying to ruin that setup for SCYTHE, especially they don't have any real sentinel to cover up the flanks. But once again, it's a bit of a mystery for our casters to explain to us in a while.
All right, well, never back down, never give up. Map 1's not over yet, and we're gonna see how this one ends.
Thank you very much to our wonderful panelists, and I believe that Reirachu is right. It's not over until it's over, and there's still some semblance of hope for GE on this map, because it is only an 8-round deficit. I say that in quotes. We've been seeing a lot of insane comebacks come back throughout today, and hopefully that might be another one for the GE supporters if they are hanging around in the chat. That said though, 10-2, it's been a dominant showing from SCYTHE, and now with them switching over to the attacking side, if they go for those fast and heavy hits, it seems like there's nothing that can stop them, and it's a 5v5 push. Look at that map. It's 5 versus 5 on short, it seems like. What?
Never back down, never what? That's gonna be the question. And as you can see, actually, SCYTHE is the prime that we are looking at here. But if you think about it, Lynn is already the top fragger at this point. We've seen her step up and catch up with SCYTHE here. Yamori trying to clear lamps, but then again, run away. That's gonna be that Brimstone, but still caught off guard. 3v2 situation as Muffin Loop and Amy tries to contest and control a side, but I think they would rather go for pickoffs here, and pickoff is what Orgophilia does.
Just the awareness from Oreo, washes for the flank, catches the player, and now that they know exactly where Muffin is towards Showers, they're just happy to book it over towards the B site instead. A 1v3 to deny NWJ their 11th round on the board, and it all falls onto Muffin Loop. She does have a flash to work with as well as the Ghost, but not much else here, unfortunately. You can see her powering forward, looking to take these fights, but NWJ, they're just not giving her any kind of information, just a flawless post plan to come in, and she has to seek out these duels by herself 1v1, especially if you look at how far apart they're playing for the completely open plant.
They don't want that same scenario to happen from what they had in the pistol a while ago, but on the side, the Muffin Loop doesn't need to see anyone else's possession because Yamori is now getting the kills here. No more Boombot kills, no more Pagel kills. It's enough. It's time for the guns to come out. And she was really able to clear out Showers here and a lot of spaces for the side of NWJ.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think that the fact that it was number one really good utility use to come out of the side of SCYTHE, but more than that, they were really aware throughout. Like Oriophilia's timing to check for the flank, because she heard that TP when that round begins, so her timing was just impeccable to clear the flank out and ensure that the team doesn't go down. That said though, GE, they're staring down a possible match point here. You do see a little bit of a buy coming in fact, a heavy investment despite that round loss. A Stinger in the hands of Curie, a Spectre for Rose, and a Bucky for Meow 16K. You can already see Amy playing a little bit more aggressively. If they don't check her and she gets an opening frag, it might be huge, but again, it's just...
they don't
check!
They don't know. Oh, she doesn't go for the rendezvous though. She tried to get on double kill and now the shotguns to the
Spike
face.
down
Meow
A.
to actually get a double. A 3v2 scenario. Maybe that investment works out in their favor, Zach.
Yeah, the kind of heroics you really need. Meow somehow being able to get 2 with the Bucky there is insane, but 2 she does get, and Oreo is quite tagged up as well, so definitely around the G can convert with the numbers that they have. Muffin alone on this B side will be watching for the possible rotation, but A does seem to be where the spike is eventually headed. You can see that Lin is taking showers control, making sure that there's nobody really being a pesky lurk around the corner, and with that being the case,
30
they might
seconds
still
left.
be looking to put pressure on this A side. 2 players from GEX still playing around towards U-Haul. Curie holding it down, and the spike itself, it's going to be making its way on side, but look at how much space Lin's taken.
She knows. She already saw someone. She knows there's gonna be someone on CT. That's gonna be the timing that they're looking for. Lin secures the kill. Ophelia alive and kicking. Muffin loop. She has to loop out literally all the way here from TP. They've heard her. It's either showers. It's either a short. There's 2 players remaining from NWJ. Can take up space at a time. She still has 1 flash to play around. She knows where the Viper is gonna be, but Lin already spots her out. Oriofilia and Lin will be playing alongside each other. Bait and switch works out in their favor, and now a match point.
Match point indeed, and G,
Match
they
point.
invested everything they had in that previous round. I don't know what their economy is going to look like here, but it's a high possibility. They made it so close as well, especially towards the end. It came down to this particular kill. I think that the fact that Lin was able to find Rose there, Oreo with the second follow-up as well into U-Haul, they were just so meticulous about taking up that space and finding that information before really showing their hands. So an excellent round to come out of NWJ's side. That said, for GEX, they are still able to put together some semblance of a buy, but it's very awkward. And now Yamori, she's looking for a little bit of shotgun revenge with that judge purchase.
They do know for NWJ, they do know exactly what fights to take on as well. They wouldn't go for those solo fights. They would rather be really working on that 2v1 situation and use up a bait and switch and make a trade happen. And this is what is basically getting them those rounds, those important rounds that they have to take. Now we're down to their last round. If they make it, Lin already pushing forward the Battle Vipers. Definitely here, Amy to spot her out. A good trade scenario so far, and that removes at least one of the smoke that we have. Is Kiri gonna go down in this judge? Yes, she will. That's Yamori for the kill, and Sky Elise to go crazy. Oriofilia for the next, and now it's all up to
Spike
Amy
planted.
to make something happen in a 4v1.
Like absolute heroics, but it's not happening today as Sky Elise to close things out here for NWJ as they take map 1 in dominant fashion. 13-2, I believe, was that final score, and a major part of that, it could be attributed to the performance of Sky Elise, who I think dropped a 20 bomb by the end of it, which is pretty impressive considering that game was 15 rounds in total. That said though, it's gotta be heartbreaking for GE because they seem to really struggle, and remember, this was their map pick, so they were kind of in a position where they needed to win it, and now they're just 1 map away from being eliminated in this elite. They have to power through on map number 2.
They do. That is what they need to do, literally. The next map is actually picked by SCYTHE NWJ as well. This is just complete showing of dominance from the side of SCYTHE NWJ. And so far, I already can assume what will happen on the next map. But let's see if GEX can come back to this. Let's hear what the panel thinks about map number 1. So I'll pass it on to Reirachu. Take it away.
SCYTHE were ready for today. They saw the stream delays earlier and said, we got your back. We're gonna bring this back on track, back on schedule. And GE, they're going to need to reach deep to stop themselves from getting too old, because at this point, they're getting cleared hard by SCYTHE and WJ.
Oh man, I mean, like, just kind of watching that last 2v4, 2v5 unfold, it was a little heartbreaking on the side of the GE fans. I mean, honestly, watching it unfold, it was a testament to the mastery of SCYTHE and the faculties and the individuals they have on that roster. But at the same time, I feel like it is a bit of a fundamental gap on the side of global esports to allow something like that to happen. Obviously, they didn't want it to happen, but NWJ, they're having a really, really good day finding all these spots. And on that attacking side, when they didn't have a sentinel to, you know, to kind of hunker them down and just allowed a lot more movement for the group, it just kind of put global esports in a bit of a mix-up, really. It just felt like the defense was guessing so much and forcing so many fights, again, on that very, very short half.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about how Amy would have to show up on the chamber in this map. Number one, she is the top performer on her team this time around, but it's just not quite enough. You've got Sky Elise 20 and 8 just absolutely fragging it out on the squad of SCYTHE. Lynn also definitely worthy of a mention, 19.6.329 ACS on the Viper, and Aureophilia too, 15.7 on that Brimstone. And as Zach said, right, this map only had 15 rounds. The fact that you can rack up this amount of kills at these numbers, that's just nuts.
It really is. And again, SCYTHE, I love the confidence from them. No matter what type of situation they got themselves into, no matter what type of player deficit they had coming into the round, they were very calm, very collected, and just really reassessed their options. And again, global, perhaps they still need a little bit of time to warm up and get things going, and maybe, just maybe, stretch the series out. But SCYTHE, if they can keep this form up, it's gonna be really, really scary for global esports Phoenix.
Yeah, absolutely. And usually, like, this usually tends to go one of two ways, right? Because for G Phoenix and for SCYTHE and WJ, you know, they've been waiting quite a while for the earlier series to finish. And generally, you know, some teams, the longer the previous series takes, they kind of cool down a bit, and then it takes them like a bit longer for them to warm up. But I just can't believe how on form SCYTHE look straight out of the gate. And there's the MVP, very well deserved, going over to Sky Elise on the Reyna. I know you love this agent, and Bind's one of the few maps that we really, you know, tend to see the girls bringing it out a bit more. So I'm sure you are happy.
Of course, Reyna is not bad agent. You know, strong, shoot head, kill everything, and I feel like that was the directive for Sky Elise. And another thing that we have to bring out, or rather kind of put into the forefront, is despite Sky Elise being as aggressive as she was, it was never to compromise the positioning of her teammates. It was never in a way where it would be suboptimal to do what she did. But in any case, hopefully we can see global bounce back. Again, they have talked about, you know, really putting themselves in a position where they can grow from all their experiences. So hopefully we're going to see more of that coming into the series later.
Oh, for sure. Map 2, it is going to be on Haven. Was not their map pick, but it is the most played map for Global Esports Phoenix. So if there's any map that they can hope to mount that comeback on, it's going to be Haven. Guys, we've still got at least one more map left for today. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Spike planted. Welcome to my world. One enemy remaining. One enemy
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
back to the all-important map number 2, Do or Die for GE Phoenix, their most played map. They have to win this one if they want to bring this to that map 3. Whew, Raf, how we feeling? It's been a long day.
It has been a long day, but you know what? With what you said earlier, with your analogy, if they don't win, they're gonna lose. So that's true. You know, that's exactly it. That's the 1+1 of the situation.
Look, I said a bit more than that. All right? That's true. That's when it comes down to it. You know, Valorant's a simple game. You click it, you win. You know.
It's true, and honestly, kind of going into this one, we're still hoping for Global Esports Phoenix to just really come alive here, because SCYTHE is in full swing. They're looking so aggressive and they're looking so clean. And as Zahk and Tayrawr said, it just looks like they're doing no wrong at this point. Hopefully Haven is going to be a bit of a turning point, but you did mention this is one, if not the most played map of Game Changers, and we might actually see maybe just a little bit more shine from our ladies over at Global Esports Phoenix.
Exactly, because map number 1, right? It seemed as if SCYTHE and WJ that everything was going in their favor. Like there was no way that GE Phoenix could like heat check them even going into Haven. However, I think that there's that opportunity for them to maybe try and figure out their strats and have a better idea for like agent compositions and have a better plan going into this map number 2. I think Bind maybe a bit less played for them, but there's more of a shot in map 2. I mean, at this point, if you can't out-duel them, then you gotta figure something out as that team, and I think Haven might just be the map for them to do it on.
That's true. There's a lot of potential to outmaneuver a team macro-wise, especially on a map like Haven, where you can, manipulate and disjoint the entirety of the enemy team, especially with the way that the map is designed. And obviously, with me saying that, it's very attacker-sided. It's commonplace pretty much for teams to really try and pile it on the attacking side. And once again, we're just looking for that extra bit of polish on the side of Global Esports. But as Tayrawr also said earlier today in a different series, just take it step by step at a time, round for round, and just try to recover from the series and not think about that first map too much.
Yeah, exactly. And we do say that this is the most played map for GE in Game Changers Pacific. However, I took a look at some more stats for them. They do only have like a 50% win rate for Haven out of like 20 something times that they've played this map. SCYTHE has played Haven around 21 times. It is their like top 3, top 4 most played for them. So not the most, but they've also got a fair amount of games in. They also have like a 57% win rate over 21 maps. So not the most convincing for either of these teams. I think there's a lot of potential there for GE to try and make that upset happen. Talking about Asian composition that we may see this time around, you think SCYTHE maybe gonna pick up that Reina again? We do see it sometimes on Haven. What do you think?
I think that's possible. I think they're open to the idea of, SCYTHE is playing on a super snowball agent like that, especially with her opening performance on Bind. But it wouldn't surprise me if they go for something quite standard, like a Breach Sova type of bait, especially when Global Esports are pretty much on the ropes at the moment. I feel like it's really on the side of Phoenix to kind of throw a curveball here, but it looks pretty standard, for both sides, really.
Yeah, close to the mirror matchup, just going to be Astra for GE Phoenix and the Omen for SCYTHE and WJ, but the rest of the 4 on the Asian side is going to be absolutely the same. It's going to be the Jet, Sova, Killjoy, as well as the Breach. So pretty standard, as you mentioned. GE Phoenix this time around starting on the attack side, and they didn't have a great map 1, and generally when the team that drops the earlier map goes into attacking side on the next map, sometimes it doesn't end up the greatest, because they're still at a bit of a low, so that's one of the things that I'm not a bit worried about.
Once again, you kind of have to like reset yourself. This is a different map, this is a different setting, so Again, this is pretty much a lot of global esports Phoenix fans really rooting for their team, and obviously us too, for a competitive series.
All right, well, here's hoping we do get to see that map 3. But before we get there, we've got map 2 coming up with Tayrawr and Zahk.
One last map, or are we going for isa pa, or in English, one more? That's what we're gonna be finding out for this next map. Zach, we've seen a difference, just a little difference that we have right here from the agent composition. Honestly, I'm a big fan of an Astra pick here from Global Esports. You have more utils to play around when it comes to post-plan positions. What about you?
I definitely agree. When it comes down to the post plant, the Astra is a little bit better than the Omen, but if you're on defense, that Omen is probably what you want on your side, because there's just so many of these boxes that let you find that elevation to play around, and it's just that 1-2 punch that your opponents often don't see coming. So I think that both agents definitely have their pros and cons on this particular map. I personally do prefer the Omen just because I like emo ghost boys. No, I'm kidding, but I do like
Will be the night. Oh, sorry, just took that out from my 13-year-old self. And also at the same time, I do like the Omen on the retakes though. Like that paranoia, especially on A, Cubby, is a lot. So let's see how they would play it out, because like the panel said a while ago, Zach, when it comes to aim duels, NWJ might have the upper hand right now, but this map allows you to manipulate more when it comes to util plays.
Well, either way, it's going to be a pretty substantial bit of utility invested by GE right off the bat here. A site, it's been left over for a retake, as you so often see done on Haven. And already though, Yumori, she's able to find a kill with the Sheriff on the cross, taking down Muffin Loops. That's first blood going in favor of the NWJ roster. Rose able to get the spike plant down. Now GE positioned with that crossfire that is often so difficult to place. Break apart between CT and the corner. However, the dash is perfect. It's still going to be Curie to find the kill, and NWJ, they're getting these trades. Still going to come down to a 1v2 situation, though at the end, it's all down to just Curie, and unfortunately for her, she's not going to be able to do anything as Oreo shuts her down. A really quick, aggressive retake from NWJ that wins them the pistol.
Chaos is what they're bringing to the table here, and chaos started once that aftershock was thrown off, just to clear out the angles here on Hell. 1-0, and NWJ is the one to take on the lead here yet again, like a deja vu from game number 1. They're gonna be able to buy off immediately some Bulldogs, some Spectres, and Yamori to stick on to a Sheriff, maybe gauging on that operator anytime soon, especially on the defense here.
Yeah, I think that operator pick, it could definitely be crucial.
Never mind. She bought.
Well, we keep getting baited out, but you know, talking about the operator, I feel like we didn't really have a chance to see it come into play in that last map because of, well, how quick it went aside. I would like to see either Muffin or Yamori pick it up for this particular one, especially when you do have that jet coming into play. G once again looking to contest on this A site, but just utility being thrown to them, doing quite a bit of damage. In fact, Meow16k getting tagged up to less than half of her HP. It's gonna force GE back just a little bit.
Forced, that is, for the side of GX. No Sky this time around. No heals. Nothing whatsoever. They have to reposition themselves. Not only that, but try and make a pickoff happen. They invested on Muffin Loop, a Marshall here that could actually be a turning point when it matched, but no one is really showing themselves here. No one's giving info towards GX's side. They know someone is on mid with that shots coming in from the Classic, but is it just to bait out players from
30 seconds
NWJ side to make rotations happen? And it feels like it's going to be a rehit on A. This is going to be 4-1 split, 1 on sewers and 4 on A main, and 1 Sova on side might catch everything on this side.
Rico hasn't spotted anything else, but they're still gonna be Lin with the Spectre, as long with their teammate. Crescent's doing some damage as well. The Sheriff shots still connect, but there's no time to get the spike down. GE, they have to plant her. It's all for nothing here. At least they're able to do some damage, but it still will be another round to come out of NWJ. GEX, they make it expensive. 3 players that they take down in the process.
Yeah, true. They take a lot of guns here from the side of NWJ, yeah, but in the end, a round is still a round for NWJ with a 2-0 right now. I do like this rehead on the side, but you have to give credit where credit's due. This stun from Crescents here is actually just perfect time or perfectly timed for the delay on the GX side, not letting them plant at all. And we are now back to the Technical Pause podcast.
Oh, well, it always seems to happen in our games. But talking about the Technical Cast podcast, or Technicast, whatever. I think that looking out for GE's side, they look a little bit more confident. They're willing to take these head-on peaks, and I think that Haven, because it's a map that's been out since the beginning of this game, it's something that teams have looked a little bit more practiced on. So I think that GE definitely, they've gone back to their early roots here, and it's a map that they've had mixed success on in the past before. So I think that experience, at least, it's gonna serve them in good regard. In fact, I do believe the last time that these two teams did face off, exactly on this particular map, it went all the way to overtime. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that coming into play once again.
Overtime? It's like you're scaring me, Zach. No, but nonetheless, it's true. Like this map specifically just gives you a lot of allowance from attack, from defense. Might be an attacker-sided map because of that triple site, but in the end, if you have a really good teamwork, aside from really utilizing all those skills from the players or those agents that they have, a 2v4 scenario can actually have a win still, as long as you do and make a good retake happen. It what we call it in the Philippine broadcast, not quite sure here yet on Game Changers, is a retake map. It's like king of retake will actually make this map happen and make it yours.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to retakes, for sure, SCYTHE, they've definitely proven to look a little bit better today. I think we saw it on Bind as well in that first pistol. They just managed to pull together a completely unfair retake. It seemed like they had no business being able to win it out. But overall, I think that SCYTHE as well, if you look at the roster itself, it's a lot of players that have experience from a bunch of different teams. Of course, Oreo, she used to be on that Alter Ego roster. She joined Orangutan for a while in the middle, though I don't know if she ever actually got to play in an official Game Changers match while she was on OG. Nevertheless, I think that for SCYTHE, they do have a lot of experienced players really coming into this with spades. And also, I think this is a team that has made Elite every single year since Elite was a thing. They used to be playing under the name of Big Sight before this. So the fact that the roster, it's been very consistent, being able to make it to that top 8 since 2021, it's definitely something that proves that they are a team to watch out for. And for GE Phoenix, a little bit of history about them, more of a newer team that Global Esports decided to form this year, made it right before Open 1, I believe. And it's a team that actually held open tryouts to really pick up the players that they did now. So it was pretty fun to watch the action, see how the players did get signed. And despite them having a little bit of a up and down performance this year, the fact that they did make it to Elite, despite all the challenges in their that they have been facing, I think it's a pretty good testament to the potential that this roster does hold in the future, at least.
Yeah, it already says something. And being here on Elite, especially for all the teams that we have right now, even getting out of that last chance qualifier from our players a while ago, like NYX Kyosei and MLT, it's already a big statement for what's to come, especially in the next following years that we have here in Game Changers. But I also do wanted to add with what you were saying about Scythe as well. I really think that they do gel well together, especially when it comes to making use of those utility plays. But not only that, they know what fights to take, and also what are the chances or what is the stats of them winning. Basically, having that 2v1 scenario, they would rather really go for that bait and switch and make sure that trade in happens. Comparing so far, this is what I'm saying in my opinion, so far for the first map that we just saw a while ago, it seems like GX is still trying to wrap around the terms of when to make a retake, or not a retake, but a trade in happen. There's that slight little delay that we are looking at into trying to mesh together as a team. And I feel like if they find that footing in this game, in this map, we might be seeing a map 3.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be important for those trades to keep coming in because, like you mentioned, so many of the rounds that we saw on Bind, right? It's what it came down to. Even if GE had an advantage, like the 4v2 and the pistol, or so many of those 3v2 or 4v3 situations that they had the advantage in, they just were not able to trade things out. And so often you would see, for example, a 3v2 turn into a 1v2 by the end of it, and no real damage done to the players to boot on top. So I think that for GE, those trades, they're definitely going to be a huge factor, as well as just a little bit of better utility usage, because so many of the times on Bind, if you noticed, you saw the players pulling out utility at the wrong time or just not being aware as to how many how many players from NWJ are on the site. So I think that GE, they're gonna have to definitely try to improve their timings as well as trades for this map, because look, it's Haven. At the end of the day, it's a map that you already know pretty much in and out if you've been playing this game for any amount of time. It just comes down to your individual performance. And GE, they definitely have the potential. They just got to really let it shine through.
And also, like, talking about the Asian composition here that we have, and even the players themselves, we have Sky Elise on that Killjoy right now, and she was the Reina. If you guys just tuned in or can't remember, she was the Reina a while ago that was really hot on the shots, I would say. And we all saw what she is capable when it comes to aim duels. And being on a Killjoy here in this map, I am a Killjoy main, so
Hey,
that's
Killjoy
what I
main
want to
tonight.
you have those lurks, you can catch people off guard, you could set up for the entirety of the team. Not only that, take care of the flag. You just have a lot of possibilities into playing alone with yourself, and having that good of an aim helps you a lot as a Killjoy.
As a Killjoy who can barely aim myself, I agree. It really does help if you have good aim. But yeah, Sky Elise, I think that she does tend to play in that flex role quite often. And we've seen her on the Killjoy before, so she can definitely be a menace on the site. I think that when it comes down to the composition, it's pretty much a mirror. Same duelist, same initiator, same sentinel. It's just the controllers that differ. So I think that definitely this Yamori versus Muffin Loop battle is what I am super excited about, because Muffin, I do believe she started off in that duelist position. You do see her playing more of that initiator flex role depending on the map. If GE does need a jet, it's usually her stepping up, but if it's the Raze, it's Meow who swaps around. So GE definitely have the flexibility when it comes to them being able to pick up the roles. They just need time to shine in them, and I think that Muffin Loop, if she can, that if they do have a pretty good attack side and on defense, if she can get that operator online pretty early, it might be what GE needs to power through this map.
Definitely true. Completely agree as well. And I think the viewers as well. I'm seeing a lot of hashtag GE fighting in the comment section below. And go send them in some energy here, because they actually need it right now if they want to make it to game number 3. And for the meantime that we have right now, as you can see in our podcast, let me just wear my glasses so I'm Tayrawr again.
Wait, I got mine too. Hold on. There we go. You look extra smart
In
now.
our podcast, there's a little bit of a technical pause, as if I'm not mistaken, it's the jet that's not moving in the mini map that we saw a while ago. And I think we are gonna be going in for a bit of a break. And for the meantime, though, send the players your energy. Send them all your love. May it be SCYTHE NWJ. May it be hashtag G fighting. They can see that, especially when they watch the VODs afterwards, and would love to see all that support come in. But right now, Tayrawr and Zahk will bounce out, but we're gonna be right back later on. Don't go away, Valorant Game Changers APAC Elite will be right back.
Show me what you got. Back up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the
We are finally back. After such a long wait, we are finally back here. Of course, game number 2, just a quick recap. on what just transpired and what just happened. For everyone who just tuned in, this is already the second series of the day and the second game actually for the second series as well. Match or series point rather for the side of NWJ. And so far, this first two initial rounds was able to secure, or NWJ was able to secure those two initial rounds that we are looking at. So far, NWJ also really looking pristine when it comes to those takes, not just on the retakes, but also on the attack as they are on point with the shots. Now it's all up to G Phoenix on also making it happen when it comes to this map that we are looking at. GX, can they make a comeback happen, especially in the series that we have? Again, Elite is that last step to make it to the champions of Valorant Game Changers in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We are looking at the lower brackets here. And from the match that we had a while ago, while we are still waiting for this game to basically start, we had NYX Kyosei, we had MLT, but obviously NYX Kyosei was able to secure that win instead, and MLT said bye-bye. But right now, that's just the update brought to you by Tayrawr. See you guys in a few. We're just gonna go on a very short break, and I'll make sure the next time we come back, it's gonna be game time for the two teams that we have. Don't go away, because VCT APAC Game Changers Elite will be right back.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know when I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang.
Welcome everyone back to VCT Game Changers Elite and our matchup between NWJ and GEX. We appreciate your patience as we work through the various, well, as a tech team works through the various tech issues that we've been having today, but it is still I, Zahk, joined by the amazing Tayrawr to bring you the casting for this game. Bit of a recap, NWJ, they won the first couple of rounds as GE's full buy now, and while neither team has any ults ready to go, I do notice that Curie is only 2 off of 100 Fury.
Whatever Jonong says in the comment, believe him. That's the key, guys.
We love you, John. You're amazing.
It's finally happening. We're finally starting with our game number 2 yet again. We had 2 initial rounds that we are looking at here already, but it seems like GEX wanting to take control of C here. This smoke is stopping them to their toes though. Or Ophelia might need to reposition as this smoke may dissipate anytime soon. No one to contest on that, and I think they're quite aware there might be rotations happening.
Yeah, gee, they do indeed draw those rotations over. 3 players, almost 4 that were there momentarily towards that C side. But again, despite them making a little bit of noise towards C, they haven't really taken map control anywhere else. So it's going to have to be a battle from scratch. You can already see positioning once again coming out of the NWJ squad. G themselves, they put a smoke, at least a fake jet smoke towards that A short angle, possibly signaling a fake cross. Instead, it's going to be C, where Oreo has already taken up so much space, tucking himself in personal as well. 1-for-1 trade so far, and that will be GE to find the opener they need to make their way onto the C side. Unfortunately, still towards backside, there's a heavy bit of presence. 1-for-1 trade again. Muffin, she finds another crucial kill, and Crescents will be forced to fall back, only Ghost in hand. GE, they have to get the plan down. 10 seconds left. You can see that it's going to be the time that's being brought until the end, and it will be another bonus to come through for NWJ because the clock, it's just no time left for GE.
Brutal, very brutal coming in from side NWJ. To be fair, this one and done position from Ophelia, they're already having that advantage of taking in on the side. But with the pistols that they're handling on, the shots from the Ghost still connected. Not other than that, no one really pinged out when it comes to that recon. And they successfully just retake the side completely. Again, when you play around that kind of time, it was already a no mistake kind of scenario. It's either they plan or they just kill off everyone. Nonetheless though, a 3-0, a good bonus coming in from NWJ.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling very happy about that. Kind of a repeat of what we saw in that previous map on Vines. Now though, G, they have a Hero Guardian on Muffin Loop. Everybody else just playing with Sheriffs and other pistols. And Oreo, if this smoke goes, it's going to be such free heals available for her. But G, they're just playing timings to perfection. Muffin left once they have garage control to try and find a pick if necessary. And the rest of G, they're going to be falling back here to try and find some space, maybe on the opposite side. Muffin, she might be able to catch out the rotations with the position that she's holding, but she's gonna have to be a little bit more patient here. Oreo swings, gets the timing, and that's again first blood going in favor of NWJ.
They lose the Guardian as well that they heavily invested on when it comes to this round for that pickoffs. No one to make an entry happen. They have to really utilize all skills from the agents here. Then already preparing shock darts. Left and right, she prepares it up. Also that recon comes in when the retake is supposed to happen. Crescent's already getting a kill on that aftershock as well. Already 2 players picked off away from GEX. The good thing about this is at least they made a plan happen. And the pressure is definitely on Crescent to get a kill. Perfect flashes coming in from her as well. She's been performing when it comes to this map.
Yeah, I think this one, it's definitely Crescent's map for lack of a better way to say it. Really nice flash utility coming out, and of course Rose was able to at least find one opener with the Sheriff, but that's all that GE will find, one pick for their troubles, and it's just going to be another round to come through. At least they got the plan, so it's going to give them a little bit more money to work with. But well, now that they have their full buy and a lot of these crucial snowball ults coming up, gee, they're going to have to try and convert this one properly. Not just very available for the post plans, maybe some zoning on site, as well as a rolling thunder for Rose. So if they want to use that to force their way forward, it seems to be the call. You can also see the adjustment coming out of NWJ, putting the Killjoy down towards the A side, expecting this fast push, and it's early really long control being taken by Muffin as they look to go towards his A side on the back of the roller.
Oh, the boost coming in from Muffin Luke to help out the teammates, securing that kill as well. Opens up the A side here
Spike
for them
planted.
to take. Spike already planted, but we all know that this map is for the Kings, or right now for the Queens of Retake. They do have that Rolling Thunder available for them to use. Yamori picks out one with the operator as well. No one really smokes off heaven here. Very open for them to take. It's already set up when it comes to that post plant, but Meow was able to still secure
One
one
enemy
on
remaining.
to the pickoff. That's gonna be Meow yet again for the double. Very important kills coming in from GEX, and I think this might be a round. Finally, they are securing.
Yeah, Wario looking to see if she can find anything else here, but again, GE, once they get that spike down, this time a little bit more disciplined. Post plant looking much more strong, and they are able to capitalize. Really nice opener though, to use the Rolling Thunder to set that crunch up towards that short player. It was just a slaughter, and GE, they find so many of these crucial kills. Meow with 2 of her own to get themselves the first round on the board, much earlier than the last map, I gotta say, and they still have that Cosmic Divide available from Meow 16K for a possible push in, and the Hunter's Fury still in Kiri's pocket.
Placing sentry.
A lot of util to play out around here on the side of NWJ. Just so
Enemy
happens
kill.
to get picked off here by Meow. Yamori, though, really aggressive when it comes to positioning with the help of Crescent. Meow tried to make at least a trade happen
Spike
there,
down,
but
C.
it was Crescent's to surprise her instead. That is the 3 kills that NWJ just exactly needs for them to make a big advantage when it comes to this round. It's going to be quite difficult for Rose and Amy to take space, but they managed to pick up 1 kill, but quickly traded out by Rose here. The tap on the spike to lure out the enemies. She's gonna see 1. That's the kill that they're looking for. Might be still doable. Quite difficult though. That's the reload and caught off guard by Lin.
Very unfortunate. Rose able to find a couple of kills for herself, but that initial damage, that play coming out of sight, it was just unanswered throughout. Really quick approach onto long to find those 2 huge openers, and again, that's just the kind of value that the breach brings, right, to your team. There's just nothing you can really do when you're flashed and concussed into oblivion, and it's just testament to how NWJ has planned out their map. Now they have 4 ultimates ready to go if they need that possible retake to come in. The Rolling Thunder in particular from Crescent, it could easily play spoil sport. And while Muffin does have a Blade Storm of her own, G, so far at least, they've really struggled to find those opening picks.
This Blade Storm might be huge for the side of GX. They can get lots of kills from this. Might be able to win the round exclusively from the Blade Storm itself. Not yet including what the other teammates or what her other teammates can bring to the table. That's gonna be also the Hunter's Fury being used already just to make that delay happen yet again. This managed to pull off or push off players from GEX. I think at this point they're just wanting to lure out all the util play that that NWJ can bring to the table.
I think that the Hunter's Fury being expended early on like that, it's got both its pros and cons. The pro is that, well, for G's side, it's gone. It's no longer a problem that they have to worry about. But also the fact that G were able to find a kill onto Yamori there, who got a little bit aggressive on A. It's gonna tempt them to go for this A-side push instead. Amy won off of her lockdown,
30
which
seconds
could
left.
prove to be pivotal over the course of the round. Once again, though, GE, they've let the timer run out here. And Muffin Luke, she does the same play, the updraft, and the double kill for her efforts to be able to open up the A-side. Now, just 2
Spike
players
planted.
left alive for NWJ here. They have the economy to work with, at least for Sky Elise, but in a 2v5, I don't know what they can really do.
Good entry so far coming in from GX. Crescent's also used up the Rolling Thunder already onto Sewers.
Last
And
player
this
remaining.
allowed GX to just get control onto a main without having any worry on what util play they are going to be able to catch. But this is now all up to Aureophilia to make something happen. It's a 1v5 situation. Quite difficult, I suppose. Maybe go for the exit frags instead, but there's really no one to find around the corner.
Nothing to be found indeed, and it's just gonna have to be a save for Aureophilia. she's probably the one member of the team who doesn't have enough for a buy next round. So we're gonna be happy to hold
Might
on
as
to
well.
that Phantom. Yeah, but that said, the rest of SCYTHE, they're still gonna be able to put together a full buy here in this next round. It is nice though for GE that they managed to at least get both the Rolling Thunder as well as that Hunter's Fury out of the equation. So something much less that they have to worry about. We've said it before multiple times. It comes down to how well you can retake, and the fact that SCYTHE already burned through both of those ults, it's gonna put them in a little bit of a difficult spot in this next round, especially since GE still has a buy and also the Cosmic Divide ready to go here. I think if they can get that ult orb early on, it will let Amy have the lockdown ready to go, and it might just be the call, get the orb on C and then plant on A.
Placing swarm grenade.
Amy just controlling mid here, just controlling Lurk or anyone who wanted to push. Muffin Loop, on the other hand, trying to see if she can see any traps coming in from the Killjoy, but look at this. This is already the alarm bot and also that nano swarm being set up. Smoke's coming in from Oreophilia. Again, GX, I feel like they're pretty comfortable playing around the time and being late on it as well. What a good stun and a good Hunter's Fury that allowed Kiri to make sure that they get the kill. That's gonna be Sky Elise going down. No more traps to cover up, or rather to cover that delay. But now with the ultimate, the lockdown coming in from the Killjoy, this would force NWJ to give up the space.
Yeah, they're gonna have to fall back, and the thing is that if you look at the HP, Oreophilia just has 1 HP literally, so it's gonna make it a little bit more difficult here on the retake. Still 4 players left alive technically for NWJ, but they're gonna have to cut through this GE post line somehow. Kiri again, with the recon having refreshed, will be able to put it down towards CT, buy a little bit more time with it, and it will be GE just blind to find that first kill. However, Crescents and Yamori, they go huge here. Amy's still duking it out on site, but now it's just gonna come down to a 1v2. It's gonna be the Astra to boot, pulls her off the spike, and that's more than enough time that's been bought here. Meow 16 for the final win, and GE, they find their third.
She knows she has done her job quite well. That pull, not allowing them to have the spike, secure the win for the rest of the team. But really, the first part of this take onto the side was that stun and the Hunter's Fury that was set up from Kiri. And this allowed the players to go in on the side. It was a 2v1, yes, but like we mentioned before this game started, having an Astra on your team helps a lot when it comes to those post-plant positions, and they pulled it off.
Now just one more round to break the economy for NWJ, kind of on its last legs. Yamori does have the blades to work with, so still going to be a full buy coming in for that team. G though, back to their slower pace of play. They did burn through all their holds last round, so nothing much else to work with here for them apart from firepower. It's going to come down to the duels in this particular round, I believe. And GE, they're just waiting for that aggression out of NWJ's side, because so far it's been that continuous push and pull that NWJ, they have inflicted from their defender's side. And it's a tactic that's worked great for them as well, because even if they're not able to get those kills things by them pushing out, NWJ, they still get the conditioning in place that, look, you're not going to be, we might be pushing out, so you're going to have to hold on. And it's just so much time that GE ends up burning through at the end of it.
It does have its pros, it does have also its cons. We can see that on those rounds that a little bit of a delay already makes it a win for NWJ because of the time that GX is playing around with. But sometimes it just works out really in their favor into luring out the util play from NWJ's side. Anyway, this is already the start from the drone itself. Muffin Loop already dashed in on the side. They need to clear out the back ends of the side here. Still not quite sure, but NWJ is happy to give up the space for a retake to happen.
Gee, they've extended it further into garage. It's gonna be huge here. However, Lynn still finds her. The crossfire in garage, it just demolishes the GE players and takes down 2 of them just like that. It's gonna be Muffin Loop on site, still trying to find some damage, but it's gonna be nothing across the board. NWJ, they chime out. Impeccable retake, only losing Yamori in the process. So I think that's a round that you're gonna be feeling very pleased by.
You have to give it to Lynn. She moves like she's not being seen by the rest of the team of GEX. Too hyper-focused on that blade storm that Yomori had, and everyone else from Crescents to Lynn, the supporting roles here, already taking on or happily taking the kills instead. And a little bit of a diversion is what we can say from Yomori's side. 6-3 is the scoreline that we have right here, and so far for GEX, not really great when it comes to that economy. 2 players forced into half shields, half armors here. But when you're playing against a Vandal, it doesn't really matter much. But right now, Yomori takes on 1, but decided to still try to make it 2 kills happen. Instead, she dies off into a 1-to-1 trade, but this breach is already gone out of the equation.
Yeah, one less thing to worry about. And the thing is, on defense especially, it doesn't matter as much if you do lose your duelist first, because it's not like you really need to take as much space except when you're in that kind of retake situation. So I think that it's going to be NWJ feeling just a bit pleased by that particular trade. G, though, it looks like they still want to make some kind of headway towards this ace side. Joan does spot out 1 player, and the defenders, they're still holding strong towards short. However, Amy on the lurk takes down Oriophilia, so that's a huge kill. No more smokes available, which means it's going to be much harder to play for retake. And with that additional pressure being applied towards mid and garage, it's going to force a rotation out of this A side and leave only Lynn here alone.
You still do have the traps, though. They know there's no one garage. They still have the alarm
30
bot.
seconds left.
Also, a turret here. It might be an A hit that they can already hear with all the utilities being played out. Meow securing the first initial pick-off here towards Lynn. It's all down to the 2 players remaining from NWJ's side.
Planted.
Trying to see if there's anyone lurking around, but really no one. 1 flash to play around with. Sky Elise, on the other hand, it's gonna be an engagement battle, but they have to cross or basically pick off the cross here. The play for contact on default as well. It's a lot of players left and right. The Zahk is definitely there. Kiri to go down first, and Meow, Muffin Loop, the cross works out favorably in the side of GX.
Yeah, they managed to put together a much stronger post plant here. And I think that when it comes down to success, unless they have the ultimates, they've been kind of struggling on that C side. And they do have the ults, of course. Those kind of turn it in GE's favor. But GE looks so much more confident when it comes down to the A side takes. And 6-4 here, I think we're going to be seeing a timeout called by the GE squad to make sure that they can capitalize on the advantage they've gained here. Economy finally going to be broken for NWJ Scythe, and this is GE's chance to really tie up the scoreline as far as possible. They still have the potential of that 6-6 half closing, and I think with that Cosmic Divide being online for Meow 16k again, it's definitely an ult that they can use to power forward on that C site like we saw in the previous time that they used it, or just figure out a battle plan, because for Scythe at least, this is their chance to really let GE run away with the momentum. It was a very strong showing to come out of Scythe in the beginning, but GE, they've slowly but surely regained it in their favor. So this is their chance to run away with it and possibly push us to a map 3.
Hoping that it's not a technical pause, but I hear
No,
the
don't even
timer.
say it.
I hear that.
Don't even say
I
it.
just jinxed it, Zach, okay? I'm just
Caster
trying
curse.
to jinx it out. But
Reverse caster curse.
here we go. GX, after that timeout, a little bit of a reset for the entirety of the team. We do see that probably this is the only time that NWJ really had a difficult buy round in their hands since game number 1 a while ago. 2 Bulldogs onto their hands, a Sheriff for 2 players, and 1 Ghost in the hand of Crescent. Kiri trying to clear out mid-control here, and we do see the spike on the hands of Muffin Loop. I feel like this is going to be a B plan take and Mamba out and go for a post-tent, but it seems like the lurk or the push or the flank coming in gives a little bit of a pressure. This is already the signal that they're waiting for. If there's going to be 2 players or 3 players behind us, might as well take on C.
The right call as well, G, their gamble works out
Spike
here, and they
planted.
take the C side, get the spike down, and I think the rifle that was dropped is going to be retrieved by Crescents. Yeah, so there's at least one gun available for NWJ on this retake, along with those Bulldogs that you did see them invest in. That said, though, they have already lost a decent chunk of time, so they're going to have to be a little bit faster about pushing the C site if their goal is to try and retake the round completely here. Meow16k watching for the flank, doesn't hear any sound cues, so it's going to come down to whether she can win these fights out, and she does get a 1-for-1 trade at the very least here. Still though, on site, it's Rose to find another crucial
One
kill.
enemy
Now it's
remaining.
just Crescent and Lin left alone. Make that just Lin. The clock it's ticked out, and Lin herself, she might just opt to die to the spike here or save the rifle that she picked up, because it's GE to find their 5th round.
It's gonna be a save instead. Really well executed here, and
Last
good
round
decision
in the
making
half.
coming in from GX. As soon as they knew the info that Amy was able to give, there's gonna be a lot of players from the flank itself. Might as well go and rush C, plant the spike, and prepare that post plant. And I do like the positioning of Meow16k here. Very risky, perhaps, but she was still able to get that information that they truly need. Aside from that, get one kill at least. And this allowed GX to create and have more space, even getting info along the way. 6-5, one win away for GX to make it to a 6-6. Not too bad for the first half and for the start that we had a while ago.
Yeah, it was a 4-0 start coming out of NWJ. Okay, jumping from Aurelia does smoke out the G long presence, but G, they're just gonna fall back now that they've given away that sound cue, and it's a good call again because you can see the rotations coming in from site, looking to stack up towards this mid and C area. A side, in fact, left completely for the retake here, so they should be able to get that side for free. Rolls also one off of the Rolling Thunder, so a lot of possibilities in this post-plant round. If Kiri can get the orb and Rose plants the spike, that's gonna be so much to work with that they have from the shadows invested by the Omen for some information. I don't think it really spotted out.
You are divided!
Should still have this A side available for free. Finally, Cosmic Divide comes down, and that's gonna be the cue to make their way onto site. Rolling Thunder invested as well by Rose early on to make sure that site is empty, and now that they've cleared it out, they're gonna be happy to just rotate over towards C because it's all a fake, and it sold so well.
30 seconds left.
It's sold so well. Like you said, everyone's just going and trying to make a rotation onto A happen while everyone else from GX's side already going for that post-plant position. And this burned a lot of util, maybe two for the side of GEX, but was it worth it? That's gonna be the question as we see them fight for this post-plant. The tap on the spike will force out the pull, and now the Hunter's Fury already being picked out as well. Kiri, is she gonna get any kill? Just a tag, button loop, and Meow16 all the way to the side just to make something happen. Now we are looking at a 6-6 in GX. The most alive we've seen them yet.
Literally tripling their score from that previous map, but like you mentioned, 6-6, a really nice way for G to close out the half, considering that they had a 0-4 start. They look much more awake and alive, as my co-caster said. But before we jump into the second half and see how this map will play out, I do believe our panel has something to say. Reirachu and Raf, over to you.
4-0 to 6-6. GE playing a lot safer and it paying off. Raf, what do we think?
Yeah, and you know, honestly, like with a lot of the safety also comes with the diligence of clearing angles and being a little more disciplined and taking those firefights, which I feel like is the right step in the right direction, because it felt like, especially in those first 4 rounds, they were forcing the speed and they were really playing super up tempo when they had the Astra. Once they capitalized on Meow16k having so much presence in post plant and just denying the fuse when she's alive, as long as she has her Nova Pulse, her Gravity Well, everything, it just becomes that much more problematic. And obviously we saw in that last round too, there was that said panic, you know, and they couldn't even clear out that huge flank by Global. And if Global keep this up, then potentially we could see a map 3.
Yeah, the Astra, I think, very pivotal on this map. But talking about that map 3, are we smelling the map 3? What do we think?
Well, I'm thinking about it, but you know, since the Astra is gonna become a little bit more commanding of the pace, it's just, I feel like it's gonna be how Global can continue this type of momentum they have, because with Scythe having the Omen, they're gonna be trying to play up tempo and again do what they did on the previous map, which is to just destroy Global before they can set any offense up.
All right, well, we're going to find out if there is going to be that Isapa. Guys, take it away.
Good job, Jenny. Good job. I like it. One more. Is that what we are gonna see? Let's find out. We are looking at the reset here for the two teams that we have right now. Zach is 6-6, and I feel like GEX, they found their style. They knew that they could bait out the utility play. They could bait out the rotations for NWJ's side, and it's been working out greatly in their favor.
Yeah, I think that towards the second half of that first half, I know it sounds convoluted, but hear me out. I think that G definitely managed to, number one, not just bait the rotations like you mentioned, but also control the map a little bit better and play off the back of it. Now on defense, I think that with the agent comp they're running, definitely a little bit more versatility to work with. I think in particular, Meow 16K just having the universal utility on the Astra will find it very useful. In WJ though, for this first pistol, they're looking to put pressure on this B site of all things, which has been held pretty loosely by G, considering how much easier it is to retake. Spike itself though, it's eventually going to be dropping back, and it seems like A is where they want to contest this time around, but there's two players from GE playing aggressively towards long.
They really invested their after shock just to make sure they destroy the turret there. For the time being, at least they allow, or it allows NWJ's side to at least have one stay in B from GS side. But this is already the take happening. Kiri already with a double kill here, triple even. Lin on the other hand, it doesn't hit. The shots just doesn't connect for NWJ's side. It feels like the gas is out, or rather the tank is out of gas.
Yeah, G though, they've come to play with a full one after that pistol. I think that the positioning to come out throughout that round out of all the players was pretty good. They just closed like a net on the NWJ squad, and of course Kiri to be able to find a triple all the way from long. Really, really impressive stuff to come out of the GE roster, and it's a flawless that they end on as well. So it's gonna let them not just keep those ghosts that they had from the previous round, but also find a pretty nice upgrade here. All four Spectres and a Marshall for Muffin loot, and if Muffin, she can get a couple of kills here, it will let her be capable of bringing up that operator much earlier, playing with that elevation now, looking over possibly for someone to push through, and NWJ themselves, they want to take these closer fights, look to go towards Garage, but Muffin, she finds Lin on the opener.
It's the little things, you know? And investing even that turret towards mid window, not quite sure about that. Easily destroyed. Aside from that, you have to wait a long time before that actually goes online yet again. And speaking of online, that's gonna be Muffin, Loop, and Amy securing the first two pickoffs. Yamori to get one with the classic free gun, by the way, from Crescents as well. It's a 2v3 scenario here. 1 HP from Crescents. They still do have one flash from Rose, and the two players trying to wrap around triangle formation is what they have right here. This drone detects two players even. Meow to actually make a follow-up on that. That's gonna be the concuss and the kill from Rose. Good teamwork makes the dream work.
Indeed, and that was some fantastic teamwork that we saw coming out of Meow and Rose towards the end. Like, the awareness that that's probably where that last player is. The question to hit them just as a precaution, because you really don't want to mess around with the classic at the close range, and the final kills to confirm G. That's a pretty nice bonus that they're going to be having, because they saved 3 of those Spectres. In fact, upgrades coming through for Meow, for Muffin Loop as well. She's going to be investing in the Vandal for this round, so G, they are in a little bit of a win position here because of how much they're putting into the round. That said though, they're looking to get aggressive right off the bat. A lot of chip damage being done through the wall to Muffin Loop here, and there's no Sky either, so no heal available for her at this juncture.
Has to deal with that little bit of an HP, but it's still a lot. That's still 64. Yamori, still able to connect the shots in. Now 16 to go down. unprecedented for her. She was just setting up some stars here and there.
Just a little bit awkward when it comes down to the timings. I don't think she expected her shoulder to be really poking out that much. And Mori, you give her a chance, she's not the type to miss. So she's happy to capitalize and find that kill with that opener. It seems like once again NWJ they look to put pressure towards his B site. Smokes come down, a dark cover through which possibly GE could pass through here if they're so inclined. The spike tap, it gets done on the site and the turret gets broken as well. So finally NWJ, they're going to be able to get the spike down without too much ado. Rose though, looking to push forward, might be able to do some damage. Takes down Yamori here. Kiri with the second opener as well, and suddenly this looks much more viable. 3v3 as the dark cover comes down. The trades, they're in favor. Rose doing her best to defuse the spike all the way here. Comes it down to a 1v2 situation. She gets the defuse completely through, and GE, they find a lead to 9.
Well read coming in from Rose as well. Lots of utilities being thrown just to delay that plan to a point where Yamori just couldn't exit the site. The plan here was to hear Yamori take the spike, plant it, and dash away for the post plant. That didn't happen at all. Nothing went according to the plan here for NWJ's side. Completely dismantled by GEX at that point. And now we are left with a 6-9. Nice. And we have an operator on the side of Muffin Loop.
Yeah, we talked about the operator before we really got into the game, and finally we're going to be seeing it coming online for Muffin Loop's side. And a bit of an eco round for NWJ. Serums across the board here. No Bladestorm either to work with, though if Yamori gets a couple of kills, that could change. The operator itself, it's going to be put towards A Heaven, a bit of a passive angle to come out of it, but I guess they just really don't want to risk it because of how expensive that gun tends to be. Either way, though, NWJ right off the bat, they're not able to find any opening picks because of how passively GE are playing, and they're just gonna be forced to fall back, it seems like.
GEX so far it's been working out greatly in their favor. The teamwork is way better compared to what we've seen in game number 1. I feel like it had warmed them up. Not only that, momentum wise, it's really going onto their side as well. Muffin Loop, we do have that operator set up already, but so far, you know the movements that NWJ is going to
30
have
seconds
here.
left.
They only have pistols, so they have to play for the picks, but already movements from the players of GEX. They're trying to rotate, but comes back all the way to A yet again.
Or I feel like making a little bit of noise towards C, but like you mentioned, A is where the hit is finally coming here. Kiri with the spray down for 3 already, and Muffin with the operator to find that 4th. Now it's just down to Oriophilia, a 1v5 for her, and there's just no time left on the clock. She has to find a way to try and die here, otherwise she's just not going to have the buy for that next round. Unfortunately, G, they're not going to oblige, and they find double digits, but also cause a little bit of economic problems for their opponents here. But that's said, this is a repeat of what we saw on Bind. It's just that the sides are switched. They buy so much time. NWJ expecting that push that they just have nothing to work with towards the end.
Beautiful setups as well coming in from GX. The stars aligning for Meow as she has that gravity well prepped up in case they need to delay. And delaying is essentially what they needed at that point. Oriophilia was trying to sell out a fake, but just doesn't work. Muffin Loop gets the first kill, especially with that operator on her hand. The favorite spot that she has right now, the boosted onto the box. She still has that Bladestorm in case she needs to pop it out and go crazy as well when everyone goes in on the site itself. But it seems like it's a little bit of a delay from NWJ's side. Gonna stay on quietly and maybe try to make a fake rotation or maybe a real rotation happen.
Real rotation does seem to be the call because everybody from the WJ just wants nothing to do with that operator, as well as that A site push that hasn't worked out for them really. Lin kind of left behind on a possible lurk, maybe to find a kill if GE gets a bit too aggressive, but the spike itself, it's headed towards B instead. Position given away by the alarm bot. Amy still hanging around here, watching for the cross, playing so passively. GE, they know that they have the numbers advantage and they want to try and keep it up, and once again, it's the clock that's being run down here. NWJ with 30 seconds left, they have to go for it, and they do indeed do so, going for that B side. But Curie, watching for the lurk, takes down Lin. 3v5 situation right now. Hunter's Fury available as well to try and deny the plant, though it's finally going to be used here. 15 seconds, they have to make a move, and it's just so difficult for NWJ to really find anything at all. Hunter's Fury connects, doing a little bit of additional damage to presence here, and it will just be GE letting their opponents walk into their clutches. 2 alive for NWJ.
They planned for a retake to happen, and that's exactly what they're trying to do right now. It's really heavily towards the side of GX here. Lots of bullets flying out, and Muffin Luke not shy to pop out that ult as well. GX secures 11-6 here. Zach, this choices, the decision making coming in from GX, it felt like I didn't watch game number 1.
I don't think any of us did. What do you mean game number 1? This is game number 1. No, I'm kidding. No, but they definitely look much more comfortable. Like we talked about before, Haven is just that kind of map that everyone knows how to play, and GE's defense at least has been flawless so far. That's 5 rounds in a row, 2 away from pushing us to a map 3, and we're going to be seeing a timeout finally being called by SCYTHE here. Again, the economy for them not going to be in the greatest spot, though they do have that Blade Storm on Yamori. And Muffin, in particular, I think has been super impressive for this map. Once she got that operator online, her and Curie together have just made that A site utterly impossible to breach. And Curie, I think she's gotten already like 3Ks on this map. So I think that GE, this is the kind of potential that we really expect to see from them. And they're finally showing up.
When it comes to aggression that we saw from Arena a while ago from Sky Elise, it's a complete turnaround of events when it comes to here on map number 2. She's still having a hard time making kills, making frags happen, always taking care of the lurks, always taking care of the rotations, but ends up getting picked off instead. You don't have that advantage of Arena no more, where you could just dismiss away after a kill. And I feel like this change of pacing is giving her much more difficult time to deal with. But in any case, any sense, we've seen a lot of comebacks happen, but GX 1 win away from making a match point happen here. Now it's just GX trying to continue what they're doing, and so far it's been working great for them anyway. It's all up to NWJ on how they're going to change up the style, the play, and make something surprising that GX wouldn't expect.
I think so far GE have been happy to let NWJ just walk into their clutches, like we talked about, a reversal of what we saw on Bind, and they've excelled at running the clock down. Now with this lesser buy, it's gonna have to be NWJ to somehow break things open here for the squad. Really nice recon, but it's not gonna really catch anything here. Timing not quite right for Curie, as she does spot out Sky Elise, but the shock dart doesn't connect, so that's gonna leave Garage open, now forcing Muffin Loop into a bit of an awkward position as that dark cover goes down. It is gonna be Yamori to find that kill onto Curie to open things up. The smokes as well to come in, as long with the recon. Muffin fighting for her life here. No Blade Storm available either, but the no scope still connects, and it's gonna be Yamori to finally shut her down. Now 2v4 for the side for GEX. Meow able to find that first. Kylie's taken down, so it's a 2v3. Suddenly things look much more doable. Yamori, though, she still has that operator towards CT, so Amy, she's gonna have to win out this fight somehow to make this still viable.
They do have a smoke on GX's side, but never mind. No use so far. There's no setups that we are looking at. Now Meow is left alone to isolate fights. This operator, we know how deadly it is in the hands of GX, but even more deadlier in the hands of Yamori for this round.
Yeah, I think she was very happy to find that kill, but kudos to Muffin. She's at least able to find one before being shut down. That was an insane no-scope that we saw coming out of her inside that smoke. That said, though, unfortunate timing for GE, and they finally, NWJ, they're able to win a round on attack after 5 rounds in a row. Really nice timeout that worked out for them great. And now they have the operator on the attack. It's always both a huge plus and a minus, because it usually takes your jet away from being able to create that space. But Yamori, she's been incredible so far today. And now that they have the control of the orb, they're able to not just get that ultimate ready to go, but also make sure that they can pinpoint exactly where that operator is. Muffin already having rotated over to that B site, however, it might throw a little bit of a wrench in NWJ's plans.
I think she might be rotating towards A at this point, but if you check on the mini map as well, NWJ, I think they just want to take space and try to see where they can get a pick off or make a pick off happen. They know that C long is definitely clear. There is a trap there, yes, but Amy is already deep down C long. It's either B or A for the two teams or for NWJ right now. Rose just waiting patiently until when she can delay. This is already that ult from the Killjoy being popped. It's bound to happen. The take on the side. Pre-fire from Meow. Maybe she gets one for a little bit of damage, but in the end, this is still a take on to B. Very deep onto A link. Terry needs to be careful. There's going to be two people waiting on her once this smoke dissipates.
One of them is Muffin Loop with the operator, so if she can find that first kill, it's gonna be huge, but it's Yamori instead with the advanced angle to get that one opened up. Lin with the second to follow up, and suddenly again, GE, they're on the back foot here. 3 remaining players, and the call might just be to save because there's just no way they're finding any kind of headway into that site with the kind of control that NWJ have in their pocket. They're gonna be holding on to these 3 rifles here, but I don't think they have the economy to buy up an operator again, or do they? They might. Yeah, never mind. They have money.
Unlike me, 5v3 situation right now. And like you said, they just opted for a save here. They are just 1 point away from a match point, so they would rather have that secured at least. If all goes wrong, it's still an overtime, right? It's important just secure that. They do still have that operator, and I feel like NWJ has better understanding now on how the rotations of GX is working out as well. They try to pinpoint where that operator might be. They do the jump peaks, make some noise. If there's an operator, we swap sides. And I think Muffin Loop also understands that. That's why she also hyper-rotated to B immediately. It's just the timing. By the time that she was on A, everything else was happening on B already.
Yeah, just a little bit of unfortunate timing for sure. But also NWJ, I think that they've been really, after that timeout, they've been much better at reading how exactly GE are playing things out. That said, though, this early control towards mid by Muffin and Meow, who are holding down this crossfire, it could prove to be everything, especially if Meow doesn't get cleared here. I don't think they spotted her out, but the shot from Muffin, it goes wide, and that will be the cue for some pressure, but it's just a bait. Meow 16k goes huge to find a double towards mid, and just like that, GE, they have the advantage in the beginning once again. 3 players left for NWJ, and they look to rotate over towards the A site instead, where there's still Curie keeping an eye out.
They took the carrot that was hanging right there. 3v5 situation. The operator is still in play. Like you said, there's cons to this. It takes away your jet and its firepower that is able to do. But so far, all smokes has been set up. The ultimate from the breach. There's that rolling thunder. Lin? No way! She didn't get the kill instead. Meow 16 with a prestige shot, or Ophelia to get one. A quick trade off. Yamori now left alone. Is this the match point the GX is waiting for? So far, that shot and the operator from Muffin Loop wins this round, and a match point for GX.
Match point.
Match points indeed. 1 round away from a map number 3 here. And GX, they haven't given up. What was it we heard from our casters? Never back down, never give up. And GE, they're embodying it right now in the second half. 1 round away. It's all that it takes here. And no more operator for Yamori in this round as well. So I think that as long as GE, they can keep playing how they've been doing, just waiting for mistakes from their opponents and holding onto the sites themselves, it is what they need. Right now, it seems like Scythe, they're just opting for a pretty straightforward push onto C long. Meow 16k will be able to get the information with the jump peak, and the rolling thunder will force GE to go on for a full 5v5 retake.
So much smokes onto the side that Yamori needs to cross. But they know this is quite an open wide side. Utility-wise, Meow still has the ult here. The Cosmic Divide still up and online and available for them to use. But other than that, NWJ also has the capability for this post-plant situation, especially with Hunter's Fury available. And Oriphilia can reposition herself once she gets stuck, or if ever they get stuck on C-Long. Let's see, it starts with the Aftershock trying to delay them. It's the plant definitely there. Time ticking away. Flash settles in. Amy good for the trade. Are they gonna get another? Yes, they are. The flash is coming in left and right. Cosmic Divide being used off, but the timing perfect for Skylise to take on the kill. 2v3 situation. They're starting to defuse now. The Hunter's Fury being pulled out. It connects. It stops the defuse of the spike, and the round's still taken away here by the side of NWJ.
Oh, it got so close there. G almost had to defuse all the way. It's just really unfortunate that Amy went out like this, because even with the Cosmic Divide, they had a chance to get it through completely. Just that Hunter's Fury, that final nail in the coffin to take down Curie. They're really nicely played by NWJ to be able to keep this going. That said though, G, they're going to have the economy to buy up nevertheless for this particular round. However, they're going to have to do their best to try and close it out, because they really don't want to let NWJ make up the deficit. It's only 3 rounds away to overtime. And the last time that this map happened, I do believe it was NWJ winning it in overtime. So G, they definitely want to avoid that history being repeated here. And they are playing a little bit more aggressive towards C side. A triple stack, in fact, that's going to be smoked out. And it's going to force a quick pivot over towards A instead, where Oreo with the From the Shadows already takes heaven control.
If that round didn't have that Hunter's Fury, the story might be totally and completely different. Crescent's planting the spike right now for the team. We do see the rotations coming in from GEX as well. A little bit of a lost value when it comes to that operator. But they do have an Odin here if they want to use it up as well. Can be deadly. It could also be a cons, because the wind-up time, basically preparing that Odin for the recoil, takes a little bit, but if you're used to it, why not? Again, Spike has been planted here, and I feel like it would rather be safe for GX. They want a round that is secured.
Yeah, they're just holding on to that operator and that Odin, kind of expensive investments here, and I don't think they have the economy to buy up those guns again, so they're not really wanting to risk it in a 4v5 retake when they have no information or control. Bit of a... Sometimes I do think that teams, they tend to play a little bit passive, but GE, remember, all they need is one more round, and thanks to Amy, they have the lockdown ready to go for the retake, so I think they're going to be happy to just try to win a round off the back of that. Timeout to come out now from Global, their second one and final one for this map, unless we do go to overtime, to decide how exactly they can close it out, because, again, right, 12 to 10... You're so close to overtime. NWJ, they've been able to adapt to some of GE's plays in the last couple of rounds. They won 4 out of the 5 rounds in the last half so far. So I think GE, they definitely want to try to close this out as early as possible to make sure that they do get that battery.
This timeout will be the decision-making of GE Phoenix on how to close this map away from NWJ. It also gives a little bit of a time towards NWJ though to prep up some master plan and how to make this to a 12-12. Utility wise, ultimate wise, we are not seeing anything lighting up in the hands of SCYTHE. And you mentioned it a while ago already. Amy has this lockdown that she could use for that retake scenario in case they need it, or even a delaying scenario, if we must say. But it just all boils down to who's gonna make a mistake here. You have an operator set up, and if this gets initial pickups away from NWJ, the round might be already like a little bit over, but it seems like they wanted to push in, and instead they get a 2-1 trade.
Yo, I swear I saw my life flashing in front of my eyes if I were Crescents, because I think that Odin did so much wallbang damage right off the bat. A little bit unfortunate for G that they do lose their controller, but it is still a 2-for-1 trade. And I don't think they're too displeased by that. Curie's still applying pressure from this garage area to spot out Skylise to boot, so at least they know that there is still some presence towards this mid area. Now in a 3v4 situation, no ultimates available for the NWJ squad. They're just gonna have to play contact here as they look to go into the B site. They do get spotted out, so it seems like Rose is gonna be able to push forward off the back of the stun. Amy finds another, and now it's all down to Lynn. She's been great throughout today, but in a 1v4, it might be a little bit too much even for her to keep her team alive and in this. Does have control of the spike, trying to isolate these fights and kills. Does find the timing to walk back to VCT and takes down Rose here, but now still a 1v3. Kiri with the Odin, she swings, she finds the kill, and we are going all the way in the series. Split is on the line at Global Esports. They take map number 2.
If I'm not mistaken, it's Meow on the lower left, right? Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and you can see definitely that wasn't a very easy game for them to take. They had difficulties from the get-go, but all throughout the map that we just saw, especially here in the Haven, the good decision making coming in from GX here made them go and push forward. Not other than that, the heavy investment on heavy artillery as well on that last round that they had, definitely there. I thought that having Meow 16 die off in the first initial seconds of the round itself would already be the turning point of the event, but it wasn't. It was a 2-1 trade instead. But anyway, this is GX securing the second game. It only means one thing. We are getting another map. We're getting another game here in the best of 3 series that we have. A final one though. Zach, any last thoughts before we pass it on to our panelists?
I cannot wait for Split, but like you mentioned, it's our panelists' time to shine. So Reirachu and Ralph, you have the table.
Thank you, ladies. 04 to 13 and 10 for GE Phoenix. It's giving comeback. What do we think?
Man, it does kind of look that way, especially with how that attacking side on Scythe was just very, very disjointed. At times, it felt like they were trying to bang their head against the brick wall, which honestly is very uncharacteristic of Scythe, knowing that they're a very safe team. They love to, again, slice the map up as carefully as possible, but then all that diligence kind of flew out the window after a big snowball on the side of Global Esports Phoenix, and as well as Global Esports managing of their ult economy has been very, very impressive. There are so many times where Scythe was caught out without the Hunter's Fury, which was used for an emergency post-plant kill to keep the game alive. But, you know, again, it's one of those things where you can't really predict how these things are going to go, because those first 4 rounds on the side of Scythe in the previous half was just utterly dominant, you know, stealing away the bonus with pistols to this 13-10 scoreline in favor of Phoenix.
Yeah, just, you know, when they had that 4-0 start, I mean, we had a really long tech pause in between. You just have to kind of question maybe like their momentum stopped all of a sudden after that long pause. We'll never know, but here are more stats for y'all. 9 first kills for the side of G Phoenix, 14 on the side of Scythe, 6 out of 9 post plants, and 4 out of 6 post plants for Scythe. So pretty fair numbers, I think, all around for post plan. Like when you see numbers like that, it usually means that both teams are kind of equally prepared in terms of like prepping on how to play for the retake. We do have the MVP for GE Phoenix this time around is gonna go over to Kiri, 34.5 percentage shot on the Sova. Muffin Loop on Jet also had a very outstanding performance. I think she was like 2012. Also, Meow 16K stepped up big on the Astra also. And yeah, I think this is more of the GE Phoenix that we were hoping, that we were expecting to see coming into today. Whereas for Scythe, you know, especially the second half of this map too, we've seen better from them.
That's true. I was just glossing over some of the stats and some of the notes I had for the map. Again, it really is such a great side on the side of Global Esports Phoenix to slow down the game to a pace that they can manage. They can make the Astra and they can make Kiri shine on more utility heavy takes, because it did seem like Scythe was a bit stubborn. They were kind of fighting into some of those scans and into some of those smokes. But again, hopefully we're going to say the same thing for Scythe. The same thing we said for Global Esports Phoenix, you know, just kind of reset. It's going to be a new map, and hopefully how, or rather the map they close out on.
100%, but you know, win or lose, this next map is going to be the absolute last map of the day. Both teams fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they remain. Who's it gonna be? You're gonna have to stick around to find out.
Got the money in the bank. Winning.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the last map of the day between GE Phoenix and SCYTHE NWJ. And you know, we kind of called this earlier in the day, earlier before map number 1. You know, we thought that this series would be another one that would go the distance, and here we are.
Well, that it did, and I feel like it was honestly a good sign for Global Esports Phoenix to play as clean as they did, but a little worrying on the side of SCYTHE because I feel like with all the games that we've seen from SCYTHE, we don't necessarily see this type of degradation in their play. So kind of coming into a third map here, it's, well, once again, a little worrying, but hopefully they did get that mental reset with that short break, and coming into the game, they're once again they go back to zero. You know, they reset everything.
Oh, for sure. I think Global Esports absolutely showed that they were kind of getting SCYTHE's number right there on that map number 2. SCYTHE look a bit unsure, a bit on the back foot, kind of backpedaling a bit. It'll be interesting to see how they pick their agent compositions going into this map number 3. I think Split is an interesting one for both of these teams. SCYTHE do have a bit more experience, I think, playing Split over in competitive, whereas generally GE Phoenix, they try not to play Split as much as possible. However, for SCYTHE, when they do decide to play on Split, we've seen them go with a whole bunch of different types of agent compositions, and I'm not sure what they're feeling right now, like whether it's more of nerves or just how confident they are, because I think that definitely has to impact their decision making for this comp for map 3.
I agree, you know, I mean, considering Haven was, if I'm not mistaken, a map pick on the side of SCYTHE, then once again, it's worrying. Hopefully, just hopefully, they can go back to step 1 and execute the plans that they have in mind and just kind of, you know, loosen up a little bit. There were so many moments, especially in the latter half of that second game, where they just looked so stiff with their routing. They didn't check corners. So again, before they could get to step 5, they really have to be thorough with step 1, 2, 3, 4, and hopefully they can be a little more patient with their game, because it did feel like despite Global Esports Phoenix over-rotating on some of those defensive rounds, SCYTHE still could not capitalize on the cracks in the defense.
I love that SCYTHE are opting to go full confidence right here with the double duelist composition on a Split with the Jet and the Raze. GE Phoenix, however, playing a bit more safe. They're going to stick with, I think, what has worked for them. Rose are going to go on the Astra this time around, and it will just be the solo duelist, Meow 16K, on her signature Raze. SCYTHE are starting out on the attack, so I think it's just gonna come down to the mental game at this point, Raf. I don't know, man. Stamina and mentality.
That's true, and it looks like SCYTHE might just benefit a little bit more from a lot more open space, and if Global Esports Phoenix can kind of just play around their smokes and just delay as much as they can, then maybe we're gonna see quite a bit of success on the side of Global Esports Phoenix, considering they're also on the strong side of things. Now SCYTHE, sometimes I feel like they are a little too obedient of the textbook play, that they kind of have to push the tempo every now and then, but still in a controlled manner.
All right, well, we're about ready to get into game for the very last map of the day to find out which team will play versus Orang Utan X tomorrow. Tayrawr and Zahk, take it back.
Thank you for that breakdown. What a wonderful panelist. But yes, it is the final map of today. No matter what happens, it is one of these teams moving on and one of those teams going home, bringing you the action for this last map of the day. It is none other than the wonderful Tayrawr and myself, Zahk. That said, though, looking at these agent... Yes, I think everyone hydrate, because it's been a long day, so make sure you get your water. I've been through the whole bottle today, so I'm pretty much very hydrated. But that said, distractions apart, looking at the Asian comps, Global Esports, they're going to be pulling up that Omen and the Astra, you know? We were talking about the pros and cons, and they were just like, let's just take both of them. Right?
Like, why choose? Why pick, right? Why not take them both? You know, it's not a problem at all. And this time around, I totally agree with Reirachu as well. It just all boils down to that mental fortitude, the resiliency of the teams that we have right here, and the stamina that they got when it comes to game number 3. Though, momentum-wise, it's definitely in the hands of GEX right now.
Yeah, they're coming off of that victory in that map too to bring us here. And you know, I'm the kind of person who likes to go through VLR looking at stats because I don't have anything else to do with my life. Don't tell anyone.
Stats don't lie,
But
it's okay.
yeah. So I was going through the facts, and it's pretty interesting because this is a map where we just saw SCYTHE do a pretty commendable job in that upper bracket against RRQ Kaguya. So definitely a map that they're pretty well versed on. However, Global Esports, they've been picking it up in a couple of these off-season events as well against different rosters and not just game changer tournaments. So they've also, even though they haven't played it as much in the game changer scene, they do have some experience on it. So I'm hoping for a bit of a close game. That said though, we're really sorry. I don't know if it's the Raf and Tayrawr curse
why
or
me?
just all of us cursed together, but we do have word for production that we're gonna be having a little bit more of a delay before we jump directly into game. So apologies for that. You're just gonna have to listen to us talk and tell you more fun facts. Yes, I see the tiger bomb. I see it.
I'm
I
already
think
pulling
we-
out all the Tita stuff here, all the auntie stuff, just to make it through this final game that we have right now, guys. But nevertheless, jokes aside though, it is indeed a long day, but it's a very important day for the teams that we have right here, Zach. And for people who are watching right now and people who just tuned in, this is elite. This is the final step towards that championship in Sao Paulo, where everyone or every team from all the regions will go through and battle it out for that championship. So this is really very essential for the teams, and you can't see any more hunger than what teams have for today.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there. And like you mentioned, it's all or nothing here for these two teams. It's lower bracket day. We already did have our first matchup in the morning, which saw MLT unfortunately being sent home after their matchup. Now, today, it's going to be either GE or NWJ side to
Prediction?
come out on top. Prediction? I honestly don't know. I'm just gonna have to say GE because GE fighting and
You
regional
say you don't know,
support.
but I already, in my mind, I know your answer, Zach. I
Of
know
course,
it so well.
I gotta stand up for my region, man. Look, last
Okay,
year
I
we
go
had a
for
Rabbit
SCYTHE
set. Wow, the betrayal, Tayrawr. How could you do this to us? We thought,
Well, someone has to go on the other side, right? So you go
I thought we
for
already had
GE
Ralph for
fighting.
that.
I go for the Indonesia pride. I go for my friends
Indomie.
here from SCYTHE, Terima kasih, because our production is also Indonesian, so I don't want to mess around with them. But I don't know with you, Zach.
Look, the only thing, I haven't really been to Indonesia yet. It is on my list, but I gotta say, Indonesian players, I mean, come on,
They're
the
correct.
best player,
Yeah.
yeah, correct. Like, arguably, like, the best player in GC before this year. I'm pretty sure even this year, all of us would agree that Ineri is in that ranking, and she is Indonesian. So definitely, there's just something to be said about these Indonesian players and Filipino players. Like just aim-wise, I don't know what you guys do. Like whether it's the food, whether it's the beach culture, whether it's just like everything else.
palm
You are
trees, Zach.
Filipino, so you can tell us the secret. Why are you guys so cracked?
I'm a little pipino, but I think right now I would rather be on the side of the viewers right now, though. I know that you guys have been waiting for this game, but right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Don't worry, when we get back, we're finally bringing you the action, the last map. You never know, we might reach day number 5 of day number 4. You just never know.
Wow.
But we're gonna be here to bring that action to you. No worries. But right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Don't go away. VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. We'll be right back.
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 Back that up, back that up.
Well, welcome back to VCT Game Changers Elite. We are hopefully heading into map number 3 without any further tech delays. I say that as a thankful prayer and hope.
Hope for the best. That's all we gotta say. You just gotta hope for the best, right? But here we go again. Agent Select, just to bring you back to the action here. We do have a difference when it comes to the agents that we're looking at right now. I don't see any Astros no more. And at the same time, we are looking at a Viper, a double controller setup from the side of GE Phoenix, while on site, we do have that double duelist.
That makes a lot more sense because, you know, Viper is very popular on the map, and I was thinking like, okay, maybe an Omen and a Viper, that makes sense, or an Astra and a Viper, yeah. But instead, it's gonna be Rose switching over from that debating Astra pick that we saw before we headed into the break now to the Viper.
Whoa.
I think it's definitely gonna be a little bit more useful when it comes to delays and the post plans, depending on what side G is playing for. Either way, though, I do believe that we're getting ready to head into game. And Eliza, what do you see through your glasses?
A lot. It makes my eyesight clear, that's for sure. Just copying one of the players like EJ and his photos in VCT. But here we go. We have the two teams that is bound. Either it's just one of them going through this lower bracket, and one will say goodbye for the meantime here in Game Changers. Well, for this year, right?
Yeah, only one can remain standing at the end of it, and all roads lead to the same path. And this is either GE Phoenix's or NWJ Sight's last song for this year. Hopefully, it's gonna be a good one as we are going to be heading into split. I think that for GE, starting off on this defender side, the Viper and the Omen double controller cycling smokes definitely going to prove to be useful here. Early Viper wall for a control, and NWJ themselves, while they're exerting the appearance of pressure towards mid, the spike itself is still positioned towards this A site where Amy, the Killjoy, is playing.
Patience is key for the team of GEX. They do have the trap set up. At least they get info, they get intel whenever the players are coming in. But that flash and nade just gives it off as well. Amy needs to hold down the fort here on the side. She gets and managed to get one kill. But running away and jumping away, catching her is going to be Crescent's one-to-one trade. This opens up the side for them to plant the spike. But this is a hyper rotation from GEX. They know what's next.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to the retake here out of GE's side. The dog from Crescent's gonna be able to point out that CT is looking quite empty and will point towards this ramp of being the point of control. The flash is there, but the swing, it's gonna be going in GE's favor. The shots miss. Finally, though, Skyly's able to take down Rose here. It's all down to Kiri. She makes her way onto site, spots out the position of Oreo, who's just playing the in the box. Kiri though finds the kill. She has a dark cover to work with, and she might be able to get the defuse if she can just stick it. Already more than halfway through. You see the shots coming in, but it's gonna be a little bit too late. The shots, she gets it!
Clutch settling in! What happened to ping the spike? No other shots connected at all. And the thing is, GX, especially for Kiri, the beauty of having one smoke left for you to work around with, especially on a pistol round like this, a 1v1 scenario, could have been playing around the time. They played around the player, they played around Kiri, but she still stood tall after that, after everything.
Yeah, that was a round that Scythe had no business losing, but Kiri played that to perfection there. She got the 1v1 and she took full advantage, and of course just the presence of mind to put down the smoke and go for the stick instead. No, I'm not looking at it. I don't see anything. I'm just gonna talk about the game like there's no technical pause sign blaring in my head because I've had enough of those for today. I think we all have.
What did you do, Zach? What did you eat? Is there anything that happened today?
I'm actually really hungry. Why did you remind me?
Oh, sorry. But is it a real technical pause or is it fake? It's a fake.
I told you, if you don't see it, it goes away. I told you.
Shadows traveling.
Love the pranks here, but anyway. Round number 2 is what we have here. GX, they do have the guns. They do have the judge in the hands of Meow. And they're already holding a crossfire here on mid, and it feels like NWJ, this is the plan as well.
Once again, mid pressure racking up. They're looking to push forward off the back of it. Peychel's early on into Meow 16K's clutches. The judge, it swings and it goes huge to find a triple kill in a matter of seconds. Now, just Oreo and Lin are left alive. 2v5 rather. I was gonna say a 1v5, but 2v5 if you include the turret, maybe third. But right now, at least, there's just no space for them to work with. All the utility being thrown at them will push them way back, and Meow 16K back to her original position, especially with the spike being dropped in the open like this. It's just a possibility for the Rays to get an entire ace here.
I mean, they do have a smoke in the hands of Ophelia anytime
30
soon.
seconds
Maybe
left.
they can play around it, but it seems like this Viper Orb, Meow trying to feel if there's anyone still on mid. They do, and I think the smoke from the Omen has been used up as well. This would be around already for GX. It's just a matter of time, and Meow, the first ace in this game, in this series for today as well, right?
No, just today. First ace of today. All I see is 4Ks.
We only saw 4Ks. Just doesn't catch the 5th kill, but this time around with the judge, even the security guard move here in the Philippines, as we call it, they finally find it. The ace settling in. GX off to a good start.
Yeah, definitely gonna be feeling very happy about that. Also getting Meow 16K closer to that showstopper. And, you know, that's the advantage of the Rays, right? Even in these kind of bonus rounds, it's just the judge that can find so much value. The satchel doesn't quite go as planned, but it's still gonna be some space taken by the G roster as they look to push up. However, that noise being made early on, it's gonna push them back. Still though, Meow 16K in close quarters with the judge. Looking to jump, still fighting for her life. Patches from her teammates coming in to help her out here. And again, it's just the crossfires being held. Okay, Meow's not pushing. I thought she was gonna pull forward, but nope. It's just going to be G finding that early advantage.
I think they're playing out. Enough is enough. Meow would say, too much chaos. I cannot any longer. As long as we got that delay, we got the utilities being played out here, and the Trailblazer already used up. Paranoia even from the side of NWJ. A lot of burnt out utilities here, and they're gonna throw off this one Vandal that they have. Obviously, they one more try, one more. It didn't go out, right? It's still in the map. But anyway, they just don't want to give out that free gun away. But nonetheless,
30 seconds
NWJ 30 seconds remaining to make an entry happen.
30 seconds left, like you said, and it seems like they're heading for the B site. The problem is, the judge is still here. It rotated all the way over, and Meow 16K still looking to make something happen.
It gives me
with
trauma.
Nix Kose. Yeah, it's just CTSD across the board here. It might just be better for NWJ to try to save. Yamori satchels in, falls to Meow 16. Again, the judge and the Rays utility
Spike down,
playing
B.
so much havoc on the site.
One
and it seems
enemy
like it's just
remaining.
gonna be a triple for Meow. An ace the last time, a triple this time, and it will be Lin as the sole survivor, looking to at least find some damage, which she does onto Meow 16K. That said though, GE, they still take the bonus round, and now they have the showstopper ready to go. But this is illegal, man. Come on.
I love that Rose picked the judge up instead of any other gun that they have right here, all laying across the map, and instead saved that judge instead. And they're giving it away to Amy. Maybe pass it on to Meow. It's been working out greatly, you know? And this is the thing with Split. No matter how much money you got, operator, whatever Vandal, Phantom that you have, if Raze has good positioning, especially when you have really good smoke setups for you, you could just dismantle the entirety of the team.
Yeah, I think just so much stall utility available because of these cycling smokes like we talked about. The Viper as well, bringing so much to the table here. GEX, they know that they have the advantage when it comes down to firepower. You can see from the positions that they're holding, it's just the off angles and the plays that try to make things work for them. Now, however, there is some mid control that has been taken, and the hero rifle will actually take down Fury because that's the opener coming through for the squad. Muffin, though, bounces back with one of her own, takes quite a bit of damage in the process, but still stays alive. So we'll have the flashes and the rest of the utility available for her team. That said, though, NWJ, despite that pick that they found here towards mid, they still have to try and figure out which side they want to go to. And the answer to that seems like it's going to be B. But Meow with the showstopper, she's waiting here, ready to go, finds the kill as well. And just like that, it's a 2v4.
30 seconds
It's been
left.
deadly all throughout these rounds from the judge up to the showstopper plays. It just doesn't get
remaining.
enough. Meow
Spike
again
down
with a
mid.
kill. Now it's all up to Lin. The only person remaining for NWJ. It was a hero buy from her, but the judge is still not yet over it. Will still show up around the map, not in the hands of Meow, but in the hands of Amy instead.
Oh my god, I swear. Like, it seems like no matter how much money you have, the shotgun is just unequivocally the best weapon on this map, as GEX is so thoroughly demonstrating here round after round. They're gonna be feeling pretty pleased about that. Once again, Meow, she has all the money in the world, but still gonna be opting for that judge purchase. I mean, why fix what ain't broken, isn't that right?
Yeah, and so far, if it's working, right? Especially for GEX, this is a very important series, a very important match that they currently have. And if it allows you to at least make NWJ be a little iffy of the setups they want to take or the push that they want to make, then it works. Even putting a little bit of a dent towards that confidence in trying to push, it just works. And I think with how much it works, Yamori decided, like, you know what? Me too.
Yeah, the only way to beat a judge is to pick up a judge of your own. And Yamori, she's taking up so much space here. Muffin Loop might not be ready for this if she does decide to swing around the corner here. Does hear the judge, an immediate call to back away here. Lin now looking to take some space towards B main. Has to clear the corner where the judge is still waiting. And Meow, she finds that kill. First blood again for GE Phoenix. Now though, towards CT, it's Rose to find another one. Immediately traded out by Crescent. So there's still Muffin Loop on the wait here. Second kill, that's going to be the spike control taken. And the judge, though, from Yamori, still active and in play. A 1v3 spike control in favor of GE. And with 12 HP left, how much more can Yamori really fight?
They do
30
take the
seconds left.
space on B, right? But they ultimately pushed all the way to CT side, and this allowed GEX to just catch them off and kill them off quite easily. Good reset from Muffin Loop as well from CT side, trying to get those double kills in. And
10
this
seconds
is going to be a
left.
save for this Vandal instead. And I think it's a hunting, or it's hunting season, as the song would say. As this blind, I think, gives intel, but the double kill settles in. Up! Meow got a little scared there with 1 second remaining. Could have been a win, you never know. But already, that is a round yet again for GEX.
Indeed, and once again, it's just played through with perfection. The judge for Meow 16k finding huge value here, but more than that, positioning-wise, I think that despite Yamori being able to find those kills, it will set her up closer to that showstopper. It's a little bit sad for GE that they weren't able to take that final gun out of her hands, but that said, it's not too much of a problem because their economy, it's absolutely thriving here. Finally, we're going to be seeing no more judges coming through on either side, at least as of now. And for GE Phoenix, this has been the best start that they've had all day because map 1, it didn't really go their way. That's the nicest way I can say it. Map 2, they started slow, but they came back stronger, and finally the momentum, it's in their favor.
Judge is the key, Judge is the way, especially in a map like Split. We almost every time I have Split as a map, there's always going to be that one Judge player on the defense, especially. And we've seen it time and time again in other VCT circuits as well. And if it works, especially with a lot of angles that you have to check and you can actually hide on here, it just works out greatly in the favor of the defense. Even on the offense, if you have a raise like Yamori, what Yamori did a while ago, just so happens that with all the smokes coming in, especially you have a double smoke setup from GEX, it's more difficult to kind of set or move around it.
Yeah, Rose though, to try and find out whether anyone's contesting mid. Will get the information and immediately puts down the molly to try and buy a little bit more time. Rose is trying to kind of hold this alone by herself, though she does have the backup now from top mid. Muffin though with a swing, huge opener there to take out Aurelia. That's the controller down for the side of NWJ right off the bat, forcing them to go for a commit towards his B side instead. Bladestorm still online. Hero Rifle in the hands of Yamori to good. If Yamori can find a kill, that will get her the showstopper ready to go. The Blades for Sky Elise though, looking to hunt down Amy, find the kill. In fact, Yamori will have the showstopper off the back of that 4v3 situation right now. GE, they're finally on the back foot, and it seems like NWJ, they're investing everything they can in this round to make it work out.
Seekers already pulled out as well. Muffin Loop also has the Seekers available to use, but the Seekers will give out the info. The alarm as well is there, but vulnerability, I don't know that, as Kiri would say. Lin to shut down one, that's gonna be Rose. This Blade Storm is the pivotal point of this round as well. Kiri, can she make a clutch happen? This is a smoke off yet again. They do have a flash, but the Blade Storm stands tall. NWJ, finally the first round that they're looking for in this match.
And they do it off the back of the Blades as well. Really, really nice work to come out of them. Not only that, even though they invested the Seekers in this round, they still do have that showstopper ready to go for that next one. So they still have some things in their pocket. In fact, the lockdown available as well for them. So finally things looking to swing back at least a little bit in their favor. That said, for GE's side, it seems like once they lost a round, they're going back to what worked great for them, which is that judge in the hands of Meow16k. GE also do have a lockdown available for themselves. So I think that it might just come down to whose lockdown goes down first. That game of chicken that we see played so often. Who puts it down first? It will immediately trigger that counter.
We're back on the judge. Trailblazer, just to check if there's anyone on vent. Cleared out left angle here for the time being. Muffin Loop, maybe this is the perfect timing, especially for that. Sky Elise, though, knows better. She already passed through way before she was even spotted out. A 4v2 situation. WJ, SCYTHE right now, taking on the lead, taking on the charge here. They do have that judge, but it loses a little bit of that sense if ever it's in a 4v2 situation. Though she still has that double satchels, it could still work out. You know what?
Yeah, but it seems like they've taken the call to just go and save their rifles here. Not really, despite the winning streak that they've had, economy, it's been like a little bit difficult because of the lack of that loser bonus. I think that it's gonna come down to them to hold on to these guns and possibly let SCYTHE walk away with another round. That said though, that round towards heaven was just utter chaos, because if you think about it, it was just ships passing each other in the night. Muffin, she doesn't get detected by the flash, walks through the smoke. Rose gets a kill but immediately gets traded out, and it was just chaos happening in a heaven throughout that time. The fact that Sky Elise was able to find that final kill towards Muffin Loop was kind of what was the nail in the coffin for GE there. That said, GE 5-2 still have a lead, still have some money to work with here, although a couple of their players are going to be forced to play with Sheriffs and Spectres, or, well, Judge and Bucky in this case. I'm just not going to call it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it's an eco buy anymore. Like, if I see a shotgun, it's probably just intentional. Totally not an eco situation.
Seen multiple games from other VCTs where, despite having such a big advantage on the money, they still buy the judge. And if it works, it works. Anyway, a new round here. NWJ, it feels like they've actually had a good read on how to understand the situation here, how to wrap around the judges, how to wrap around the shotgun plays that they're doing. Yamori, very low on HP, might be spotted out, but instead she spots out Rose. Now with a double kill, this opens up the site for NWJ, and now Plant of the Spike on its way.
One enemy remaining.
Kylie is pushing further as
Spike
well.
planted.
Both the duelists from NWJ just ripping apart Global. Now Meow, the only one left, a 1v4 for her. Boombot in hand, not sure where to place it, and Lin on the alert takes her down, which will let NWJ come back into this with a third round on the board here. 5-3 now. GE's economy, it was a little bit of a mixed buy, so they're still going to be able to buy up here, but NWJ, they haven't really used any of their major ults to win the round so far, so they're still going to have that showstopper and lockdown ready to go. It's GE's turn for a timeout, I do believe. And I think what they really excelled at in those first couple of rounds, where they were able to put together that string of wins, was because they were very proactive about the control they took. In particular, I think Meow's position with the judge, it just ripped apart NWJ's attack before it even begins. And the fact is that GE on the retake so far, they've been looking a little bit shaky.
And you can definitely see for Meow since a while ago that if she's stuck in a bad position after those judge kills, she doesn't need to push out further. She could just reposition, or they could reposition themselves, especially it's still towards a main. But so far, Scythe have been having good reads against the team of GEX. They've been pushing in slowly but surely, even despite that Viper Orb smoke that we were looking at a while ago. At the end of the day, Yamori just needed to wait until one tries to peek, and she had that advantage, the peeker's advantage, because she has been waiting on that smoke since a while ago, despite having 1 HP. Now, it's a complete turnaround of events. It seems like Scythe, they do have that showstopper, they do have that lockdown, and a lot of util to play around it. Paranoia has been set out. This pushes out as well with that pain shield, the enemy lines, but it's still not yet over. They reposition themselves, they try to pick out as much as possible and take info.
Yeah, just patience across the board. No quick plays, as G might expect, and it is causing a little bit more chaos in their own ranks here. Yamori, like you mentioned, still with that showstopper ready to go to be that point of entry if necessary here. And Rose by herself trying her best to hold on towards mid, but she will have to fall back since there does seem to be heavy presence still around there, and and A-Heaven as well looking a little bit more unguarded. That said, though, it seems like Speed Split has been what has been working out for NWJ, and they're just looking to capitalize off the back of it. Already Sky Elise almost through into the heaven, and it might be a problem for the players on side because there's 3 of them there and they're going to be surrounded on every side. Showstopper going to be popped right now, but Meow 16k finds that kill to start things off. Sky Elise with immediate refrag, 3 kills in fact for Sky Elise on site, and it's just going to be
Spike
Rose and
down,
Muffin
B.
Loop holding on
30
here.
seconds
Rose in
left.
fact finding a kill thanks to one of the players taking fall damage, which brings it down to a 2v2. Amy there for the backup as well, and now it seems like the spike itself is going to be headed through CT towards the A side, where I do believe Lynn has found it's completely empty.
Yeah, that gives intel, that gives info and the
10
cue
seconds
towards
left.
Oreophilia to use up the ult here as
Spike
well.
plant.
This is an advantage if they get this pick off, but Amy
You should
does
run.
enough damage here. Very low on HP now. Ult versus ult, the Killjoy lockdown versus the Killjoy lockdown. It's
Last
a
player
ceasefire at this
standing.
point, but not for Muffin Loop as she
One
finds
player
one.
standing.
This forces out the players to go out, and Amy to secure the kills here. That big tag towards Lynn was the pivotal point of this round.
That was such a nice retake to come out of GE in that 2v2 situation. First of all, despite Sky Elise getting 3 kills, they still managed to bounce back and get a couple for themselves in heaven. And when it did come down to a 2v2, you could see the awareness that they had the lockdown. They wanted to be sure that nobody got out through main, so the flank came out from Muffin as well. And overall, like you mentioned, that tag, the damage that Lynn did take from Amy towards the end definitely helped to boot. So GE, they're finally going to be able to get back on the board here after 3 rounds that they lost in a row. And not only that, they're gonna have the Viper Split as well as the Showstopper online. And SCYTHE, they invested a lot of their crucial ults in the hope of converting the round, but now that GE won it, they really don't have not much left for a rainy day.
Good snake bite to put a little delay there onto the push, especially after the Trailblazer tagged her out. Shotgun? Is this a dodge? It is. It is in the hands of Rose. Of course it is. Especially in a Viper spit like this. Kiri very deep onto B main. NWJ quite unaware of this. They re-smoke it one way if I'm not mistaken, as they usually do as well. Meow still holding on to that showstopper. Might be big if they need to retake or make a retake happen. But so far, it's just both teams trying to read out what utility, who are the players onto the side, where are they, and how deep can they go into trying to make or taking space.
Well, it seems like they have given up on mid, opting to hold A Heaven instead. Muffin, it's gonna come down to the timing here. Spots out the players with the peek, and she will be falling back onto site, opting to play around that Viper's pit instead.
30
There's still
seconds left.
Skylee's hanging around though in the pit, looking to possibly take it down here. And with the flash and the paranoia, it's just gonna be the strips crossing in the night once again. Muffin though, this time won't make the mistake, takes out Skylee's. The judge, however, is not gonna find too much bounty, and Crescents will be left alive. A sliver of HP to work with. Amy still in heaven.
10
Being able to
seconds
find the kill is huge. And while the plant itself comes down, it seems like NWJ, they're surrounded on all fronts here. Amy getting a little bit ahead of herself, will be punished and shut down. It's still going to be a 2v3 situation though, as GE, they keep up the numbers. Seekers online for Muffin. She puts them down to smoke out the positions. And with the showstopper, it's going to be Meow leading the charge. Not going to be connecting the ult though, unfortunately. And it will just be gunfights on site. A 1v2 right now. For Yamori has to try, but she's not taking space of time. It's just now all the way through. And GEX, they find 7.
Despite the showstopper not connecting here, Zach, it still gave them space. It still pushed back NWJ from pushing forward here and from really having that open position or that critical position to take on the kills. Not other than that, the flash, especially from the back ends of the side, this just is wonderful for the side of GEX. They've been working out greatly in the past rounds, not even the past rounds, but even the past match that we just witnessed here. More gelled together, more working through with each other. And if this continues, they might be able to just dismantle NWJ completely. Space created, that's gonna be GEX though, securing and stopping them on their toes.
Yeah, just 2 clean openers, a third as well as Muffin still holds strong in heaven. Finally taken down, but Meow just there for the trade. It's all down to Lynn, a 1v3 for her. Doesn't have control of the spike either, so she's gonna have to go back towards site first of all. Still, it's gonna be Meow watching the angle, trying to figure out where this player is coming down or not. Still Lynn able to flick onto her head, brings it down to a 1v2. Still has is still looking pretty healthy as well. Now has to just get onto the site somehow. Has a lot of time to work with though. 1v2.
A lot of time to work it, like you said. Will they buy it though? Will GEX try to reposition themselves somewhere different on the map? Lynn, still not sure there's anyone on site. There's no one though. And the slow take coming in from Lynn here might work out in her favor. But Carrie already waiting on to City side. It's just a matter of time. Once they hear that spike being planted, it's the cue for the rest of the players of GEX to move and wrap around. Snake by being used up through heaven. Quite sure if Lynn actually heard that. That's the kill they're waiting for. They're trying to set it up. They still have a third. It might be a timing play, and Carrie though still there to secure the kill instead. The 2v1 scenario onto a 1v1, but GEX still taking the round.
8-3 now, and it got too close for comfort there. A really nice play to come out of Lynn, almost to clutch up that 1v3. Excellent positioning throughout, but like you mentioned, just a little bit too much for her to deal with in that situation. GE, they come out on top once again, and now they have a chance to end this half with an overwhelming lead, already guaranteed at least 8 rounds. And for the side of NWJ, they have the Bladestorm to work with. I think that was huge for Sky, at least the last time around, to be able to find those opening picks. They are also close to a lot of these ults snowballing. 2 for the lockdown, 1 for the from the shadows, 1 for the seekers. I think if they can get those ult orbs early on, get a little bit of control across the map, it might be what they need. And for GE themselves, despite winning that round economically, they're still in a little bit of an awkward spot, which is why you're going to be seeing the Spectre for Amy as well as the Judge for Meow. Well, the Judge, it could just be because the Judge is good, but the Spectre, at least it's probably because of equality.
With that Roomba, they know there's gonna be someone, but
Oh my
wow, a pixel perfect angle for Yamori to take the smoke. A little bit of a gap there, and widely seen as Muffin Loop. This takes away the capability to take on a flash. Not even that, but the Boombot only saw 1, and that gave info to 1. You're not quite sure how many people are there. are who's gonna be in vents. But other than that, it's already a take right now from NWJ or Ophelia. Despite that alarm bot, it still didn't matter at that point. She was able to pick up on the kill. 5v3 scenario here, Zach.
Momentos now to come through from
I've
Kyrie,
got
I
your
believe,
trail.
possibly looking for a little bit of a flank or some kind of play here. That said, though, it's gonna be Oriakulia holding it down. Meow with the judge to find two of her own, though,
Spike
suddenly
planted.
making this round look a little bit less impossible here. The spike itself, it's gone down, and if Kyrie can clear out towards main, find this kill onto Crescent, it might be huge here. The swing is there, but the shot still goes Crescent ways. It's gonna have to be another ace for Meow to clutch this one out somehow. A 1v3 for spots out the position of the first, goes satchel into sight and is able to isolate the kill. Now towards heaven, the shot, the paint shells don't quite connect. The shot doesn't either, and she knows exactly where the players are. That said, it's still a 2v1, and it will be an 8-4 half in G's favor that
Switching
we're
sides.
ending on here. Remember though, that was the defensive side for GE. Now it's NWJ's turn. Before we head into it though, let's see what our panel has to say.
Started out 2-0 for GE. Meow 16k with that ace round 2 with the judge, and GE Phoenix look like they're starting to run away with it.
It really does, and honestly, there's some rounds where it just feels like SCYTHE is incredibly frustrated in what they're trying to do. For example, I think it was round 11 where they just kind of sent bodies upon bodies despite them having a pretty decent buy and maybe just potentially missing some of the fundamental smokes, for example, just to kind of seal off the fight from heaven, so on and so forth. But at the moment, it feels like both these teams are just kind of throwing their superstars at each other and hoping that they're gonna outmuscle. But, you know, at the very least, in that last round for SCYTHE, there was a little bit more movement. They tried to play off a lurk from their Omen. They had, once again, just a little bit more control over their macro. Now, coming into the strong side, though, hopefully they can string a few rounds together just to keep their composure back up, because Global Esports, they look so good right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But Split, you know, as you said, defender sided, there's some leeway for SCYTHE to come back after the switch, but they are running double duelist, though. What do we think?
I feel like they have to be a little bit more proactive when it comes to the defensive side, and this is the kind of the consequences you're dealing with when you play a comp like this. Not gonna have too much utility when you want to go for those slower shuffles, and you just kind of have to rely on your brawling power.
All right, well, very last half for the very last game. We're gonna find out.
Smokes need to be initiated properly here for our next few rounds that we're looking at. A little bit of a gap here and there, a little bit of a late smoke here and there as well. But let's see, 8-4, not too bad actually for a first half if you think about it on an attack for NWJ.
Exactly. This is Split. This is like the map
This is
where
Split.
the most reverse of Uno reverse cards
I
and sweeps
know.
actually happen. So I wouldn't put Global Esports out of the woods quite yet. However, if they can start with a pistol win, it might get them the extra bit of spacing they need to go forward into this, because I think for NWJ's side, they definitely do have a comeback stronger kind of mentality. So I wouldn't put them out of the race by any means quite yet. That said though, GE, look at the holds coming out of them. They're just hanging around towards A, waiting for a possible push. The Trailblazer, it does spot out Amy, but that's usually when you spot a Killjoy, you're gonna be assuming that, okay, that's the lurk
That's a
player.
lurk, yeah.
So, yeah, exactly.
Definitely true. You would just assume it's gonna be that one person, but instead, it's actually Rose lurking and trying to sell out B main here or trying to catch someone. But this dog is to catch Crescent. Instead, Sky Elise stuck in a position that she wasn't expecting to see 3 people in. That's gonna be the push already. The Q from the side of NWJ. It's
Oh my
gonna be that beat take, but Meow onto your face. That's gonna be the classic shots. Ophelia will be able to secure the trade though. 3v4 scenario. Little bit low on the HP here for 2 players from
planted.
GX's side.
I don't think Muffin really invested in the heal either, which is kind of a little bit, which might be a little bit of a mistake, especially if these kills don't go in favor of GE. That said, though, they do have one more dark cover to play with, so Kiri might just be able to sit in her own smoke in towards the corner. That said, it's gonna be Kiri with the right click to find the first, Muffin with the second to boot, and now it's Rose on the wraparound to take down that last player, GE. They take the pistol 9-4 now, and it all started with that huge opening pick. Meow 16K just satcheling through and finding those two openers. Really, really nice play.
I mean, that's why you get a raise, right? Just to surprise the enemies, just to make that take on the site quite fast and easier for the rest of your teammates to just wrap around and help you out. 9-4 and GEX, like you said, this is exactly the cushion that they need into trying to secure this attack side. Now that they have that money to buy off for the next following round, or next round, which is this one, they do have that Spectres. Amy not upgrading at all, just relaxing a little bit on that as well. But they're moving a little bit slower, maybe expecting some bit of a push or lurk from the side of NWJ. They don't want to give out the guns as well in case they're actually hitting their shots correctly. But Sky Elise is waiting patiently onto ramps as well. They do have that Sheriff, and she's crazy on the Sheriff shots.
I think that if they can at least take a couple of these Spectres out of G's hands, there'll be some decent damage done, which will make their next round look a little bit more easy, for lack of a better phrase. That said, though, it's just no noise being made across the board here. Bit of a stack towards mid and B. But A itself, it's just going to be Sky Elise with the Sheriff lying in wait. G themselves, it seems to be where they're approaching to boot. So I think that as long as they use their utility properly to clear it out, it's going to cause less problems than expected. The Poison Orb does come out. You can see Sky Elise deciding whether or not she wants to push through, but she's taking so much DK damage in the process here.
Wow.
And in the meantime, it's Amy to find a kill on the lurk towards mid. First opener to come out for GE's side. They have some control of A, and they'll get that flat down. 4v5.
Spike planted.
Good control on that frenzy, specifically for Amy. Was able to secure the kill onto Lin, but yet again, it's pistols for NWJ. They're waiting patiently to make these utilities work out in their favor. Rose waiting patiently on the corner. The Sheriff shots, like I said. Sky Elise just on point with it. Amy from behind, the lurk of her life. Only managed to pick up on one kill. They're already defusing the spike here. Pressure is on. Halfway there. Amy, with just a frenzy, secures the round for the team. That lurk was just... mwah.
I agree. Chef's kiss indeed. And Amy was cooking all right, because without her, I feel like that round, it could have been a done deal for the NWJ squad. The kind of kills that they got, they had 3 on site already, and Amy just coming around like a hero in the nick of time, along with Meow 16K to keep things alive for GE Phoenix. Just huge there. However, that was a decent chunk of damage that side did to the economy for GE. So this bonus round suddenly looking a little bit way more sad here. Just a couple of Spectres to work with. Around that, NWJ definitely have all the cards going into, and they're quick to find an opener when they play.
A round is a round, right? A double-digit scoreline, not too bad. GEX will happily accept, despite the disadvantage that we have right now. And Sky Elise, it seems like having her on a duelist role seems to work out better for her in this series that we are looking at. Muffin Loop, no one to really spot onto Mail, but there's someone waiting patiently there. They know that. They take control of vents, though.
Yeah, but again, I feel like NWJ, they do have the information. They spotted Meow 16K trying to kind of come up there, so they still have a turret watching that exact angle as well. Pain Shells to come out to try and buy GE a little bit more space here, but they're just going to regroup as a team, clear out ramps, and make sure that nobody is really around that part of the map. Trailblazer to come out, just spot Sky Elise, or at least the players positioned towards CT here, but GE, they just have almost no space to work with. Sky Elise with another kill, huge opener, just like that. Muffin finally stops the bleeding, taking down Crescent. With so low HP left, it's just gonna be another for Sky Elise. Sky Elise versus the world, it seems like. Just 20 HP for Amy, and it's around that NWJ, they basically have it in the bag. Amy gets one, but that will be that. And NWJ, they win a round on defense.
The Viper Aura was perfectly set up, actually, but seems like not opening it up. Instead, going for a dry peek here. Didn't work out greatly in the favor of Rose. Other than that, we already mentioned they do have that deficit when it comes to the gun advantage here. And NWJ has that Vandals. Not only that, this time around, they're ready to take out that judge.
Yeah, it's gonna be the judge for Yamori. We saw it in Meow's hands and how effective it was on the defense, so hopes for NWJ are that it's gonna be the same when it comes to their play style. I think that Yamori will be positioning it towards this mid area, watching for the crossover since GE has applied a decent amount of pressure towards this side of the map. That said though, this time around the lure from Amy, it's more towards this B side instead. While GE and the squad, they're looking to hit A, where there is still the Killjoy and the Jet both playing. A lot of utility on site. It might make it difficult for them to push through, but they're still going to be trying. Meow 16K, Satchel's in, taking up the space. Lin alone on site, isolated. It's going to come down to who wins this fight, and Lin will come out on top. So that's going to be the first opener that GE really needed here. And Lin is still holding strong on site between Lin and Yamori. It's a meat grinder here. Amy finally shuts her down. 2v3 situation. Another one for Amy. And now it's just going to be Amy versus the world. She does have one. She went away from the lockdown, so if she can get that plant down, it might be huge. A lot of wallbang damage, though, to come in here, and she's desperately fighting for her life. Gets another one. The headshot comes in, and it's just her versus Sky Elise. A 1v1 is what we have at the end of it. Sky Elise with the position will take her out in the end, and NWJ, they get to 6, but what a show of heroics to come out of AB.
It's the Killjoy show. Good hold coming in from Lin from the get-go here. It's able to pick up on 2 kills. Other than that, Amy, to survive that long from the pre-fires itself, she was down 25 HP. And if those wallbang shots didn't hit, it could have been an opportunity for them. But yet again, you're stuck in a position that you wouldn't like to be stuck in. GX, they do have still that double-digit scoreline, but NWJ is just 4 steps away from catching up.
4 rounds indeed. That's all that stands between them and GE. They're on a bit of an eco as well, so this is NWJ's chance to really close that gap even further. Killjoy Nanoswarm is being put down to try and buy a little bit more space for this GA squad to work with towards B, but it's just so oppressive with the smokes as well as the utility coming down. They're just going to opt to rotate over towards mid instead. It's going to be the Trailblazer will catch out Amy. They will know that it's probably just a lurk since she was the only one around there, and it will keep them from moving any of the other positions. Meow with the Bucky looks to open things up here, but instead gets shut down. It's going to be NWJ with 3 kills across the board. In contrast to just 1 coming in. Make that 4 kills across the board. It's just 80 once again. Tries to walk into B, but Oreo with the corner and the off angle ready for it. That's 7 for NWJ.
Good cross, good pressure, especially when it comes to mid. And as we say, the one who controls mid controls the game, especially in a map like Split. Available for them to rotate if you get control, but NWJ won't just give that up quite easily as well. GX though, it's a battle of judges here, Zach, and we do see Meow again. That double satchel shotgun can do a lot. Not only that, she also has a showstopper here available.
Yeah, I think that ult, it might be the make or break situation if it comes down to it. Finally, weaponry online for G as well. They look to go into the site, they take it forward, and they have control. So like you mentioned, I think that showstopper and that lockdown could be huge in the post plant here. Meow also does manage to take up some space towards CT, so if she can just hold it down with the judge, it might be what they need to buy a little bit more time. Trailblazer coming in, showstopper popped off the back of it, and it will catch Lin, but not enough to take her out of the equation. Counter showstopper available for the side of NWJ here. Amy though to find that opener onto Oreophilia. First kill comes in their favor. Immediate trade there from Yamori though. Muffin so chiming and strong. The lockdown comes in as well from the attackers towards main, but it gets immediately shut down here. It's all down to Muffin Luke in a 1v3. She has to do it all here on site. Pins her down, looking for the possible kills. It's gonna come down to the timings on the swings, and despite the low HP, Lin still takes her down, and just like that, NWJ, that's a huge round. Never mind, it's the timer. GE, they win it out perfectly, 11-7. For a second, I thought that it was over, but you really gotta trust your teammates.
First, it was then it was you know, at that point,
Yeah, that was
Muffin
a roller
Loop,
coaster.
I was actually curious to see like what's she planning to do, especially that the timing actually for NWJ's side isn't in their favor. It was already fast ticking away. And it just goes to show, like, for Muffin Loop, I was expecting her to swing out in the spike instead of elbow around here and wrapping around. But anyway, still worked out in GEX's favor. Not enough time for NWJ, I guess. For the time being, we do have that utilities from Sky Elise. They do have the Blade Storm, but I think they would pull that out instead if ever comes to worse. They have an eco disadvantage. Oriphilia repositions herself here. Might be a one and done position, but it's actually nicely separated by the smoke from the Viper. Oriphilia just holding down the fort here. Goes around, wraps around, but Paranoia settling in. Meow to catch her instead. They move away from the side. Might be the mistake that they're trying to do, but it's the chaos towards the side. They do pop the ult from the Viper. Sky Elise inside the ult finds Meow, but goes down in the hands of Meow instead. 3v2 situation.
Viper's Pit still online as well. Lin one away
Spike
from the
planted.
lockdown, so if she can find a kill through this Viper's Pit, it might be the out that they really need to push them outside. You can see her just watching as waitfully as possible. Her and Yamori trying to crunch in here, but the Viper's Pit is just so difficult to get to, especially with the tags coming in as they are. It's all down to Yamori. She's at least able to find the first. Make some noise on the reload, so that does give away her position. And Meow with the 4K to bring G to match and series points. One round away from moving on in that lower bracket. And I think GEX, you know, the first map, all of us had our doubts. It was a 2-13 that they lost to, but they have proven to be so incredibly resilient throughout today. The comeback in that second map from 1-5, and now on the third map, just domination in that first half. It's just incredible that this is the same team throughout the day.
A little bit chaotic on the side. It was like deciding, oh, should we go? Oh, should we go back? Oh, yeah, we should go. We do have that Viper's Pit anyway, and Rose was able to set that up perfectly for GX to take. And with that, we are looking at a match point from the first game that we saw, where it seemed like there was no opportunity for GX to really take on the win here. They turn around, momentum shift is definitely there, and they're riding it right now.
Yeah, just they can taste the victory. It's so close to them, Tayrawr, and they just want to close it out here. Because tomorrow it proves to be just as much of a long day, so I'm pretty sure it's getting pretty late for everyone. And they want to put everyone to bed and rest, it seems like. But for now, it's just a bit more of a slow play. No ultimates available for the global side, so they just want to try and convert this off the back of their firepower. Their opponents, though, despite the lower buy, they have so much to work with. Blade Storm for Sky Elise, Lockdown for Lin, as well as the Seekers for Crescent. So for GE, even if they can't win it out, if they can get a couple of these ults out of contention, it's gonna be huge. Judge still online for Lin here. Doesn't get spotted out, and it's gonna be so much damage. 2.5 kills already coming in.
Damage has been done. Damage has been set. The Trailblazer not spotting it out. Sky Elise. This is what I was talking about earlier. I think they're gonna pull it out once that the deficit when it comes to the gun advantage is there. They're able to secure the triple kill already here. Now down to the 2 players remaining. 12 seconds to plant this spike away. Here he repositions, but Satchel proves to be pain. And this is 4v1. Rolls. Is it gonna be a save? If we look at the economy on the side of GX, it's not looking great.
Yeah, possibility for NWG to narrow that lead once again. Like we saw on Haven, they got incredibly close, but weren't able to pull it out all the way. And it seems like it's going to be the case again on this map if they're not careful. So definite heroic plays to come out of Lin there. Just proving to be such a nasty weapon as we've seen already in that previous half. Apart from that as well, NWG, they were just so aware of the positions that GE could be holding. You could see the stall coming out from Yamori towards Heaven as well, knowing that the clock only had 15 seconds left. With that, GE, they're going to be calling their second timeout. They really want to try and close it out here. Showstopper 1 off for Meow 16k. So if they can take care of that lockdown, they've basically baited out almost every single ult that side had in the previous round. So even if they lost it, it wasn't entirely a complete loss. That said, if they do want to close it out, they got to figure out how exactly they can do it. And looking at the scoreboard here, this has just been a Meow 16K map all the way. 26 and 13. Nice solid 2.0 KDA.
This has been a match that GX seems to control and have full control more than NWJ. For NWJ's side, they do have that lockdown. They do have that cushion to buy off guns as well. Aside from Crescent's having or just pulling out a Bulldog here, nevertheless, still a very formidable gun or assault rifle that we have. But for GEX, it's gonna be a plan. They do have that shotgun. They do have also some other utilities, some other guns as well. Let's see how can this work for them.
Mid control being taken here. Sky at least get the flick onto Amy as well. So that's the opener to start off with for the side of NWJ. Vents control, it has been taken by Meow 16K, but it does seem like NWJ, I don't think we've really seen a rotation through mid and vents coming out of them so far. They've just been using the CT side for that kind of thing. That said, A, it's completely held. Heaven is held by the crossfire between the Jet and the Killjoy, and B has 3 players surrounding it, just lying in wait, watching. Yamori, at first point of contact, spots out the players, will put down the paint shells to buy even more time, and in fact find a kill. Oreo watching B main will get another, and just like that, GE, it's down to 2 players. Muffin with the Phantom, and Meow with the Judge. They haven't really found too much space on the map, unfortunately, and it's been a bit of a struggle for them.
You do have that
30
heal
seconds left.
or healed up towards the side of Meow. 2v5 situation. At least they have the spike. Not now anymore. Of course, Oreo takes space, takes control, and instead kills them off to a 12-9 scoreline. This is either what our shirt is saying. One more, or is it done and over with? Will someone say bye-bye, or we're gonna be seeing more rounds here? So far, it seems like NWJ is really taking control right now, right?
For sure. I think that for NWJ, they've looked much better over this defensive half, and they've been really able to just push G to the limit on a lot of these rounds here, and they're just 3 away from pushing this to overtime, so it's still definitely a viable strategy for them. That said, G, they're gonna have their full buy once again, as well as a showstopper for Meow 16K, so this is their chance to really close this map out. The only thing that they really have to worry about is that lockdown from Lin, and if they can plant the spike in an open spot, that will take care of that problem to boot. So I think that for GE's side, it's going to come down to who finds these opening picks first. They're just playing for picks, a little bit of more of a default strategy than we've seen from them all game to come out now. And it seems like if they can get the Seekers as well, maybe they'll have it for the next round ready to go. Look to take the fights towards mid. Meow 16K does spot out Sky Elise, the paint shells, to push her off the angle to get them a little bit more to work with. It does seem to be the call, and while all of this pressure is being applied on mid and B, Spike itself, it's headed towards A.
I think for this round, for Muffin Lou, there's not enough money to invest on a healing here as well. And for the side of NWJ, they do have that stack towards A. Lots of utilities being thrown off here, especially with Lin on the site itself. And it seems like with the smoke being put out, it's an A hit. With a showstopper, will this see anyone? It does see Lin, but it doesn't quite connect. Sky Elise takes on 1 kill here. Lin to fight for her life. Maybe for a double, not enough. That's gonna be Amori taking on the trade, but doesn't check the corner. And now it's Rose fighting for her life this time around. Seekers out. Muffin Loop left alone. A 3v1 scenario here. Flash shuttles in. Will she able to clutch it like this time around? But it's not gonna happen. NWJ learned from their mistakes a while ago and pushes in. Defuses the spike, and 12-10 it is.
12 to 10 in WJ. We talked about it. They're not giving up on this map quite yet, and their hopes of winning Elite. They are powering through, and now only 2 rounds stand between them and that possible overtime. You can see that Global Esports, all the momentum that they had at the beginning, it's kind of completely slowed down here. You can see these minor mistakes really shining through, and it's kind of why NWJ have also been able to capitalize. For example, this push towards CT, lots of lack of trades for the GE side, and overall NWJ were just able to keep the numbers in their favor. You can also see the adjustments to come out of NWJ. They're opting to play more fluidly around mid, instead just prioritizing site and heaven control, and it's something that GE haven't quite been able to break apart yet. Once again, economy gotta be in a bit of a dire spot. 5 sheriffs across the board and no ultimates either for that GE side, because they invested both the Seekers and the Showstopper in that last round.
Common thinking alike here. Smoke after smoke. They just smoked off each other as well. No one pick up the orb right now, or has it been picked up? I think it does, or it was already. Lockdown available for NWJ's side. We do have Lin set up A again this time around. Meow. A little bit of a stun there. They tried to clear out vents as well, but not a definite answer onto where are they gonna take, where are they gonna bring this spike.
Again, they take mid, they find out that there's nobody there, and they decide to go for the A split instead, which they still haven't figured out a way of really dealing with the Jet and Killjoy, who have been playing on site for so many of these rounds. They do have a decent amount of map control though, so it's still possible that they can somehow break through it. It's going to come down to how these trades play out. If Skylys and Lin are able to hold on and trade each other out and get the numbers advantage for NWJ, which is likely because of the guns that they have, it could mean that we are going for that possible overtime. Instead, it's going to be the utility to ring out that warning shot. Skylys and Lin, they find a couple of kills to start things off here. She's still looking to get on site, and it will just be slaughtered throughout. It's going to be the Sheriff in hand, trying to find something, but a flawless will get NWJ to 11 here. Now, last chance for Global Esports to deny this overtime, but with the ultimates that are in Sight's pocket, it's going to be so important for them to find those first kills before they get onto site at all.
We are just 1 win away from NWJ actually catching up against GX here, Zach. And to be fair, like, you have setups coming in from Lin. You do have that A control. And even or despite Meow pushing in with the satchel, no other player could pass through because of that nano swarm setup, just to delay the other players from trying to make an entry happen. Just so there's no support at all from there, especially on an eco disadvantage. But this is going to be that final round that we're going to see. Is it going to be an overtime, or is it going to be GEX winning this away and taking this away? Yamori already knows there's going to be that showstopper is hot, and that's going to hit as well. And first, with that, the repositioning comes in. No trade-offs from the rest of the team. They know how deadly the showstopper can be, but already, Yamori, 2-1, damage has been done.
Rose at least able to find a trade here. Crescent's playing towards main though, with the angle to find both of those kills, and now it's all down to Rose, the IGL. She has to step up huge here to deny the overtime from coming in. And a 1v4, her position noted as well thanks to the flash. It's going to be so difficult, and she spots out Crescent. That's the first position noted here. Has to still be able to find these kills. Gets the second kill to boot. Unfortunate reload timing to come in. The white swing is there, and Crescents will find that final kill. 12-12. It wouldn't be right if we didn't have an overtime today, it seems like. And GEX and NWJ have both decided that they are going the complete distance today.
What a comeback here coming in from NWJ's side. It was already in the grasp of GE this entire time. They really had that opportunity, that buffer, the double-digit scoreline since a while ago, but NWJ just wouldn't let it up. They just take 5 rounds consecutively, despite all the eco disadvantages that GEX had, the buy rounds that they had. NWJ just reading them up and reading them like a book in the plays that they want to do and they want to make. And this all boils down right now to the mental fortitude of the teams. This comeback, is it gonna make GX stronger, or is it gonna make them play a little bit slower this time around.
Not too sure about that. G, they did have an excellent time on defense, but like you mentioned, it's definitely going to be a confidence drop to be at 12-7 and then lose 5 rounds in a row for your opponents to bring it to overtime. It's gotta hurt. So G, they're gonna have to reset and figure out how to work things out here. I think it's gonna come down to whichever team can win their attack round successfully, because both of them looked pretty good on their defensive side. So I think that NWJ, with that side swap coming in, if they can win this round somehow, it's going to definitely set them up for success in that next one, because they just came out of playing defense and they probably have GE's measure noted down already. They look to put pressure towards this A site as the rotation comes around, and for GE, it's Amy as well as, I believe, Muffin Loop holding on to the site itself. Beautiful flash timing from Muffin, does get the information towards CT here. However, it's still going to be a player alone towards Heaven and Scythe. The Molly's melting Skylee's alive, although she still remains alive here. And the damage is being done. Muffin towards Heaven, finds Yamori. That's the lurk taken down. While Scythe itself is taken, G, at least they have the numbers advantage. 4v5 and G on the retake.
They do have that number advantage when it comes to that manpower as well. It is a 5v4. It's so far. Skylee's full on the HP again. No armor though for this time around. They do have that smoke towards Heaven. And this would be that retake that GX wants to take on if they want to take that lead. But Crescent was able to catch one already. Ophelia as well. One by one, GX seems to falter down. It's all up to Rose right now. In a 1v3 scenario, she must take this pick, but instead Crescent's to shut her down. NWJ onto a match point here, Zach. A complete turnaround of events.
What a comeback to come out of them. Remember, 12-7, and now they're 13-12. They have the lead again. Match and series point for NWJ. 1 round away from eliminating Global Esports in this lower bracket. Timeout now to be called by GE Phoenix once again here in this overtime. They really don't want to let this go after the amount of perseverance that we've seen out of them, but they're gonna have to figure out a way to break apart NWJ's defense, because they have failed in those last 5 rounds, and this time around they're not gonna be having any of those ultimates either to work with to try and buffer for it.
They really need this timeout badly, either to reset, not only that, to talk about especially what are the next plans, what are the next steps for GEX if they want to make another overtime here. But for NWJ, they do have that upper hand advantage. And on defense itself, so far from the rounds we've seen, from the comeback that we've seen that they had in the defense as well, it seems like they have good control. They have good read so far from GEX. And this time around for GEX, they have to do something different. Sometimes it all just boils down to those little mistakes that we have from the rounds, from the teams that we are looking at. Might be that dog from a while ago, might be a little peek towards that angle on a smoke. That little mistake can turn everything around for both of the teams.
Yeah, I think those pixel angle picks that we've seen coming out of NWJ's side have definitely proven to be horrendous so far. Again, this just G walking into the crossfire here. Lin and Sky Elise, they've proven to be impossible to take down in the past, and they continue to be a thorn in G's side. Now just one player left, and suddenly, just like that, it is going to be G's hopes demolished here as NWJ side takes them down in overtime. 2-1. They're going to be moving on in that lower bracket. Incredible resilience to come out of the NWJ side, because remember, they were 7-12 there, Tayrawr. They bring it all the way back to overtime and they take it through. What a performance we see to come out of them.
Comeback is definitely real. That slight adjustment coming in from the team of Scythe, the Killjoy, instead of playing on site, still played on Flower Pot instead, completely changed everything. You saw the Rays trying to jump in on her on the side because she was expecting for that kind of scenario, but it was a complete turnaround. Again, this is a comeback, and it was possible. Scythe made it possible. The resiliency, the mental fortitude is definitely there. And GX, though, this time around will be the team that would say goodbye for the time being. But Scythe moves forward in the lower bracket. I'm excited to see what are the matches next or tomorrow and the next following days, how this would turn around. But to actually break down what happened on the series that we had for today. I'll pass it on to our panelists. We do have Reirachu to take it away.
SCYTHE, against all odds, against all the deck pauses in the world, silence the competition and knock GE Phoenix out of the competition. Things looked really iffy there for a sec in map number 2 in the first half of Split, but I didn't doubt them for a second, did you, Raph?
Well, I did pick SCYTHE at the beginning of the series, so obviously no, never, and you know, I have to commend both these teams for what it's worth. Both of them incredibly resilient, really going for the marathon that I feel like we haven't really seen too much of in our elite, playoffs. And yeah, it's just a little unfortunate that GE have to exit our field of battle. Just, I would still say relatively early. We still have a few more days left, and I feel like there were also a lot of global esports fans that were expecting quite a bit from their squad, but I feel like you can't be any happier with their performance too, because they really did try and stick it up till the end.
Oh, 100%, especially like, the 13-10 on Haven and map number 2. This one, 14-12 to lose in overtime has got to be gut-wrenching. Meow 16k though, like just coming up huge for her squad, 26-19 this time around. Raze getting the first ace that we saw today as well in that round. Number 2 being an absolute menace on that judge also on Split. And I mean, my heart goes out to the GE Phoenix girls, right? Because they went through so many roster changes throughout the year, went through roster changes right before Elite as well. They just managed to squeak into Elite in 6th place, didn't need to play in the last chance qualifier. I believe their highest place finish this year was also that 4th place in Open 2. And man, this series was so close. GE Phoenix are such a mainstay in Game Changers APAC, and I really hope we see them back next year.
That is true, and with that being said, SCYTHE is also a very, very similar story. Perennial 3rd, 4th type of team that really still looking for something to push them over, but with today's performance, if they can continue this type of grit and stamina, then they're gonna prove to be a bit of a problem for everybody ahead of them. And Sky Elise taking the MVP for this map, man, she really turned up when her team needed her the most.
Yeah, and I just love the SCYTHE storyline also, right? Because they played overtime, they played last chance qualifiers last year, they didn't make it into Elite. This year, they've made it here, they've made it. I mean, they did drop down to the lower bracket, but they're through day 4 into day 5 for tomorrow. And that's the thing, right? Because this match, the earlier series that we saw today was like the 7th to 8th place fight, and this time it's like the 5th to 6th place battle, and SCYTHE just showing that they've got what it takes. They're absolutely in the top 6 over here at Elite. And yeah, I mean, these girls, this team also has been through a lot. They lost their sponsor big earlier on in the year as well. Another squad that is such a mainstay in the league. So we would have been happy regardless of which team made it, and it was so close.
It was really close. I mean, I feel like that's something that we haven't really expounded upon, but the thing is, especially in that last game, I feel like there was quite a few things we could have asked for a little bit more for both the squads. It felt like the set play was not very present anymore, so it was basically a battle of who is gonna give up. And again, there was quite a bit of a refusal for anybody on any roster. But to take a look at the bigger picture here, SMG in full sense of early rematch apparently.
I mean, tomorrow's schedule is going to be absolutely packed. I think we are starting in the afternoon for tomorrow. We're going to start off with the RRQ versus NYX Kyosei match. Sophie, you got this. Come on. And then the Orangutan game versus Scythe NWJ will be the second series, and then SMG versus Wilson Sapphire in the upper bracket semis to close things out. So absolutely packed schedule going on tomorrow. And I mean, it's as if the teams that played today didn't have it hard enough, right? Like both NYX Kyosei and Scythe NWJ had to fight so hard to win their series 2 and 1, but then tomorrow they go up against RRQ, they go up against OGX, and that's going to be an uphill battle for both of these squads. Whew.
I feel like I say this every stage we get, but the later the days are, the harder the competition becomes, and the more our teams improve and evolve, and tomorrow is no different, I feel like. Or not tomorrow, later, actually.
Oh, yeah. We kind of did that thing where we started the broadcast on day 4 and then we're ending the broadcast on day 5. But that's gonna be it for us for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining us for day 4 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite from 4 or 5, you know? Yeah. And then from Raph and I here on the desk, plus your casters from today, Tayrawr and Zahk. Today's games definitely went the distance, but if you'd like to see more, then we'll see you back here again tomorrow.
Show me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. Back down, back up, back down, back up.